Welcome to the Ada K Show. I'm your host, Ada K, and I am a criminal justice major. I am also a deaf courtroom commentator, breaking down the gripping courtroom drama while providing full ASL interpretation, making justice accessible to everyone. Grab a cup of Java and let's dive in. Don't forget, comment, like, and subscribe. And if you love this channel, please become a member.
Hey, good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us today. We do have a very, very full day today with trials between Kelsey Fitzsimmons and Judy Church. We also have the Megan Sunwall that we will be keeping an eye on because that case yesterday went into verdict watch. They have turned that case over to the jurors, and they are deliberating it starting this morning, roughly 9:30 Central Time. So we will be keeping an eye on that in case they come back with a verdict. We are going to start this morning with the Kelsey Fitzsimmons, and looks like with Judy Church, we are going to have an interesting day today. Discussing those text messages. So I will try to keep you guys going back and forth between breaks and lunches between the trials. And if you guys are ready, we are just going to go ahead and dive into court. Hope you guys enjoy. Again, thank you for joining us. And I hope you enjoy.
All persons and entities will be before the Honorable Jeff Carter, Justice of the Superior Court. Now send in Lawrence within the the county message. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts in this most honorable court. The court is now open. Please be seated.
Good morning, Your Honor. Good morning. March 24th, 2026, Courtroom 2, Lawrence Superior Court. The Honorable Justice Jeff Carp presiding. Calling the criminal matter of Commonwealth versus Kelsey Fitzsimmons, docket 2025, 77 CR 311, scheduled today for continued jury waive trial. Could counsel please identify themselves for the record?
Good morning, James.
Good morning. Good morning.
Morning, Your Honor. Martha Hoadley, representing the defendant, Kelsey Fitzsimmons.
Good morning. Good morning, Mr. Fitzsimmons.
Kelsey Fitzsimmons to my right, and thank you again, my paralegal, Courtney Healy, to my left.
Good morning. Okay, you folks can have a seat. And I want to apologize to everyone for running a bit late. I wanted to do some last-minute research on the motion for a view. And wanted to talk to you folks about it. So paper 88 is the defendant's motion for a view. And I guess at this point, is the defense still seeking a view?
Judge, we haven't had any progress on the other end of it. Excuse me. At this point, I am satisfied with your discretion. If you would like a view, we'll do it. I did file the motion. If you feel that at the close of the evidence you would like a view, we'll make it happen.
Okay, well, let me just tell you my present thinking. So, and I think some of this you're implying, so I don't think I'm patronizing you by any means.
No, Your Honor.
So I was told at sidebar yesterday that Ms. Fitzsimmons no longer owns the home, and it belongs to a it is now owned by a third party. So has the defense been in communication with the current owner?
Not the owners themselves, some representatives, Your Honor, and it's just honestly kind of getting a little bit of passive resistance about it.
Okay, all right. So just to point out, and this is why I was running late, I was trying to remember, there was a case from a couple decades ago, I think, Commonwealth versus Mattis, which goes through the procedure under circumstances where none of the parties have, a party seeks access to someone's home for purposes of a view, and essentially my memory is, and just a quick look this morning, is that it's kind of a Rule 17 circumstance where the homeowner would need to be summoned, given an opportunity to be heard about whether we could go in there. So this issue a lot of times doesn't come up because a lot of times the Commonwealth has either the scene is a public place, or the Commonwealth has had the ability to I guess to reach out to the owners and make that work. But the Commonwealth is not seeking a view. They have the burden of proof. And I guess my position at this point is neutral. I would, if the defense wants a view and you're able to set it up in a timely manner, well, Commonwealth, if the defense was able to set up the view, in other words, reach out and do the legwork that the Commonwealth usually does, is the Commonwealth opposed to it? No. Okay. Will the Commonwealth and your resources help us?
Of course.
Okay. Thank you. So we have, so I'm just going to leave it to you, Mr. Brado. I just don't want a last minute decision because we need to, Mr. Ruane especially needs to make plans for transportation, et cetera. So I just don't, it seems to me that as for whether I need it or not, I think it's not my place to say. I know I did, in fairness to both sides, I did say that yesterday. And after thinking about it, I don't think it's my place to say. The Commonwealth has the burden. The defense has due process rights, as well as many other constitutional rights. And I'm open to accommodating a view.
Thank you very much, Ron.
Just let Mr. Ruane know sooner than later.
Very good.
Okay.
And I could just tell you now that we don't want to, force these people to do it. We don't want to get into a thing with it, but
I can tell you this from my perspective. Here I am talking again out of both sides of my mouth, which from my perspective, it arguably is less helpful where the items in the bedroom or the layout, bed and all that aren't the same. And I can get a sense that this is a pretty narrow stairwell, et cetera. But in any event, I'll leave it to you folks. You folks are better at doing your jobs than I am.
We'll take one more. We'll reach out one more time to see where it goes,
Okay.
and we'll advise the court by the end of the day.
Okay, no problem at all. And other than that, I think we left off with Officer Noonan. I'm sorry, were you going to say something?
No, I just had two more questions for him, and then.
For him. Okay, all right, that's fine. So we left off near the end of direct examination of Officer Noonan. He can be recalled.
Just remind him that
Yes, sir, please.
you could take the stand, sir.
Good morning,
Just
sir.
reminding you that you're still under oath from yesterday.
Yes, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
All set, Mr. Gubitosi?
Thank you. Sir, I just had a couple more questions for you. The firearm that you used on the 30th, what happened to it after you left the residence?
So I secured the scene, and then once more officers showed up, they relieved me, and the chief had me walk with him to his car, and he took my firearm and he gave me his.
You talked about Kelsey Fitzsimmons. Do you see her in the courtroom today?
I do.
Can you point to her and describe an article of clothing that she's wearing?
She's wearing a sweater.
May the record reflect you to identify the defendant.
Yes, it may.
Thank you. I have nothing else.
Okay. Cross-examination?
May I inquire, Your Honor?
Yes, please.
Thank you. Good morning, sir.
Morning.
Before we get into the case, I'm looking at your glasses.
Mhm.
Are those glasses AI recording type glasses?
No,
Okay, so you're not recording anything right now?
absolutely not.
Let's go to June 30th at Kelsey Fitzsimmons' house. What time did you get there?
I think right around 6 or 5:30, 6 o'clock.
The upshot of that visit was that when you got there, you didn't secure the firearms, did you?
No, we didn't.
And you, collectively, meaning the three of you, you brought the guy getting the restraining order to the person he claims he's in fear of, correct?
I wasn't aware that Justin was en route. That was Lieutenant Daly when he made arrangements with Justin.
So you're saying that
Allen.
was, sorry, finish your answer.
Justin I. Allen.
That was that was not your part of this incident?
No, it wasn't.
And you're saying that, oh, sorry.
Excuse me one moment. One moment. I want the jury box to be empty, so I just want to have the gentleman move.
Thank you.
Sorry about that, sir. We'll make room for you. And just one second, Mr. Brado. All set, Mr. Brado. I'm sorry to interrupt you.
Thank you. So when did you become aware that Justin Elaine was coming to the house?
I wasn't aware.
Did you see him at all when you were there?
No.
You were aware that he came in and was walking around the house?
No.
You were not?
No.
You go upstairs with Kelsey and with Officer Houston, correct?
Yep.
Officer Houston leaves to see who's coming in downstairs?
There was an older woman that was causing a scene with Lieutenant Daly, and
The question was, did Houston go downstairs?
he did to mitigate what was going on downstairs, is what my belief was.
And you were with Kelsey when she had gone into her bedroom, correct?
Yes.
Then you went down the stairs to see what was going on.
No,
You took some steps down the stairs, didn't you?
I did not.
Your testimony is that you stayed on that landing?
Yes.
Okay. Isn't it true you left Kelsey alone in that room for a period of time?
No.
You're serving an order on someone who's your colleague, correct?
Correct.
It's fair to say that this restraining order service isn't exactly going by the book, is it?
And from my past experience, it is.
Well, the guns are floating around out there.
Actually, Kelsey had stated the guns were downstairs in the basement in the safe.
I didn't ask you what she stated, did I?
Continue.
Thank you. So the guns are still floating around. You're serving a colleague. The guy comes to the house who's got the order. It's fair to say this isn't exactly a garden variety service of a restraining order, is it?
That's inaccurate.
It's inaccurate?
Yes.
Okay. And this is just another day for you?
No, it's not.
So in fact, you were working, right?
Yes.
You get a call from Houston.
Yes.
He tells you what the plan is, correct?
Yes, he said that,
I didn't ask you what he said.
okay.
He told you what the plan is, correct?
No. He asked me to meet up with him.
He told you that Kelsey's ex-fiancé got a restraining order and that you had to serve it, get her firearms, and get the baby, didn't he?
Not on the phone, no.
And you said to Houston on the phone, whatever he said to you, your answer was, sounds good. Right?
No,
That's not what you said.
I don't remember what I said to him.
Okay. Well, that's what you told the grand jury, isn't it?
Objection.
Okay, overruled.
Misstating what he told the grand jury.
Well, you can restate during redirect.
We'll get to all that, Your Honor. We'll circle back
And I
on all
prefer
this.
that both sides show a witness what they're referring to when they're trying to.
I will, Your Honor.
Thank you.
I want to ask you some questions about your relationship with Kelsey.
Sure,
You said that you didn't know her well,
that's correct.
and you said that she was on maternity leave most of the time. Is that right?
Yeah, that's correct.
And you also said that you got along well with her, right?
For the time, I think we went to 1 or 2 calls together. Other than that, I worked a completely different shift. So we got along when we went to calls. Yes.
Did you get along well with her or not?
Yeah.
And did you think well of her?
I really didn't have an opinion. I didn't have a chance to really get to know her.
Well, do you know Maureen Teresi, your neighbor?
Maureen Teresi.
You gave her your opinion of Kelsey, didn't you?
I don't remember.
You called her a whack job, didn't you?
I don't recall.
I'm sorry, Mr. Bradley, I missed the question. Can you state
Sure.
that again?
So I asked him if he knew Miss Maureen Teresi, his neighbor,
Okay.
and I said that he gave his opinion of Kelsey to his neighbor, and
Okay.
then he called her a whack job. And then you can answer again, sir. What was your answer?
I don't recall.
You don't recall?
I don't.
Is it possible you called her a whack job to your neighbor?
It's possible.
So that's what you really think about Kelsey, isn't it, that she's a whack job?
After she tried to kill me.
And at the time, you went in there loaded for bear, didn't you?
No.
Well, let's see. You told the state police that the job was to section her, didn't you?
It was spoken about that if she reacts badly during the restraining order, she may have to get sectioned.
Well, that's what you said, that you had pre-planned that you were going to section her.
It wasn't
Job was to
pre-planned.
section her, isn't that what you said?
No, that's inaccurate.
So-
Hold on 1 second. Let me just go through some ground rules. You need to wait until the question's complete because we can't have 2 folks talking over one another.
Yes, sir.
All right. Thanks very much. Go ahead, Mr. Bradley.
And also you raised quite a lot of concerns about where Kelsey parked her car, correct?
Yes.
And you suggested at one point that you could box her in and take her into custody with respect to the car, right?
Yes.
So you were thinking that she was going to need to be sectioned, that she was a whack job, and that she needed to be boxed in and placed into custody, right?
Objection.
I'm asking what a state of mind, Your Honor.
He has testified that he thought she was a whack job before he went.
Overruled.
Those are all things that were in your mindset, weren't they?
No.
Well, you said them, right?
No, that's inaccurate.
Sectioning her,
It was brought up by my lieutenant that she may have to be sectioned
and you told the state police that part of the job was to section her.
if she were to be sectioned.
You didn't say that part to the state police, did you?
I don't recall.
Okay, well, we'll go over all this, don't worry.
Okay.
And so with respect to the car, you testified in such a manner that you're suggesting that there was some suspicion attached to that, right?
Can you rephrase?
Yeah, you're suspicious of the fact that she parked the car 150 yards away, you said.
Yes.
So your mindset is that she's evading something or she's up to something?
Well, in my training and experience, the distance of where she parked her car from her house and having a baby, and also her behavior in the past where her car was always parked in the driveway,
So you didn't know her very well.
I knew where she lived and I patrol the town, so I have to drive by her house.
So she parks in the school next to her house.
Yes.
What are you thinking she's going to do?
I don't know. I don't know what her mindset was.
So you're speculating about any suspicion that's attached to that parking job, right?
I was just suspicious about that.
So she's in the house. You
Yes.
know she's in the house.
No, I don't.
You go to the house. You knock on the door. Daly knocks on the door. She comes out like a regular mom,
Yes.
holding the baby, wearing sweats, hair's probably in a ponytail, opens the door,
Yes.
right? So at that point, do you let go of your suspicions about where she parked the car?
I was still curious as to why she parked her car over 150 yards away.
Well, you're looking at it through your own lens as an investigator. Isn't it possible that there's 100 other possibilities in her life that maybe she parked there for some other reason?
Could be. I don't know. Again, I don't know what her mindset was.
So you go in there and you are the only officer who has tactical gloves on when you go in there, correct?
They're neoprene gloves. Yes.
So you're ready for anything, right?
It's past practice with me after working in Lawrence for so long. I tend to glove up for sanitary reasons. I knew we were going to have to handle her firearms, so I didn't want to get any of my prints or anything on them.
But you said you took them off fairly quickly when you got in there.
Yes.
And at what point did you take them off?
Right before she handed me the baby.
So you hadn't yet touched the firearms and you took them off. So that plan about not getting your prints on the firearms didn't pan out, did it?
I didn't want to hold the baby with those gloves. They're pretty dirty.
And while we're talking about holding the baby, it's fair to say that Kelsey Fitzsimmons, with 3 cops standing there, had her baby, and she's the one that chose to give it to you. Isn't
Yes.
that right? You didn't ask for it. Daly didn't order her to give it to you. She, with whatever her mindset was, chose you to take her baby. Isn't that right?
That's correct.
And she chose you to take a bottle and feed her baby, right?
That's correct.
And then this is 5 minutes before you say she tries to murder you, right?
That's correct.
Now, you said that you felt that the baby couldn't be comfortable because you had your vest on. So it wasn't comfortable and you wanted to give the baby off to someone else, right?
That's correct.
Fair statement?
Yes.
Well, that's not what you said prior, is it?
Well, I like to have my hands free as well. I don't like my hands tied up.
That's what you said the last time, right? That when you spoke with the state police, that you didn't like having anything in your hands, and it was really a tactical reason why you gave the baby up, right?
No, it wasn't a tactical. I just didn't want to be holding the baby.
Isn't it tactical that you want to have your hands free to deal with anything you have to deal with at this?
I want to have my hands free on every call.
What's
that I
wrong
go
with the
to.
word tactical? Why isn't that tactical?
Can you rephrase that?
What's wrong with the word tactical?
There's nothing wrong with that.
So why doesn't it apply? Because I said it?
I'm sure it could apply.
I'll strike that, Your Honor. Why doesn't it apply?
I'm sure it could apply. Sure.
So for tactical reasons, you gave up the baby, but that's not what you said here at this trial, is it?
I don't recall what you. Can you rephrase that?
Well, here at the trial, you said that the baby couldn't have been comfortable and you wanted to give the baby off, right?
Yeah, that's correct.
And you didn't say anything about wanting to keep your hands free for tactical reasons, right?
It wasn't asked.
You were asked what happened repeatedly, and you had every opportunity to talk about it, didn't you?
Sure.
And you left it out.
Not on purpose.
We'll see.
Mr. Brado, comment like that isn't helpful, please.
Sorry, Your Honor, motion to strike.
You're moving to strike your own comment?
I am.
It's allowed. And that's very forthright of you.
Can I just have a moment?
Yeah, take your time.
I asked you something about your grand jury testimony that we alluded to. So your testimony here was that you didn't get the whole plan from Officer Houston on the phone, right?
Yeah, that's correct.
And my suggestion that your answer about the thing in sort of a matter-of-fact way was, okay, sounds good. And you disagree that you said that, right?
I don't disagree. I just don't recall.
You don't recall?
Yeah, what I said.
So isn't it true that you were asked, page 36, who did you get a call from? Officer Houston. And what was that call about? Was the next question. And your answer was, he had asked me if Lieutenant Daly reached out to me. I said no. Officer Houston said, hey, can you meet me at the CCC, which is a little grade school behind the Atkinson School. He said, we have to serve papers to Officer Kelsey. I said, okay, sounds good. And I drove over to that location and met up with him, right? And
Sure.
You knew those papers were a restraining order for Kelsey to give up the baby, give up her guns, lose her job,
I had
brought by her fiance, right?
I had no idea what was entailed in the restraining order at that time.
At what point did you learn the job here?
As far as the restraining order,
As far as this job you were going to do at Kelsey's house?
what job?
The restraining order service, taking the baby, finding the guns,
When I met up with
sectioning her,
Officer
boxing
Houston,
her in.
when I
putting
met
her
up
in
with
custody.
Officer Houston.
Don't talk when I'm talking, sir. Box. Sorry.
Hold on. Let's not argue back and forth and just ask your questions. If you just wait to answer until he's done. If you can restate, thank you.
Sure. So you asked me what the job was. So my suggestion is that the job is serving the restraining order, going to get the baby, finding the guns. You thought about boxing her in and taking her into custody. You thought about sectioning her. That job.
When I met up with Officer Houston behind the CCC.
And at that point, you knew what you were getting into, right?
After he explained what was going on, and we were pretty shocked.
In all of the statements you've made prior to being here yesterday and today, you've never said that you were pretty shocked about anything, have you?
I don't recall.
You weren't shocked. You were treating this like a video game, weren't you?
No.
Well, your first answer is, sounds good, like it's any other day, right?
As to meeting up with him behind the CCC. Yep, sounds good. I'll see you there.
Sounds good to meet up, okay. Let's talk about the bedroom and the shots that you fired. Here in court, you said that those shots were in rapid fire.
Rapid succession, yes.
And like a boom, boom?
Yes.
No, that's not what you said to the state police, though, is it?
That was 8 months ago, right around there. I don't recall. I said I shot twice, possibly.
You told the state police that you pulled the trigger. This is 1232 in audio. You told the police that you pulled the trigger once. You said the word once. And then you said, I kept giving commands. And then you said, I pulled the trigger again. That's a completely different scenario than 2 shots in rapid succession, isn't it?
As far as the time frame, I was trying to recall the event as best as possible. But, rapid succession, you pull the trigger, pull it again. Yes, I pulled it twice.
So that was July 3rd, right after this incident, wasn't it?
Yes, sir.
So it's fair to say that talking then it's right after the incident. Now you're here in court. Both of those propositions can't be true, can they?
I'm sorry, what?
The proposition, I'll rephrase it here. The proposition that you said here in court, that you made 2 shots in rapid succession,
Yes.
and what you said on July 3rd, 1 shot, giving some commands, another shot, both of those things can't be true, can they?
They can be true.
They can be true.
Yes.
So rapid succession, and then what? You talk really fast before the second shot?
Oh, I was given commands. Don't do it. Don't do it.
I'm asking you about this particular passage, this particular thing. Here you said you made 2 shots in rapid succession.
Yes.
You painted a different picture on July 3rd, didn't you?
No.
You shot, you gave commands, and then you shot again.
That's
How
true.
can that be rapid succession?
Because that's how it went in rapid succession.
You disagreed with me that it was a boom, boom.
Yes.
So where's the time for the commands between the shots?
As I'm yelling them.
Well, that's not what you said. You said you pulled the trigger once. I kept giving commands. I pulled the trigger again.
Yes.
So they're 2 different assertions, aren't they?
No.
You gave a statement on July 3rd to the state police, right? A recorded statement?
Yes.
You testified yesterday and today. What was your preparation like for this case? To come in here and testify?
I met up with Mr. Gubitosi, Attorney Gubitosi.
How many times?
I believe twice.
And when when were those meetings?
One was recently, I think last Thursday, and the one before, I can't remember.
And when did you start prepping your testimony?
On this past Thursday.
Well, you probably started prepping your testimony about 5 minutes after the shooting, didn't you?
No.
When was the first time you were questioned about what happened?
I think July 3rd.
So everyone left you alone until July 3rd?
Yes.
When you were upstairs with Kelsey, She kept giving you things and asking you to take them downstairs, didn't she?
That's correct.
And she did that with Houston as well, right?
Yes.
So it's fair to say that she was trying to get you away from her, right?
I don't know what her mindset was. I wasn't going to leave her alone.
Sure, let me ask you a better question. The effect of that would have been, if you took things downstairs, that you would have left her.
Yes, that's correct.
That's not consistent with her trying to kill you, is it? She's trying to get rid of you.
Overruled.
Can you ask that question again?
The fact that she's trying to remove you from the area where her gun is not consistent with her trying to kill you, is it?
At that point, no.
So let's get into the incident here. What do you say happened? You say that Kelsey went into her bedroom after being in the baby's room, correct?
Yes.
She, you don't go in the room, right?
No, I stayed at the very top of the stairs, right before the door frame.
So it's fair to say you're on the landing, the top of the stairs, looking into the room.
That's correct.
And the room's got a lot of furniture in it, a lot of things everywhere, right?
Yes.
So you say that Kelsey has a change in her demeanor, right?
Yes.
She starts to shake and get upset, shaking uncontrollably, you said, right?
Yes.
Then she lunges.
Yes.
She's on her knees.
She was, I believe, on her right knee.
You said that she pushed off her left leg and lunged, right?
Yes.
And at the time, you were 3 feet away from her,
Yes.
maybe less.
Maybe.
So can we agree that's arm's length?
She was a little further away than arm's length, I would say.
So arm's length if you reach over, maybe. How about
Yes.
that? And your testimony is that she lunges over and obtains a gun,
Yes.
right? And she assumes a certain stance.
Can you elaborate?
Well, you were there. What stance did she assume?
She pointed a gun at my face and pulled the trigger.
And yesterday, when you were being questioned, you assumed a two-handed stance to show that, didn't you?
That's correct.
And what do you call that kind of a stance?
I don't know.
Like a modified Weaver stance?
Yes.
So she assumes a modified Weaver stance. Can you stand up and show
Sorry, what
a
was
modified Weaver stance?
Weaver?
That's just what it's called.
Okay.
Can you demonstrate to us what a modified Weaver stance looks like?
Do you want me to stand up and show you? Sure.
So are you asking him just in general?
Just to show the stance in general first. Yes, Judge. Thank you.
So she grabs it, comes up, pulls the trigger.
That's not, I don't think that's what he was asking you, but
So just what's the modified Weaver stance? What is it?
Here.
And what, can you describe it? What are you doing when you do a modified Weaver stance?
Strong side. Strong side. All right. So if I'm a righty, this is my strong side. That's going to grab the pistol, and I use my support hand to support the weapon.
Are you righty?
I'm sorry?
Are you righty?
I am.
You can have a seat. Thank you.
Thanks.
And you're saying that Ms. Fitzsimmons had the gun in that kind of a stance?
Yes.
And how far was the gun away from your face?
It was right outside of arm's length.
So she's 3 feet away. She assumes the modified Weaver stance, so she's probably another foot or two towards you, right?
She stepped to the left. I don't know if she stepped towards me.
Well, your testimony was that she immediately lifted the gun to you and
Yes,
pulled the trigger and tried to shoot you right in the face.
yes,
So the gun didn't go off.
no,
And there she is with the gun there. The guns didn't go off, and you're within feet of her and the gun that didn't go off, right?
that's correct.
And you didn't just grab her, did you?
No, I was in complete shock. And then she started backpedaling immediately and trying to tap and rack that weapon.
Right. So your testimony is that Kelsey goes from a wounded bird shaking uncontrollably to a female movie action hero, doesn't she?
Those aren't my words.
That's your description of what happened, isn't it?
I didn't describe that either. in
So
those words.
she gets the gun. She tries to murder you in the face.
Yes,
5 minutes after she has her feed her baby,
yes,
she pulls the trigger. Nothing happens.
yes. It went click.
She stands up, right?
She was already standing.
So as she's standing, she shoots you. She tries to shoot you in the face.
Yes. And then she started to backpedal.
So first she backpedals, then she sidesteps. She tap racks again, right?
Yes.
So in all this time, this is like the longest tap rack in history, isn't it?
It's 4 seconds.
So she gets up, she sidestep first or backpedal first?
Backpedals.
So she backpedals first.
And then
How many
sidestep.
steps?
I would say maybe 4 or 5, and then maybe another 3, 4, 5 to her left, which is my right.
So she goes into action. She tapping the magazine and then racking the gun while she's moving around.
Yes, she's a well-trained police officer
Who's a whack job.
who tried to kill me.
So let's get the order straight. You said that she backpedals first.
Yes, after she pulled the trigger.
And nothing happens.
Yes,
And then she taps the magazine
yes.
and then racks the slide.
I believe her hand slipped off. That's when she went in, and I was giving her commands, don't do it. And she re-racked and started to bring her right arm up.
And then she does it again, right?
Yes,
And you actually have no idea whether she successfully racked it the first time or successfully racked it the second time, correct?
that's correct.
You don't know what happened.
No, I don't.
And so it takes a few seconds to take 4 or 5 or whatever steps back towards the air conditioner, right?
From beginning to end, once she pulled the gun on me and pulled the trigger, and by the time I shot her, it was right around 4 seconds total, if not 3.5. It was very fast.
So she goes from shaking uncontrollably, sad about her situation, crying, to being pretty nimble.
She wasn't crying.
She backpedals, you said, right?
That's correct.
Then she sidesteps
Yes,
to the air conditioner. And you had a look of panic on your face at that time, didn't you?
no,
You were flustered, weren't you?
no.
Well, you were in shock 5 minutes later, weren't you?
After the incident and my adrenaline dumped, yeah, I was in shock then.
So at the time, getting back to the incident, Kelsey's by the air conditioner. She's backpedaled, she's sidestepped, she tapped, she racked, she tapped, she racked, and then you shoot her.
Yes.
And you shot 2 shots. Where are we on the rapid succession? Which one do you want to go with? Rapid succession, or you shot, gave commands, and shot again? Which is it?
I was given commands and shooting at the same time.
Well, your prior testimony was that you shot, you pulled the trigger, gave commands, and you pulled the trigger again.
Yes.
So was it that, or was it boom, boom, rapid succession?
It all happened in 4 seconds or less.
So you're a very well-trained SWAT officer, yes?
Yes.
You're a firearms instructor.
No.
You're a patrol instructor, where you instruct
What's
other
a patrol?
officers on the job, right?
Field training officer.
Field training officer.
Yes.
Thank you. And you've been doing this for 25 years?
No.
20 years.
Right around there, yes.
Okay, so you've been doing this for 20 years. And one of your thought processes was that you wanted to give your training and experience back to the North Andover PD where you started, right?
Yes, and come back where I started.
And here, your first shot, you missed her from about 7 feet away.
I did. It was longer than 7 feet. It was at that point about 15 feet,
15 feet.
I would say.
Do you have any measurements on this?
No, but if you remove the bed and you were to walk diagonal from where I shot, it was probably around 15.
So the first shot you missed her and you hit the air conditioner. Is that right? Or
I
do you know?
didn't. I didn't know where it went.
And the fact is that we have only one spent projectile in this case, right?
I'm sorry.
We only have one spent projectile in this case, correct?
I don't know what state police collected.
You weren't curious as to any of the paperwork or anything that happened in the case?
I believe they told me that there was one on the bed and one on the floor, I think, but I don't know where that one projectile comes from.
Did you know that there was one in the curtain next to the air conditioner?
No.
Have you looked at any photos from this at all?
Some, yes.
You didn't know that?
Nope.
Yeah, first round?
Yes.
Just a photo.
Yes. You want some water?
Do you have some? Thank you, sir.
We'll get it for you.
Very good. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I show you for the record, exhibit 49, sir. See that?
Yes, that's the entrance to her bedroom.
And is that a fair and accurate depiction of kind of the stuff that was there at the time?
I didn't see any of that at the time because I was facing forward. That's a completely different angle.
Well, that's the area where you say that she lunged to, right?
There, yes, that would have been my left. Yep.
Now, at some point, there was a safe there, wasn't there? A green safe.
I have no idea what was there.
Didn't you speak with Officer Core at the scene?
Yes, I did.
And Officer Core, you said that you ordered him to do something. You remember that?
I did.
You ordered him to take the gun and get it out of there?
Secure it.
And what were you doing at the time you ordered him to do that?
Rendering aid to Kelsey Fitzsimmons.
So you're over by the bed. He would have had to go in that area to get the firearm and secure it, right?
So I placed the firearm. You can't see the right side of the door frame. So if you were to walk into that bedroom and look right, there's some sort of I don't know, nightstand or something. I put the weapon right there.
I'll show you Exhibit 75. Is this the?
Oh, it's the white. Yes, that's it.
Is that where you put the firearm?
On top of that.
Now let's
I'm
just
sorry,
go.
that's exhibit what?
75, Your Honor.
Thank you.
So let's talk about who touched the firearm. So Daly picks up the firearm, right?
Yes,
And the firearm was under Kelsey's leg, correct?
I don't know where it was. I was covering down. I know he flipped her over and found the weapon. I don't recall where it was.
Okay. You heard, strike that. So your testimony is that Kelsey's racking the gun, sidestepping, backpedaling, tap rack, and at some point she points the gun at you, right?
Her arm started to come up towards me.
Okay. So it's fair to say that she's back again, like we said earlier. She's starting to do this, right?
No Weaver stance.
Okay. So one hand.
It was.
Is that the FBI crouch? What do you call that? Is that
A one-handed.
it's not called the FBI crouch?
I've never heard that term.
Okay. So she starts to point the gun at you. So we agree then that the gun is out in front of her, right?
It was in the upward position. It was coming up towards me. When I fired my second round, I saw her kind of buckle and she lowered her weapon and I stopped shooting and then she went to the ground.
You hit her in the chest.
Mhm.
She goes flying back and lands on her back, right?
She didn't go flying back.
She landed on her back, correct?
She went down to the ground. I don't know which way she went. I think she crouched over.
Well, you knew she was on her back, didn't you?
I don't remember. As far as that goes, that's kind of a blur.
So the idea that she's got the gun out in front of her, she falls on her back. If the gun's underneath her, is this some sort of a magic gun?
I don't know where you're getting at.
Doesn't it make sense that if the gun is out here and she receives a force of a 9mm bullet pushing her back this way, how does the gun get all the way behind her and under her leg?
I have no idea. It's the way she fell.
So back to the notion of who touches the gun. Daly picks up the gun, right?
Yes.
Daly puts it on the bed, correct?
Yes.
And you don't like that.
I don't. It's too close to her.
Well, she's sitting there with a gunshot wound to her chest with you there and Daly there. Isn't that fair to say?
Yes.
So you touch the gun, right?
I do.
And then you move it to the white bookshelf.
Yes.
And then Core arrives. And
Yes.
then you tell Core to grab the gun and secure it. Right?
I do.
And then Core has it. Does he take it into the hallway?
Maybe. I remember just focusing my attention on Kelsey.
Sure, understandable. So you're focusing on Kelsey and you're giving her first aid.
Yes. Well, Lieutenant Daly was starting to work on her.
Well, is it fair to say that at first you still had your gun on her, but then you helped with the first aid?
Yes. Afterwards.
So that was your primary focus, was once you felt that she was not a threat to you on your testimony, you started to assist with the first aid, right?
Yes.
And you and Daly are rendering first aid, and then Core comes, right?
Yes. Yes.
And you say, get that out of here, secure the gun.
Yep. Make it safe.
Okay, so it's fair to say that Core does that, but your attention is not on what he's doing, it's on rendering first aid, right?
That's correct.
So you don't have any knowledge or observation of what Core did with the firearm, right?
No.
At some point, are you aware that Core takes the green safe and the firearm out into the hallway?
I didn't see him do any of that.
show you Exhibit 51. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
So Exhibit 51 is the left side of the door frame where you say that Kelsey lunged, right?
That's correct.
Is that how it looked when she lunged over there?
I didn't see that when I was in the hallway.
Do you know anything about that shoebox with the orange lining?
I have no idea.
Do you remember seeing that chest with the brown leather trim on it?
I thought it was an end table when I walked out of the room.
Do you think that the gun came from any of those areas there?
With how quick she grabbed it, I think it came from that box, but I don't know.
Exhibit 36. That's a picture of the stairway, right?
Yes.
It's pretty narrow.
Yes.
And you went up to the top and you were at that landing, right?
That's correct.
You never entered Kelsey's room?
No.
So you said that you were shocked that Kelsey was quickly grabbing a gun and putting it in your face?
Yeah, absolutely.
And you that she'd gotten the drop on you, right?
Yes.
And at that point, you feared for your life, you say, right?
Absolutely.
And you panicked and you shot her.
No.
Well, you missed her from just a few feet away.
It's hard to shoot a moving target or anything moving.
Are you aware of the Post Commission?
Yes.
And you know that the Post Commission has issued regulations that are in the Code of Massachusetts Regulations?
Yes.
And you know that it's prohibited to use deadly force on a person who is exhibiting a danger only to themselves.
Absolutely.
And you knew that on June 30th, 2025, didn't you?
I've known that since I graduated the police academy in 2006 or even before.
Right. And you went in there thinking that Kelsey was dangerous and had guns and you might get into it, right?
That's inaccurate.
And that's why you had your gloves on, isn't it?
No.
You were ready to get wet.
No.
I'm sorry, ready to get what?
Get wet, Your Honor. And that's when you had to adjust the narrative, isn't that true?
No.
So you're going to maintain that you got into a gunfight with somebody who was your colleague, right?
Yes.
Who had just given you her baby to feed 5 minutes earlier.
Yes.
Of her own volition.
Yes.
She developed some sort of a homicidal animus towards you for what Justin Elaine just did to her, right?
I don't think it was unbeknownst to me. I didn't know Justin was in the house. I think I was standing in her way for her to get downstairs and kill Justin.
I assume this is in hindsight.
Hindsight, yeah.
If you just have one
Yeah,
moment, please, Your Honor.
Take your time.
Did you have a taser?
I did.
Did you think maybe to use the taser when she pulled the trigger and the gun didn't go off?
No. You meet deadly force with deadly force.
She's 3 feet away from you?
Yes.
Could have just grabbed her, couldn't you?
No.
And if there was deadly force, you wouldn't have stopped at 2 shots, would you? You would empty that magazine right into her.
I stopped when she stopped. And that's what I'm trying to do. Stop the threat, not empty a mag.
What were some of the things that she asked you to bring downstairs?
I think there was a basket of books, and I believe some clothes. I think she put him in a car seat.
What did you say to her when she asked you to bring him downstairs?
I said, we'll deal with that later, and I put him down.
What was her reaction?
She just kept packing stuff.
So you said that you were, you started your career in the North Andover Police Department, correct?
That's correct.
And you left for the Lawrence Police Department in what year?
2011.
And then you were on the SWAT team from 2019 to 2024, correct?
That's correct.
And that you left North Andover to get a faster pace, right? What do you mean by a faster pace?
Busier. Are you talking about when I left North Andover to go to Lawrence, or?
Yes.
A busier atmosphere.
More action.
More calls for service.
More what, I'm sorry?
Calls for service.
Calls for service.
I wanted more experience.
And you were there for how long?
In Lawrence?
Yeah.
From 2011 to 2024.
2024, you go back to North Andover, correct?
Yes.
And you said that you wanted to bring your training and experience back to where it all started, right?
Yes.
Meaning you wanted to offer officers at North Andover the benefit of your training and experience, correct?
Correct.
You said that you only have 10 years left, getting older, a slower pace is what's needed, right?
Yes.
So is it fair to say that the stress of a busy urban department was getting to you?
No.
Well, you did tell Kelsey that you had PTSD, didn't you?
Absolutely not.
So slower pace, and you just wanted to grace the department with your training and experience, correct?
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes.
Judge, I told counsel that I would ask for a sidebar before the next topic.
Sure. Let's go to second.
All right, we do have some room, so we are gonna try and see where we are. See if they come back. Here we go.
As I stated at sidebar, we should discuss in open court what was raised at sidebar, which we will do outside of Officer Noonan's presence. So we're going to take a break so that Officer Noonan can stand down. In the meantime, I want to direct this to the folks, the audience members. In case you weren't here yesterday, you should know there should be no recording, audio, video, photographs by anyone at all other than our couple of media representatives that have expressed permission, okay? If you are caught doing so, you will be removed from this courtroom and the courthouse and told not to come back, okay? Do we understand each other? Thank you. We'll take a break.
All rise.
All right, while they are at recess for their 15-20 minute break, we are going to head over to the Judy Church trial, and we will run this for you guys. Let's get you guys into court.
Good morning, we're back on the record with you.
Good morning to all. Good morning, Your Honor. I first want to take up the issue that we left undecided at the end of the court day yesterday, which is the text messages that were written by Ms. Church to Mr. Fowler's phone. The ones at issue begin at 11:06 a.m. on November 11, 2022, after Mr. Fowler had been taken by ambulance to AntiFreeze Hospital. If I've gone through the texts, I see that they continue up until the evening of November 13th, 2022. So they were all written at a time when Mr. Fowler went from AntiFreeze Hospital to Mount Auburn and finally to Beth Israel. To my understanding, Mr. Fowler was in the ICU unit of all three hospitals for most of the time frame in which the texts were written. Having reviewed the texts carefully, and there are quite a few of them, I do not find them admissible. And they're not all alike. There are a number of differences between the texts. A number of them are somewhat inscrutable. That is, you can't really understand what they're saying. For example, there's a text, quote, "Now he's had an hour and 20 minutes to get his own spin on my truth." I don't know how anybody would know what that means. Some may be understandable, but they have no apparent relevance to my eye. For example, Ms. Church saying she needed to leave to check on the dog, but she had to wait 20 minutes because her keys were in Mr. Fowler's room. Or there's a number of texts expressing her animosity towards Leroy III, or describing a telephone call she received from some woman named Susan Sylvester. I don't find any relevance to those texts. There are a number of texts that express concern and love for Mr. Fowler, including in one a statement that Ms. Church is willing him to live. But the relevance of that particular species of texts depends on accepting the truth of the expressed sentiments. So they are hearsay. As the case law makes clear, if statements are inextricably intertwined with the truth of the matters asserted in them, they are not admissible. They are still hearsay. And so those texts expressing love and affection, desire that Mr. Fowler survive and the like, cannot come in as state of mind statements, because they only have relevance as state of mind statements if one accepts the truth of the sentiments being expressed. Finally, there are quite a few texts that essentially recite things that Ms. Church has done, such as calling or texting Tammy Carbone or Leroy III. Some of those texts recite what she's actually said or texted to them. I find these two are hearsay, and they're not admissible as state of mind statements, and I don't see any of them having any bearing on a Bowden defense. So my ruling is that those texts are not admissible. Rights preserved, Mr. Scully?
Yes, just the same argument that we made yesterday,
Yes.
Judge, and note my objection.
I do.
What I would like to do at this point, if it makes sense, is separate that section of text from the others and ask that they be marked for identification.
By all means.
And then if it makes sense, since the others are coming in, we could pre-mark those for an exhibit when we get to that. If now's the right time, I'm happy to do that.
Well, yeah, on these, you're going to be offering these through the testimony of Trooper Williams, correct?
Yes, and my plan is to discuss them generally, kind of focusing on the 10th, which was the night, the 11th, which is the morning, pursuant to what the court had actually suggested. What we really want to show is a steady stream of communication and an overall content without going into the nitty-gritty of it all, so to speak. So
well,
they will text kind of every hour.
Yeah.
And I think it's important to show that steady contact until the last one.
Well, to approach it in whatever manner you wish to approach it. I wanted to just make sure that, as I explained yesterday, sufficient thought to the potential downside had been given. I have every confidence that it has. You explained fully and understandably why you want the texts themselves in, and that's fine. Why don't you? We'll just mark those texts when the trooper's on the stand during cross-examination. You can just say you've seen and reviewed texts that were obtained from the phone, and here they are, and we'll have them introduced at that point. I know we have our jurors. They came in early despite me telling them that they could wait a little bit. Anything else we need to discuss before we bring them in and proceed with the trooper's testimony?
We do have one issue, just a technical issue. Mr. Scully had his technical person do the edits on the interview.
Okay.
And for whatever reason, I believe both parties are still waiting for that the newest and final thing to download, because it just takes time. At
what point in your examination would that occur?
Not right at the beginning, but probably within the first 15 or 20 minutes or so. I can change it around so that we can wait. Obviously, I don't want to waste time, but I just want the court to be aware that
we're still waiting for that to be completed.
Yeah.
So there were a couple things. There was some statements that Ms. Church made post invocation that needed to come out. We agreed to it. He was able to get to it this morning, but the format that it's on, we can't download it from our office because of the firewall. So I need to download from a hotspot. So I sent it to our IT people to see if they could download it quicker. I think they're having the same issue on the court Wi-Fi. It's just slow.
Okay.
So I just don't know how long it will take. We have it. It's just downloading from that.
And just so the court gets a sense, so we probably had 4 or 5 versions of this, starting with significant disagreements and getting to the point where now, draft goes over, draft comes back, we can download it, watch it, re-edit it. And we've arrived as of 3 a.m. this morning with a video that we think we like. We all like, and now we just got to get it downloaded onto a thumb drive and played.
Who was dealing with this at 3 a.m.?
That was me, Judge.
Well, I appreciate the efforts of all counsel, because you had only 2 disputes to bring to my attention. And so to me, that's really good work by counsel in trying to work these things out among yourselves. So I appreciate it. And I especially appreciate, Mr. Scully, if you were at this at 3 a.m. I assure you I wouldn't have been. So I appreciate it.
I wasn't either, Judge.
All right.
So if we could just have 5 minutes just to
That's
sort of
fine.
check on that, and we have a couple of things we want to make sure we print and get ready.
All right. So we'll give you that time. Let us know when you think you're ready to go. Even if it's not ready, maybe we can give a start. If you can move on to other things while it happens, maybe we can make use of that time. Oh, we haven't done it. Well, yeah, actually, you can. Mark it. Mr. Scully is going to give you the text that I've just excluded that all start on a certain page, and we're gonna. You have to still print those out, correct, Mr. Scully?
I thought we were going to use your copy. Is that not usable? My copy's a
It
little
may be.
blurry.
What I did is I made notes for myself. I'll tell you what, we can use my copy. I used a pencil. I just have to erase my notes and thoughts on each of the
Okay.
texts, and I'll do that.
My copy's just a little blurry. It's
That's fine.
color, but it's not as clear as yours.
And Judge, with respect, I had given the court my copy of interview number 2 yesterday. I don't know if the court needed to make any marks on that or anything, or if I could just have that back, because I didn't ever get a chance to print out another copy. If the court needs it, I'll make another copy. If not,
I don't think so. Was this marked as M?
Yes.
Okay.
I have to run downstairs and print something. I can photocopy that and then leave M in evidence and just take a copy of that if it works.
That's fine. So we'll get that back to you, but we'll keep one copy because
great.
it has been marked for identification.
Thank you.
And I will erase those scribblings on the post-hospitalization texts, and I'll provide those to Ms. Draper for marking for our next item of identification, which I think is N.
That's correct, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Norkunis, Ms. Draper probably talked to you about why I didn't endorse that third motion for.
I didn't have an opportunity.
Oh, you didn't?
No.
Okay. Well, why don't you just come up? This is an ex parte funds thing. Why don't you just come up and I'll. I don't know how you put up with the gateway. All right.
That's good. Yeah, it's going to be whoever.
What was that me?
Morning, yours. Thank you for your patience. I know that I told you you'd come a little late, but I was also told that all 16 of you were here pretty early on, so you've been waiting for a while. We actually ended up staying in session yesterday till just about 4:30, working through some of those issues I told you we needed to discuss. Today we dealt with at least one other, and then there's been some technical issues that council were trying to iron out before we could bring you into the courtroom. I think they've now all been resolved. So here we are, ready to go again. Since we saw each other yesterday afternoon, has any member of the jury discussed the substance of this case with anyone, including among yourselves? No. Since we last saw each other, has any member of the jury seen, read, heard, or overheard anything from any outside source about any aspect of this case? Very good. We are continuing with the presentation of the Commonwealth's case. The prosecutors may call their next witness.
Lewis Williams.
Sir, if you'd raise your right hand for me, please. Do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the cause now in hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you. You may be seated.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir. In a nice loud voice, could you introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name?
Good morning. My name is Lewis Williams, Williams.
And sir, what do you do for work?
I'm employed with the Massachusetts State Police.
And are you a trooper?
I'm a sergeant.
Okay, well, sorry, you're assigned to this. You're an officer.
Yes.
All right. Current rank is sergeant.
Yes.
When did you get promoted, sir?
November, I believe, last year.
November
So 2025.
Okay. Prior to November 2025, what was your assignment, sir?
So I was a trooper. I was assigned to the Essex County State Police Detective Unit. I was assigned to homicide investigations.
All right. What is your current assignment, sir?
I'm assigned to the State Police Critical Incident Technical Investigations Team. It's the city team. I'm also assigned to the FBI Violent Crimes Task Force.
All right. So I'm going to ask you if you just briefly, sir, as a member of the State Police Detective Unit in Essex County, how long were you a member of that unit?
Almost 5 years.
Okay. And as a member of that unit, sir, what were your duties and responsibilities?
So I primarily did death investigations. We would do unattended deaths, which could be medicals, suicides, accidental deaths, decompositions, and then we would do suspicious deaths as well.
Okay. And over the course of those 5 years, how many of those death investigations did you participate in?
Approximately 275.
And that would include all of the homicides, the suicides, the accidents, the unknowns.
Yes.
And generally, sir, when you were doing these investigations, were you working with other troopers or other law enforcement officers?
Yes.
And how did that generally work?
So typically whenever a death comes in, we get assigned to the local police. They'll call it in. So they have a detective. We meet up with the detective. And then we also, for any scenes we go to, we have crime scene services for the state police. So we have a trooper assigned to them and they deal with like the digital photography. So for all deaths, from an investigative standpoint, there's typically 3 of us on scene at a minimum. And then typically the local police will have like a patrol officer on scene as well.
And would you have supervisors who you would work with on these cases?
Yes. So we had an on-call schedule. The troopers were on call. You had a 24-hour block. Supervisors are on call for the entire week. So they supervise any calls that come in.
That would be a sergeant or a lieutenant or a captain, also assigned
Yes.
to the state police.
That's
Detective
correct.
Unit? All right. Now, sir, I want to take you back to November 12th of 2022 specifically. Did you become involved in an investigation into a death in Salisbury on that day?
Yes.
Okay. I should say, at the time that you actually got involved, was it a death?
No, the person was in the hospital in serious condition.
And when you got the phone call, what did that there was this investigation that was going to be started and it was going to be your assignment? What did you do, sir?
I went up to Salisbury and I met with Detective Verney, and Trooper John Lannon also came as well.
Okay. And did you have any information regarding what you were investigating at that point in time?
Yes.
Okay. You had spoken to Detective Verney about information that Salisbury PD was in possession of, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Had you spoken to anybody else at that point in time when you sort of were driving up there and meeting with Detective Verney about information that they had?
No, the only my supervisor, he knew what was going on. And that was really it.
Okay. At some point, did you decide to talk to more people who might have information relevant to the investigation?
Yes.
Okay. And who were those people?
So we spoke to, the first person would be at the police station. We spoke to Dr. Vaz. He had told us about his concerns that he had on some of the blood tests and possible ethylene glycol poisoning.
All right. And Dr. Vaz was one of the doctors who worked at Mount Auburn, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And so having this information from so did the information that Detective Verney gave you include the fact that there had been a 911 call the day before at Mr. Leroy Fowler and Judy Church's home in Salisbury?
Yes.
Did you get a chance to listen to the 911 call?
Yes.
And did you get a chance to review the body cam footage from Lieutenant Delaria of the Salisbury Police Department who responded to that call?
Yes.
Now, armed with that particular information, sir, what was the next thing that you decided to do?
So on all death investigations, the first person you typically want to talk to is the reporting party, and as well as like the last known contact. In this case, Judy Church was the reporting party, and she was the last known contact with not the deceased; he was still alive, but the Leroy Fowler. So we went to try to speak to her first.
Okay, and so the jury's already had the opportunity to watch the body cam interview of Miss Church on November 12th, 2022. You were present for that interview, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And Detective Verney was actually wearing the body cam, so you can actually be seen in that video, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, just a couple questions, sir, about that that interview. At one point in the interview, Miss Church said to you that he, referring to Leroy, went away a lot. What did you understand that to mean at the time she told it to you?
When she was saying like he went away, because narcotics have been brought up, so I wasn't sure if like she was talking about, like, to put it bluntly, kind of like going on like a bender. Like he would go away and like use drugs or alcohol. Like I didn't really know much about who Leroy Fowler was at that time, so I figured he was just like going away to be on a bender, to be honest.
As you learned more about the investigation and had the opportunity to speak to Miss Church again, what did you come to understand she was talking about at that point in time?
So I did not know about the Barbara aspect and the other girlfriend, and then I realized that what she was referring to was when he goes away, like he goes to another woman's house.
And at some point during that interview, did she become particularly agitated?
Objection.
Which interview are you talking about?
First one, Judge.
Judge, could we be seen in sidebar briefly?
Yes.
About how long did you stay and talk to Miss Church?
First interview?
First interview.
Probably like 45 minutes, 30 minutes, something like that.
All right. Did she draw your attention to a particular crawl space under the house?
Yes.
Did you take a look in there at her suggestion?
Yes.
All right. Did you notice anything in there that looked like it was problematic or could be relevant to the investigation?
No.
Now, after you completed your interview of Miss Church, did you speak to some other individuals?
Yes.
All right. And who were those individuals that you spoke to next?
It was Leroy Fowler's family members.
All right. So Leroy the Third.
Yep.
Michael Hawkins.
Yep. Billy Eden, Tammy.
Billy Eaton and Tammy Carbone.
Yes.
Okay. And during the course, so this was all on November 12th, correct?
Yes.
All right. Now, were you getting any updates from the hospital periodically during the course of this day, or was that the conversation with Dr. Vaz the only one you had that on that day?
That's the only one I remember that day. Yeah.
Okay. Now, late on the 13th, so that would be Sunday, did you learn that at about 7:30 that evening, Mr. Fowler had been taken off life support?
Yes.
And that he died around 9:30 or so that evening?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, into the 14th now, did you decide to do a couple of things to further the investigation at this point?
Yes. 14th being Monday, right?
14th being Monday,
Okay.
yes.
Yep.
So what were the sort of the two main things that you had decided to do as of the 14th?
I drafted a search warrant, got it signed. We went, executed the search warrant, and also asked Judy to come for a second interview at the Salisbury Police Station.
All right. Now, did you actually conduct the search warrant, the search, or did that take place at the same time that Ms. Church was speaking to you down at the police station?
Yeah, they were simultaneous.
Okay. So you were not there for most of the search?
That's correct.
Okay. Did you brief the officers who did conduct the search about, the nature of the, did you guys have a conversation beforehand about the nature of the search, nature of the case?
Yes, we all met at Salisbury Police Station. They have a little conference room off the main lobby. And it's pretty typical. You just will go over the addendum on the search warrant, what you're looking for, and give them a background on the case. And then they start the search after that.
Okay. And the search warrant tells you what you're allowed to take and what you're not, essentially.
Yeah, you have a list in Addendum A that'll tell you specifically what you can take. All
right. Now, in connection with the interview of Miss Church, did you also have a search warrant to take her phone as part of the search?
Yep, that was in the same search warrant. It was in Addendum A for her cell phone.
Okay. And she actually, she was physically in possession of that, and you took it from her?
Yes.
Okay. Now, as part of your training, have you been trained to use a couple of programs that have been testified to about earlier, one being Cellbrite and one being Gray Key?
Yes.
Okay. And what do you understand those two programs to do?
So they both do similar things. They do forensic extractions of cell phones. They can do computers and things like that too. But for what we mostly do is cell phones. So they'll extract the file system, which can then be uploaded into Cellbrite Physical Analyzer. And then you can analyze the documents, and then you can produce a reader report as well. And it just essentially memorializes all the data that's within the phone into a readable format.
Okay. And the search of the home, were there limitations placed on what you were allowed to search for on Miss Church's phone?
Oh, for the search of the phone, yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay. And so the search of the phone for text messages or other messages was limited to November 8th to November 14th. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you were allowed to do a keyword search through the phone for particular words that may have been relevant to the case. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And just and it's probably obvious, but just so it's clear, when you do a keyword search, sir, what does that mean?
So you're searching the entire phone for that word. So just say it was football. You would be searching the word football. Does this pop up anywhere within this phone? So there wasn't necessarily a timeline associated with keyword searches. For the November 8th through 14th was all those messages we were allowed to see.
Okay. Now, let's start with a couple of photos, sir. You did take a look at the photos that were contained on Miss Church's phone. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. And were there any photos that were taken that were taken during the time frame in that November 8th to November 14th period that caught your eye and that you ended up sort of flagging for further investigation or as part of your investigation?
Yes.
Okay. It's just the metadata associated, so they're all of the front pages, the metadata with the thumbnail, and then the back is the actual.
Yeah.
May I approach, John?
Yes, you may.
Thank you. Sir, hand you a two-page items and ask you to take a look at that. Did you recognize what's those 2 pages?
Yes.
And what do you recognize that to be?
It's a picture of Mr. Fowler in the hospital bed. He appears somewhat, sedated. He has wrapped birthday presents placed on his body and a cupcake placed on his chest.
Your Honor, enough of this is that, and this photograph was taken on 11/11/2022, is that correct?
Yes.
Your Honor, enough of this is the next exhibit.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
Next exhibit.
Is it 37, so moved?
And just so everyone's clear, Sergeant, this two-page document, the front page contains sort of the metadata associated with the photograph, the phone that was used, the time,
Yes.
all that sort of thing. And then the second page is the actual photograph.
Yes.
All right. And as I said earlier, this was found on Miss Church's phone.
Yes.
What's the date? So how is that inside the search warrant?
That wasn't, we got the second search warrant. Hand me another one, sir. And what do you recognize that to be, sir?
So this is a photo of a glass with an orange liquid in it and a cup holder that appears to be next to where Mr. Fowler's bed is in the residence. It was taken on August 26, 2022.
And again, this was found in the photo library of Ms. Church's phone.
Yes.
Offer this as the next exhibit.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
Next exhibit.
Exhibit 38, so moved?
It's a little blurry, unfortunately, on this screen, but we'll do an auto. Now, in addition to those two photographs that I showed you, sir, were there a number of photographs that you found on the phone that were all photographs of Mr. Fowler and Miss Barbara Randall?
Yes.
And so I'm going to hand you four different two-page documents. And just ask you to take a quick look through those four. Did you recognize those, sir?
Yes.
And what do you recognize those four photographs to be?
These are photos of Mr. Fowler with Barbara.
On various dates, is that fair?
Yeah, so do you want me to just go through them or?
Yeah, well, let me,
Okay.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd ask that these be next, marked as the next four exhibits.
Any objection, Mr. Scully?
I have no objection, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, exhibits 39 to 42.
Which one do you have? And Trooper, excuse me, Sergeant, I apologize. It's fine. Hard to remember sometimes. I knew you as a trooper for so long.
Yeah.
What were the dates associated with each of those particular exhibits there?
Okay, so this first one looks like it's a screenshot of a video, and it appears to be like Leroy Fowler down on one knee in front of Barbara while she's sitting in a chair. That one's on July 12th, 2022.
What number is that? I'm sorry.
So what number is that?
Oh, number 40.
Thank you.
Yep. The next one is number 39. That is a photo of Leroy and Barbara sitting in like a park chair with like a small child in the middle, like smiling for a photo. That is August 8th of 2020. This one appears to be actually
What number, sir?
it's number 41. It appears to be a duplicate of the one I just said. It's Leroy and Barbara again in a chair with a small child in a park from August 8th, 2020. Yep, August 8th, 2020. And then the next one is number 42. This is appears to be a screenshot of Leroy and Barbara just like smiling to the camera. That's on August 4th, 2020.
So we're just going to show you on the monitor, sir, what has been, and show the jury what was marked as Exhibit 40. And that appears to be a screenshot of what appears it to be actually a video file, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And this is just the screenshot, though, not the actual video file itself.
Yes.
And these were all found on Miss Church's phone, correct?
Yes.
Okay. No. Okay.
Can this screen be put on? Is there a button? Where's the button?
Need a second, Judge, just to get your screen working?
This one's not, so
Okay.
it's harder for me to see the other one. So Ms. Draper's going to fix me up. No worries. I won't delay anything. Thank you. I'll just see it from here.
I can also hand it up if the court would like to see the
Not
exhibit.
necessary.
Okay.
I'll troubleshoot it.
Oh, yes, thank you. That is better.
Sir, I'm going to hand you now three separate documents and just ask you to take a look at those and let me know if you recognize what's depicted in those three documents, sir.
Yes, these are notes from Ms. Church's phone.
All right, so those were found, so she was using she had an iPhone, correct?
Yes.
All right, and on the iPhone, there is an app that comes with the phone called Notes. Is that correct?
Yes.
And Ms. Church, found on her phone were a number of notes in that note section, correct?
Yes.
And these are three of the ones that you found during the download of the phone.
Yes.
Your Honor, after these is the next three exhibits.
They may be admitted. Mr. Scully?
No objection. Thank you, Your Honor.
It's 23 through 45.
Now, that, two of these documents, Exhibit 45 has a date of May 2019, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and Exhibit 43 has a date of May 2021, correct?
Yes.
All right, and then finally, Exhibit 44, just for whatever reason, the download did not find it. There's no date associated with that particular download, correct?
Yes.
It would be. I'm going to hand you the document that's now been marked as Exhibit 43.
Mhm.
That's the shortest of the three notes. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And I'm just going to ask you to read that one out loud, sir.
Okay. Hey, hello. Listen, read carefully. I never want to see your cunt scratched, cunt gouged, cunt sliced, cunt bashed, cunt loving face ever again. With that said, let me know when you want to get your shit and get the fuck out of 108 in Massachusetts and my life. I will disappear so that my wish to never see you again happens. Take everything that is yours, including Springer, not Salt. What you leave behind, I will consider abandoned. I will get rid of it with pleasure. And don't make this a reflection on you. It's on me. Happy to be the bad guy so long as you're gone. You mean as much to me as I do to you. Can you be an adult? Probably not so. I want to be as far away from your anger and vile words as possible. Let's just do it. Over and done. Thanks for the memories. And if you're wondering, I'm dead serious. Just tell me when. I'll make myself scarce so you can take your shit and fade away. Oh, and thanks for that special gift and money you said you'd give me. I mean, it's not like I ever thought I deserved so much from you. Nah. Spoil that abusive cunt. That twat deserves it. And P.S. Please put my wheel back on bike. Take all yours. Again, you are wonderful. I suck. So just go and say in hey, hello, be happy.
Thank you. And I neglected to give you one more of those messages, sir. Just ask you to take a look at that and just ask if you recognize that one.
I do.
All right. And is that another message or another note that was found in the notes section of your church's iPhone?
Yes.
And that one also undated?
Yes.
All right. All right. After this is the next exhibit.
Mr. Scully?
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit 46.
Court's permission, I've asked that you read that one as well.
This is Exhibit 46.
Thank you.
If you see those two cunts that live in the cottage, tell them I have words. You'll recognize those two cunts because you're with one. I guessed it all, didn't I? You're just here and dragged me along to buy gas because you don't want to be with me in, it says FL, but Florida. Like that morning in Florida, you baited me with that cunt on the phone to say out loud that you didn't want to be there. And when we left so abruptly is exactly what I said. That as soon as we got home, you'd leave, and you did just that, even though you promised otherwise. If you don't want to go back to Florida, just say so. If you and I are done, just say so. I'm not going to fork over another penny for you to fuck me over ever again, because I know you'll just still drag that skank bitch back with us. You keep complaining about the cold and that you want to go home. I want to be in Florida. You only want to be in Florida or anywhere else with my money. Obviously, I am not the one you want to be with because you fucked me over today too.
Thank you. Just so the record's clear, that was exhibit 46, correct?
Yes.
Judge, could we be seen in sidebar?
Yes. And subject to our discussion at sidebar and with all rights preserved, I will admit it.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Exhibit 47,
I'm just reading from the text message exchange. On September 9th, 2022, Ms. Church wrote to the recipient of the message, Scorpio to the world. The exchange continued on, and on that same date, at about 10:26 p.m., she wrote, I wish I could actually sting and poison someone to the death, with death all in capital letters, and an exclamation point. Got one picked out if that's the case, exclamation point. Is that fair and accurate reading of that document?
Yes.
I'll just ask if we can mark it separately. Judge, I know we started at like 10 today, so I don't know what time the court's going to take the break. I was going to get into the video now, and it might be useful to play some of it, take a break, and then play the rest of it, because otherwise it's a long video.
All right, we can start it.
Okay. All right. Now, sir, I'm sorry. What? Yeah. You mentioned at the beginning of your testimony that you, at the same time the search warrant was going on, you interviewed Ms. Church back at the Salisbury Police Department, correct?
Yes.
And that interview was recorded on body cam?
Yes.
All right. And that was you and Detective Verney conducting the interview of Ms. Church?
Yes.
And, when you spoke to her to sort of ask her to come down to the police station, did you have any difficulty understanding her?
No.
She didn't appear to be under the influence of any
Oh,
drugs
no.
or alcohol?
No.
Okay. And it was at the beginning of that interview that you took the phone from her that we've been discussing in some of the previous exhibits. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right, Your Honor, we have the thumb drive with the video actually plugged into the computer. So I would just offer that as the next exhibit, and we can perhaps put the tag on the thumb drive when when it's convenient for the court and the clerk.
All right, that's fine. We'll get the next number, which is 48. It will be Exhibit 48,
Thank you.
the thumb drive.
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Just, same as yesterday, body cams were recorded. I'll probably end up just propping it here. It's easier than wearing it and get in the way.
Okay. I'm scared.
Nothing to be scared about. Like you said. No, you're absolutely not under arrest, okay?
At least it's someone else.
No, that's fine. These things are kind of finicky. So.
You have a bottle of water?
I do, yeah, hang on one second.
Thank you.
Yeah, no, I'm good. So my camera is on. Just so you know, it's over there. We'll wait till he comes back before we talk. How are you doing since?
I'm awful.
Yeah,
Horrible.
obviously it's.
I'm confused. I'm as confused as this family because, I've got reports that things are looking good.
Yeah. No, we were talking to you. It seemed like it was
Mount Auburn Hospital.
positive. Yeah.
I don't know how it all tanked from there.
Yeah. No, and we have I would argue, the best hospitals in America, to be honest. I mean, there's people that fly in from the Dominican Republic to Logan Airport to go to our hospitals. So I would think you'd have the best chance of survival at our hospitals, but obviously something happened. You want to give me water? Have you talked to his family then?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. How's your son doing? Was he close to him?
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
No. I consider Lily Roy stepson and Leroy the same.
So obviously, like I said, in your driveway, I do death investigations. That's all we do. When we met in the driveway, it was preemptive because I had talked to hospital staff and they did inform us, there was a possibility that what happened last night could happen.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, we don't have the crystal ball, so everything I said last time about we come out, get our ducks in a row, pray for the best, hope I can just take the case and throw it in the trash because the person makes a full recovery and it's no longer a death, so I'm no longer involved. The unfortunate part of my job is this is what happens. I do have my recorder on as well. I know he has his body camera on. But so your son, is he at home right now then?
He's on his way.
Okay. Where is he at right now?
With his girlfriend, picking her up from school.
Okay. All right. Was she in college?
Yeah.
Okay. Where'd she go to school at?
I believe Necco. I'm not sure.
Necco, do you know this?
Cable.
Oh.
Yeah.
What's
Northern
Necco?
Nexus.
Community college. Oh, got it. Okay. All right. So you're probably wondering why you're here. Like I said, we need to talk about the death. Go back over the facts now that we know it's an actual death, and then move on from there. Before I start, I do need to just read you your rights. There's a mess.
I've done nothing wrong.
Yeah, I'm required to read Miranda words. Yeah, I have to read it. I know. So, if you have the right to remain silent, do you understand what that means? Yes. Anything you say can or will be used against you in court. Do you understand what that means? You have the right to talk to a lawyer for advice before we ask you any questions, and to have him or her with you during questioning. Do you understand what that means?
Mm-hmm.
If you cannot afford a lawyer, one will be appointed for you. Do you understand what that means? If you decide to answer questions now, you still have the right to stop questioning at any time. Do you understand what that means? Do you understand what I've read to you?
Yes.
Okay. What is the date?
Today's the 14th.
And what's the time?
4:05. 16:05.
This is for your rights. And then you have the option if you want to talk to me or not, obviously.
My Santa Claus is there.
Do you want me to read anything to you? If you can't read anything, I can read it to you if you point the pen.
So I can say, no, I'm not going to talk to you?
You can say whatever you want. Yeah, yep, 100%. It's up to you. Like I said.
Can I refuse to sign this? So what does all this mean?
Yeah, if you-
I don't understand it. I feel like I'm going to be behind bars and I'm scared.
Just so you know.
I'm
You
scared.
were
I'm
not,
scared.
you're not under
I have
arrest.
told everybody. Okay.
Judy, I don't want to get you worked up. I don't want to get you. You are not under arrest. You are not like in custody. You're gonna walk out this door after we talk to you. I understand that this is a very intimidating thing, and it's just when you read it to people, the reaction that we're getting right now, that I can't say that's not uncommon. I'm guaranteeing you that you are walking out this door. Like, you are not under arrest. Like, you're not in handcuffs. We came to your house. We asked you to come here voluntarily. I'm not lying to you about that. You are not under arrest.
If we had your son in here, if we had little Leroy in here, if we had anyone else in here that we were asking, we would do the same exact thing, okay? So it's just part of our policy when someone's at the police station, that we have to give them their rights.
And you can make whatever decision you're comfortable with. I'm not pushing you on anything. I think that was the wrong box.
I think it's the top one.
It's this one is where you sign if you check yes. Sorry. That says signature.
Okay.
Yeah, you can just fill that and put a line to it. So she even would do initial. Can you sign as well, actually, for me?
All right, he said this wasn't to freak you out.
Yeah.
Just something we have to do when someone's here. We understand that you're at a police station. So we have to review your rights just in case. So the real reason we're here is just to have the same conversation we had.
Yeah, yesterday. Sorry, I keep saying yesterday, 2 days ago. So anyways, yeah, the front lobby's right here. Like, we didn't like bring you up back. So I know you don't do this every day, so it can be misinterpreted. But anyway, so this is going to be redundant for you. Can we rehash? So what leading up, this goes 72 hours before the death. So it happened on Friday morning. So that's what, Thursday, Wednesday. So Tuesday morning, can you bring me from Tuesday morning, you with Leroy, and can you bring me up to Friday morning at, I believe the phone call is 8:02. So all the time before. So you're supposed to start Tuesday morning at 8:30 or when you woke up, whatever time that was.
Well, I'm not sure. Tuesday morning, we were both home. I had dentist appointment.
Okay.
I can't remember, but I know I went out and got groceries. And when I came home, Leroy was gone.
Okay.
He took off in his truck. And I told my tenant in the cottage that we were coming to fix her floor. So then I had to text her back and say, sorry, he's gone. And, I don't know when he'll be back. They took off on me. And, which always, makes me sad. But he did come home. And I was putting groceries away. And he had a round plastic container, which I will assume were perks. I never saw them. I really don't know what they look like, if I came across one. He shook it, and it sounded like there were I know there were more than 5, I think maybe 10. And he told me that he had to go over to we call it the CUNT. And because he realized she had taken his His disability money goes on like a prepaid card
Who are
each
you
month.
talking about?
Barbara.
Oh.
Right.
Okay. Barbara.
And that she took his card and he wanted it back. But obviously he got something else. I don't know where. I don't know what happens. I don't know where he goes for them. But that whole Seabrook is a den of drugs. And he asked me if I wanted one, which I'm like, I'm allergic to them. I'll throw it right up, and it'd be pointless. I said, no. Why would I want one of those? And I don't remember what we did after that, actually.
And that was about what time was that?
1 or 2
On Tuesday.
Did he take the Percocets on Tuesday?
I didn't see him take them.
Did you ever see like an altered status of him like after at all? Like anything that would
I can't. I'm trying to remember Tuesday.
Yeah.
I know that part. I do remember because I was trying to recall things myself.
Yep.
I don't know what happened after that. No.
Okay.
But he didn't work on the floor in the cottage. I know that. Because it was Friday. It was Thursday that he crawled up out there and actually took a look, because we had been doing so much to the yard to pack for Florida. And he got at Wednesday.
And overall on Tuesday,
I don't know.
how would you say he was like? So I'm trying to envision like you said he got Percocets, but you didn't see like a change in his status, so nothing to like lead you to believe that he was like using Percocets on Tuesday. Like, did he seem like his like normal self, like normal Leroy? Nothing like that was raising a red flag in your head.
Well, normal Leroy. I mean, he's bipolar. He's got a lot of emotions, so I don't really know, and I don't know what it looks like, or if he actually took them, or still had them, or you know, what was the purpose of taking them in the first place. So, I know he's always had back problems. His back hurts him. I don't believe anybody should ever be in pain.
I think he was using the Percocet for the pain.
I can relate. I just had back surgery 5 months ago.
Yeah, I can't speak to it.
Back pain is actually hard.
I can't speak to it, but you know, Leroy was his own man. He did what he wanted, and you don't tell him what to do. You just don't. And you know, you don't ruffle the water.
And what makes you say that? Like, what's his demeanor like? Typically, like, what would make you say like about Leroy? You don't want to ruffle the water with him.
Well, he doesn't. He won't ask. Like, if I asked him where did you go, he wouldn't tell me, but he offered the information.
Okay.
So a lot of times I just assume it's over there, and when he comes home, he comes home. That's
Is it kind of
my
like
life.
interpreting kind of almost like a one-way street? Like, I'll tell you if I want to tell you type thing.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Got it. Okay. I'm sorry you got to deal with that.
Yeah, I lived with it. So that's my, you know, that's just how much I love that.
Dynamic been going on where Barbara's been in the picture as well as you. I understand that would be challenging to say the least. Has it been like a year or?
No, longer, since 2016.
Okay, it's like 6 years. That's been going. But prior, because how long were you with Leroy for? In like a dating relationship?
2012.
So 10 years. So would you say you had the first 4 years of your relationship was pretty, like just, I guess you and him? Okay, and then all of a sudden, 2016.
He meets up with this woman and she hooked him on the perks.
Okay.
I know that.
Okay. Okay. So Tuesday, wakes up, he gets Percocets from Barbara, comes home. You can't say if he took or didn't take them. He might still have them, the next day because you didn't see a change in his status. Kind of sounds like he's based on you mentioning bipolar, that like he's not necessarily consistently the same person.
Sometimes, you know, when you don't ask questions.
I can hit play and see what happens.
Then, and sometimes he's.
It works.
All right.
It works on the computer.
Shall we, well, let's see what Ms. Draper can do. Try kicking it. That's my solution to every electronic
I
problem.
don't even have it on play.
Yeah.
That's just the.
Some sort of
Speaker.
feedback in the speakers.
Let me try hitting play.
Really happy. He loves his dog.
Should I go back a couple seconds?
Yes, I would think so.
How long were you with Leroy for? In like a dating relationship?
2012.
So 10 years. So would you say that the first 4 years of your relationship was pretty, like just, I guess you and him?
Mhm.
Okay, and then all of a sudden,
He
2006.
meets up with this woman and she hooked him on the first.
Okay.
I know that.
Okay. Okay. So Tuesday, wakes up, he gets Percocets from Barbara, comes home. You can't say if he took or didn't take them. He might still have them, you know, the next day because you didn't see a change in his status. Kind of sounds like he's, based on you mentioning bipolar, I feel like he's not necessarily consistently the same person.
Sometimes he's just quiet and moody, and sometimes, you know, and you don't ask questions then, and sometimes he's really happy. He loves his dog.
Is it the dog we just salt? Okay. Okay, so then it sounds like nothing really eventful with the exception of obviously purchasing Percocets on Tuesday. So then he spends the night he's at your house, sleeps there. I'm assuming you wake up Wednesday and
I don't remember Wednesdays.
well, if it's like
I would have to look. I would have to look around and say, well, what did we do? I mean, we watched TV. We,
it's like 2 days before his birthday, maybe getting prepared for that. I don't know. Wednesday routines. No.
I don't recall. I really don't. I don't recall it being like,
Seems like
and it was nothing eventful, obviously.
Yeah.
I was hoping he'd obviously go and check on the cottage.
Sorry, you know, you say the cottage, what's that?
Well, if you came up my back stairs, it was that house on the other side of the stairs, up the ramp.
So you go up the ramp.
A little further up the ramp, and on the left is a cottage, it's got the same siding and everything.
Okay, and do you own the cottage? And oh, is that when you say he was doing the floors and stuff? Is that where he's working on? Is he renovating it for you, basically?
She had a problem, the floorboards was like sinking, and he wanted to go in and fix it, but finally on Thursday, you know, he said he would.
Okay, and when you say she is, do you own that piece of property and you're renting it out? Okay, got it. Do you own the whole building that you're in, and you rent to your son, I'm assuming, or maybe to let him stay there, and then the third floor you rent out to somebody else? So you're basically a landlord. Is that what you do for work? Or primary source of income?
No, I'm a retired teacher,
Oh, retired. Where'd you teach at?
Middleton.
Okay. Sorry, I'm getting sidetracked.
That's okay.
I can talk a lot. So Wednesday kind of sounds uneventful. Is there anything out of the ordinary that happened on Wednesday? Do you think you like took Percocets on Wednesday? Anything where you saw like an altered status with him?
I don't know. I have to look and see what happened on.
If you say look and see, what do you?
Well, I go look around the house
Anything
to see
trigger
like
your memory?
what was going on.
Do you remember what you had for dinner, or you usually cook dinner?
Usually I cook something. Yeah.
So you remember what you had for dinner? That might help sometimes out.
No, she does. Yeah.
Did you order out?
Yeah, because I'll remember like this night I had steak. Oh yeah.
No.
pizza. It's usually, just go through the list.
Sometimes he just sleeps. So maybe that's what was going on.
Is that from drugs, you think?
He had a lot of medical issues, so I don't know.
So you had told us the
He'll
other day that,
go days without sleeping at all. You know, a couple hours is good for him, so.
and then he'll go the opposite where he'll sleep. Does he like sleep through the day and stay up more at night? Because the other day you said he was up till like 4 a.m. to watch TV. Is that typical?
That is.
Was he up until 4 a.m. or did he wake up at 4:30 a.m.?
He was up.
He was up. Yeah, I thought you said he woke up at 4:30 a.m.
Yeah.
So Wednesday, uneventful. He's not like abusing Percocets or anything like that. Okay, so now we're at. Did he go to bed like Wednesday night? Like he didn't stay up all night or anything? I know it's a weird question.
Yeah.
He went to bed. Nothing crazy.
Yeah, because we woke up together and it was Thursday. And he's like, "Well, we got a lot to do today." You know, so he's a man on a mission when he's ready to roll.
Yep.
And he had to clean out the van. He had it all planned out. It was cleaning out the van. It's gonna put the stuff that we were gonna buy another trailer from his little Leroy's uncle, Billy Eaton. Oh, Leroy, he did have that conversation with Billy Eaton on Wednesday, so I do remember him talking on the phone.
Billy Eaton is
Leroy's uncle.
Leroy's uncle. He had that conversation on Thursday?
Wednesday.
Wednesday. You know what side of the family Billy's on?
Pardon me?
What side of the family? Like, is it
He's,
family?
well, his, Tammy had a baby with Billy Eaton.
Who's Tammy?
Tammy's his sister. Leroy's sister.
Leroy's sister's
Yeah.
Tammy? Okay.
Who was William Jr.
Okay.
And
I'm not gonna be able to keep track of all these people.
yeah, young Leroy,
Yeah.
or my Leroy, had little Leroy with Billy Eaton's sister.
Okay, so Billy. Okay.
I don't know.
Tammy? Is that what you said? You said Tammy's the sister.
Mary.
Mary's the sister? Mary's the mother of little Leroy.
Mary's the mother of little Leroy, passed of drugs years ago.
Oh, she passed away. Okay.
Yep.
And then Leroy, I'll just say Junior, because that would get confusing with two Leroys.
Mm-hmm.
So he has a son named Leroy, Bill, and then Mary.
Mm-hmm.
And Bill is his, sorry, can you say again what Bill is to him? He's a brother-in-law? Or brother? What was Bill to senior Leroy, the older one?
My brother-in-law. Yeah.
He was the
yeah.
brother. Okay, sorry. I'm catching myself up to speed.
I don't know if they married.
Okay.
Did they marry? Yeah.
I think, and then you mentioned that Tammy, you said is a sister of Big Leroy.
Right.
Okay. Sorry, not to interrupt you. So what about that?
What about what?
You were just mentioning like him talking to
Pull the trailer.
Yeah, the trailer and all.
Right. So just something I remember from Wednesday. That's all.
Okay. And then Thursday, wake up, normal time.
Yeah. Well,
Is normal 4:30? Is that what a normal time
Yeah.
is for him?
Yeah.
So that day wasn't normal then, 4:30.
Yeah.
Okay. For me, that's pretty early. For me, honestly.
Yeah. No, it was on 8:30, maybe 9 o'clock.
Okay, so he wakes up Thursday and then.
And so we had, things to do. So I go out and he's in the van, and he wanted me to help him in the van, and then I realized I'm really not only just standing here. I got bigger fish to fry in the house, packing things up.
And this is for Florida.
For Florida, yeah. So, I asked him, do you need me here or can I do something else? He said, yeah, but I'll need help when this time comes. Or I'm like, okay, well, just holler for me. And he's out there working and I'm in the house working and packing. And he took the boxes of things that I packed, put them in the back of the van, because the things he put towards the front of the van, he was giving to his his stepson,
Okay,
not blood,
not blood. Who's the stepson?
Michael Hawkins.
Michael Hawkins. Okay. So he's packing all day Thursday. Is it all day, half the day?
Oh, yeah. By the time we got to the cottage, the sun was going down, so,
Is he driving all this stuff down to Florida then?
oh, well, there's a lot of stuff in the back of the truck. He put all the, like lawnmowers and generator,
To go down
and
there?
wrapped it all up and put it on the forward part of the bed, and everything on the end, we were bringing to Little Leroy's work
Okay.
to toss in the dumpster.
Trash.
Yeah.
Got it, okay. All right, so, I guess I'll go back to the Percocets. Did you do the Percocets Friday?
I have no idea. I
Any
really
altered-
don't. I just know they have them, and
Yeah, and then you don't
I don't know
the
where he
one after
puts
that.
them. I don't know where he hides
And you
them.
said Barbara's the one, is she selling Percocets to him?
I don't know.
Okay. Providing maybe? Maybe not selling?
There's an awful lot of drugs being sold in and out of that house.
Got it. Okay, picking up what you're saying.
Adderall.
Yeah, okay. And then, so is there anything that is out of the ordinary for Friday? Sorry, my bad. Thursday. Yep, Thursday.
Just working.
Nope.
I keep doing that when I'm a day off.
Yeah. No, we just kept working, and we came in
You
and
guys still have for lunch? Like a lunch break?
yeah.
What do you guys have for lunch?
I don't know, maybe grilled cheese. I don't know. Sometimes he won't eat either if he's working. He just works straight through.
So the reason I'm asking was he eating enough all week? Was he getting, nutrients and
water?
He lived on pie and cupcakes.
Pie and cupcakes?
So do you
Yeah, cookies
describe
and
his
milk.
diet is unhealthy?
Yeah, I would, as much as I try.
So unhealthy diet as well as in narcotics. The other day you said cocaine too. Not saying you did cocaine or Percocets in the last 72 hours before, but narcotics. Did you smoke cigarettes? Cigars?
Way too much.
Smoker?
Yep.
Okay, all right. Okay, so is that everything for Thursday, the day before? Packing, everything's normal. And then obviously Friday, I know that's when it gets crazy. So Friday, and just to clarify, just to make sure we heard it right, he woke up at 4:30 Friday, right? He didn't stay up all night till 4:30?
He was up when I checked on him at midnight because it was
okay.
because it was his birthday.
Okay, yep.
He likes to. He goes out in the porch and watches porn on his phone.
Mm-hmm. And that's at night?
At night.
Okay.
This is Thursday.
So around midnight.
I went in and say happy birthday to him. Asked him if he wanted to open his presents. He said, no, I'll do it later. I'm sure it came.
Did you then go to bed, or did he go to bed?
He went out in the back room, like I said.
When you say the
I'm in
bathroom, is that
the room
one
you
with
walk
the door?
into.
That's the back room.
Yes.
So he went into the back room,
Right.
and then you went into your bedroom.
Mm-hmm.
And then when did you next see
He
him?
would text, his porn and comment, and I roll my eyes because it's like repetitive. Comment back. So my sleep was really kind of broken up. And then but I must have dozed, and I heard the metal we had made a pile of metal stuff that he had someone, a friend he knew, Guinea, who picks it up. And Guinea was coming at 11 on Friday to pick the metal up, but at 4:30 in the morning, I could hear from the front of the house somebody clang like a big piece on the ground, and I looked out, and it wasn't Guinea's truck, it was a different person. And I went out to the back room and I asked him. He said, no, Guinea's coming at 11. That's why I know that.
So what did you ask him?
Asked him, does he have people who work with him, or for him and pick things up? And he said no. And he said Guinea was coming at 11.
Did you wake him up or he was still up? Okay.
He was up.
Watching TV.
It looked like he might have dozed at the same time I did.
Okay. So was it somebody random just picking up the scraps?
Yeah, somebody just.
So it just happened to be someone driving by, grabbed the side of it.
Yeah. And he
So
said.
probably stealing the scraps, right? Like you guys didn't have a free sign on it, or was it?
Well, it was obvious it was a pile.
Oh, okay.
Not
So, okay.
scrap.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. And so I went back to bed.
This is at 4:30. Okay.
He said he'd be ready. When I was around 6:30, 6:35-ish, he comes into the bedroom. And I'm a light sleeper, and he woke me and he said, my legs won't work. I just fell 3 times, walking through the kitchen area to the bedroom. Had to go to the bathroom. And I said, well, let me help you. And clearly he was legless. And he's a big guy. I did my best. I got him to the bathroom. He kept telling him, hold on to the wall so you don't fall. And he did, and he peed, I guess. He had told me about a month ago he was having trouble peeing. I was dizzy all the time. So I get him back into bed. And now I don't know if I took him to pee first, but he was in bed anyway, and he says, you got too many clothes on. And, I took him off. We had sex.
So he wasn't complaining of his legs?
No, he told me he had fallen 3 times, but he either got into bed or I helped him pee and then got into bed. So, after that, he said to me, I'm going to die. You know that, don't you? And I told him, stop, That's what he usually says to me, stop. If I ask questions about where he's going to stop. So he stopped, so he used to back at him. And
why do you think he said that?
I think he knew. I think he knew things were wrong.
And that's the first time he's ever mentioned something like that?
No, he had actually said those words to me before, and usually after sex he says, you're killing me. This time it was different.
I'm gonna die. Did he seem to have like a break in, like he woke up, he says his legs aren't working and he needs help going to the bathroom, and then you guys had intercourse. Did he seem to be, I guess, physically and mentally like coherent during the intercourse, or did did it, it seem like his legs and stuff weren't working at that time, I guess?
He was laying down, so, he didn't say anything. I didn't mention, wasn't complaining.
So at that time, did you assume like it was he was probably better?
Right.
Maybe having like an episode that seemed better at that time? Okay. So that's 6:30. I know the phone call was made at about 8 in the morning. What was after in that hour and a half window up until the phone call?
Well, I guess it's like 7:15.
Okay.
And where's my dog? I think he said, where's my dog? Or did he have to go to the bathroom again? I don't recall.
Referring to Salt?
Salt, yes, he loves his dog. And I think he went to reach for him and he fell out of bed. So he wrapped himself up in the blankets and slid right off the bed to the floor. Now my bed is up, up high.
Yeah.
And
Did you hear a thump?
oh yeah. I got up, I put a pillow under his head.
Where were you when that happened?
In bed.
Oh, so you were in bed next to him?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, got it, okay. Okay, sorry.
And I put a pillow under his head thinking, oh, he'll just, whatever it is, sleep it off on the floor. But he just continued to try to get up and try to get up and try to get up. And I tried to help him, and I'd get him to a point and he'd, fall and push me against the wall, the door jam in the closet. And I'm like, this is, anyway, you just gotta settle. I said, just stay where you are. And I'll make you comfortable. But I did ask him, do I need to call an ambulance? Because as he was kind of falling around the bedroom, I just kept hoping, putting my hand or, guiding or pushing things away so he wouldn't hurt himself.
Yeah.
The sharp corner of the bed
Okay.
and things like that. And I would ask him, what's my name? What's your name? And he wasn't responding. He didn't talk to me. And then, I guess a little after 8, he said, call the ambulance, and I did.
Okay. Was he able to get any other words out besides that? Over the course of that time,
No.
was he talking the whole time, or he just laying there?
No, he was just struggling, and even when he got to the hospital, struggling to get out of that bed. I don't know what was in his head that he needed to, there was this something driving him.
That can happen. With an altered mental state.
Yes.
Did
But he wasn't speaking, but he did.
he have his phone with him or anything?
His phone would have been in the back room somewhere.
Oh, what kind of phone does he have?
iPhone,
An iPhone? What color is it?
black.
So just so I can get a reference, I'm assuming that I know the answer, but at the 4:30 in the morning when he came in, was he worse then, or was he worse after the fall from the bed?
He was worse after the fall.
After the fall from the bed. So he.
At this point, he wasn't articulating any words.
Yeah.
His eyes were kind of closed.
How would you describe like his behavior? Like, did he seem like he was like high or drunk?
He was out of it.
Having like
He was out of it. It was like a legless drunk, yeah.
Okay, all right. So you call 911. Actually, I haven't even asked this. You two are the only ones in the second floor, right, the whole time, because nobody else lives there. Right? I kind of figured that, but you call 911. Did you notify your son or anyone? Did he ever come up to like help Leroy?
Well, Douglas had texted me, are you okay? He didn't know what was going on, but the floor, he's thumping on the floor.
Yeah. So you texted to see if you were okay. And then I'm assuming first responders came.
Yeah.
And then what? He was walking me through what that was.
They said, did he take anything? And I said, I've seen this before. And I know it was winter time of the 2019. When everybody's kind of really locked up tight in their house.
Yeah.
And but very similar. I had to follow him around, and that all, he had another story going on in his head, and he spoke gibberish, and truthfully, I didn't know what to do. He had legs, you know what I mean, but he was stumbling and, I didn't know what to do.
Yeah, that was 2019.
Mhm.
How did he recover from that?
He slept.
He slept, slept it off. So you didn't call an ambulance?
I did.
When you say 2019, although it was similar, was it as bad as what just happened?
Yeah.
Oh, it was. And okay, maybe he just got lucky.
Because I'd be asking him, what did you take? What did you take?
Mm.
And, because we left the house. And then he came back. I didn't think he would. But he came back. I didn't see him take anything.
Sorry, was this 2019 you're talking?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But, you know, all of a sudden, you know, he was somewhere else.
Okay. And when this Friday, so when you woke up at 4:30, I'll just say altered mental status. So he was in an altered mental status until about 6:30 in the house. Was he just like laying in the bed or just like kind of watching TV, I guess? I don't know what he was doing.
Ask your question again.
Like, so 4:30, like he wakes up and then you said there was like that, like he came into you at like 4:30 saying like, you know.
No, at 6:30 he comes.
Oh, he comes into you. Okay. So, sorry, maybe I misheard then. What was the 4:30 part?
The scrap metal.
You heard the scrap metal. Then you.
And he was verbal and could explain to me, you know, it's not getting, he said, oh, well, you know, whoever's taken it is taking it, you know, it's gone.
When you went up there, did you see him eating or drinking anything? Like, 'cause you usually have like a table with
Soda.
Soda.
He take this, orange soda.
Orange soda.
Yeah,
Is that his like go-to orange soda?
kind of, you know, right now it is.
Does that go well with the sweets and pies, like you said?
Yes.
I'm a coffee guy myself.
Does he like to drink coffee?
He does not drink coffee.
No coffee.
And I don't think he's ever had a cup of coffee.
When he came in at 6:30, did he make himself breakfast or something first?
No.
He came in.
No. No, I don't think he can boil water.
Oh, really? And that's not. So that explains the pie thing.
Yeah,
I guess.
that makes that
A little
makes
easier.
more sense.
What's his normal routine in the morning? What does he do for breakfast and if he doesn't cook?
He'll ask me to make him something.
Okay.
I made him dropped eggs. That might have been Wednesday, actually.
Dropped
Wednesday
eggs?
morning, dropped eggs, yeah, on toast. You crack them, boil them in water.
Oh, like eggs Benedict?
Yeah, like that.
Oh,
That kind of egg, yes.
You got it.
And I cooked them too much.
Did he, so from 4:30 on until when the police get there, did he ever leave the house, go anywhere? Did he ever walk out that door and go outside to go anywhere? Like where you lost sight of him? So he was.
Not that I know of, no.
No, you know, so
No.
4:30 to about 8 in the morning, he was in the house.
Yeah.
And then he had an altered mental status, and there was a sexual intercourse, and then there was a basically increased altered mental status after a fall on the bed. Okay. All right, and he didn't eat anything, he didn't drink anything, he took an orange soda. He had orange soda, he didn't eat anything, and you didn't see him ingest any narcotics or anything like that. Smoke cigarettes? You see him smoking?
Ton of cigarettes.
Does he smoke inside, like the
Yeah.
house?
So that's kind of just par for the course, the smoking. Okay. All right, and then I guess when the police, fire, and EMS come, they transport him. He goes,
Hang on one sec. He did say, give me a cigarette.
when was that?
Before the, what?
4:30.
After calling, and I'm like, I'm not getting you a cigarette.
After calling the ambulance?
Yes.
Okay.
So he did have more words to say, and I was
Okay.
like, no, I'm
What
not
did
getting you a
What did
cigarette.
you think was going on?
Huh?
What did you feel like was going on with him?
He was drugged,
Okay. Drug.
obviously.
So you thought it was like maybe like a medical overdose or something like that?
No.
An overdose?
No.
Oh, that.
I don't know.
I interpret.
I don't know what that is.
I
mean,
interpret drugs as.
I look at an overdose as, you know, you're out. And he really wasn't out.
Okay, so you're still like moving around and
mogul.
Yeah, it's the overdose usually like they're nodding off. And
Yeah.
Like they're
Mm-hmm.
out. Yeah, I agree. So then he goes to Anna Jake's hospital. I remember you mentioning something about a healthcare proxy. Was that at Anna Jake's or was that at Mount Auburn?
I was his healthcare proxy.
Okay.
And they told me all his scans came. See, but here's my confusion. All his scans, the tests they did were normal.
Anna Jake.
Anna Jake's.
Okay.
His heart pacemaker, they told me, was doing its job.
Okay.
The oxygen thing kept falling off his hand.
Yeah, I feel like that happens.
And she said, he doesn't need that anymore. His oxygen is fine. And then, he's agitated still, he's still trying to struggle.
Do you know where he is?
I don't think he knew. Well, I don't know. Because he wouldn't say my name, he didn't say his name, but, where's my dog? So.
How many times did he say that?
Well, he said that at home, and he said it at Anna Jake's before they sedated him. The nurses all kind of looked at me like, how come he's not asking for you? And I said, I take second place to the dog policy. But all of those things were good.
Yeah, I agree.
I stayed and.
So then when did they find out that he needed to move to Mount Auburn?
Well, they said that to me. They didn't have a bed anywhere.
For like higher level of care.
Yeah. They didn't have a bed there, and the closest ICU bed was at Anna Jake's.
Mount Auburn.
Mount Auburn, yes.
Okay. Why do you have to go to ICU? Just because he wasn't coming out of it? They couldn't figure out. If you said his tests were all fine.
Well, the scans and the things, I think they didn't do any other tests. Those are the only ones they mentioned to me. They intubated him then around 6 o'clock at Anna Jake's.
Before they transferred him. And you said something about his kidneys too? Like weren't working or something? Right?
Yes. So, I called the Mount Auburn around 9 to check and see how things are. And the doctor called me back.
Do you remember what the doctor's name was?
I wrote it down, I think, and she spelled it for me, but I couldn't really understand her. But I asked her to repeat, so I really understood because this was important, and they wanted my permission to give him dialysis.
So they never caught any of that at Anna Jake's?
I don't believe so.
Like they didn't put him on
Nope.
Sort of things.
Nope.
Okay. So then he gets transferred to Mount Auburn, and that's when you're talking with the doctor. They want to put him on dialysis.
Right.
Okay.
So they need you as the proxy
To give permission.
Because at this time, is he like nonverbal?
He's ventilated.
Sorry, I got a text. I should have.
Ms. Strasnick?
So he's.
Jurors, I think we'll take the morning recess at this point. Let's reconvene at noon. We'll take a slightly less than 20-minute recess. I see a couple people struggling a little bit. I think I am as well.
All right.
You may step down. Trooper, may I see counsel momentarily at sidebar?
All right, they are taking a break. While they are taking a break, Kelsey Fitzsimmons is back. So we are going to head over there get you guys back into court. Here we go.
We're back on record on the Kelsey Fitzsimmons matter. All counsel and the defendant are present.
All right, just for the record, Officer Noonan is not in the courtroom, correct? Okay, and Mr. Brado, do you have additional counsel sitting with you?
Yes, thank you. I wanted to introduce Ryan Leonard and Julie Hess. They're attorneys that are working with us in the probate court. And I wanted to ask if it'd be all right if they were up here because they've been assisting us with various factual matters. Would that be all right with the court if they sit here?
Commonwealth, you take a position?
No, but if they file appearances in this case.
Yeah, I think you'll have to file these limited appearances for the day. That's fine. And let me just, let me get your names. I'm sorry, your names again?
Julie Hess, H-E-S-S.
And you?
Ryan Leonard, L-E-O-N-A-R-D.
Okay, welcome.
Thank you.
All right, so let me just discuss what we were, or just raise what we were discussing at sidebar. So Mr. Brado came to sidebar, asked for permission to explore three areas on his cross of Officer Noonan. The Commonwealth reminded me that this topic or topics are addressed in a motion in limine that the Commonwealth filed prior to trial that I deferred ruling on, which is paper 62, Commonwealth's motion in limine to prohibit questioning regarding current duty status. Mr. Brado, let me just start by paraphrasing what I think the three areas are.
Yes, sir.
And then you can tell me. You wish to explore three areas on cross with Officer Newman on the grounds that the areas could show or do show that he was offered promises, inducements, or rewards for his testimony. Right? That's the theory. The first being, generally speaking, that he was not drug tested after the shooting. Is that what you're saying?
That's right, Your Honor.
I'm sorry?
It was a town policy. It's a town policy that after there's a serious incident, that the town would drug test the officers involved.
Okay. So number two, and I may not have these in the order that you raised them. Number two was that essentially you allege Officer Noonan missed a shift sometime after the shooting. Perhaps it was, let's say, medication related, generally speaking. And number three, that Mr. Noonan, Officer Noonan allegedly was placed on administrative leave, but allowed to work details, and that you believe that to be in violation of some policy or CBA.
Yes,
or
Your Honor. You're either a policeman who can work or you're a policeman who can't work, and you can't be performing details in uniform as a policeman calling around on critical incident leave because you can't work.
All right. So generally speaking, we did address some of this pre-trial in the sense that there was a Rule 17 motions, right, by the defense to get Officer Noonan's IAD files from Lawrence and North Andover PDs, which I believe Officer Noonan agreed, which is really unprecedented in my view, agreed to provide a waiver for him to get those. So, Mr. Brado, so did you get the files that you were seeking, the IAD files?
Yes.
Okay. And so let's just go through each point. The first point about the alleged, well, let me say this, is I stand by what I said. The Commonwealth argues that these areas or these questions, strike that, that there's no view of the evidence that could show that any of these three things would be promises, inducements, or rewards under our rules, because whatever the North Andover Police Department did, they did as a product of their own administrative duties, and has nothing to do with the prosecution team. And there were no promises made in exchange for his testimony. So I'm sure that Ms. Moriarty could articulate that much better than I did. But let me try to cut to the chase. I agree with the Commonwealth, as I said before at the Rule 17 hearing. But I think arguably, and I want to hear you folks, that they could be asked, again, I need to drill down more, but they could be asked to show some kind of bias in the sense that North Andover police, let's say, allegedly, and Officer Noonan are trying to curry favor with one another in lieu of their testimony, in lieu of his testimony here. Okay, let's just say arguably for a moment. But let's just go back now, Mr. Brado, what's your basis for saying that, for alleging that he wasn't drug tested and that there's some policy, or does the Commonwealth concede?
The Commonwealth concedes he wasn't drug tested, but that the Commonwealth's position is that that's not a policy, that there's no violation of any policy, because the collective bargaining unit policy trumps the general personnel policy of the city. And so in that way, there's no potential promise reward. Can I put something else?
Yeah, please, please.
Right in my paper as I'm
Sure.
reviewing it. I think, again, this goes to promises, rewards, or inducements. Officer Noonan provided grand jury testimony and a recorded interview to the Commonwealth days and then in August. And all of these incidents happened well subsequent to that.
I understand.
And there's no claim that Officer Noonan has substantially changed his testimony from what he stated in grand jury or what he told the police on July 3rd. So again, there's no plausible showing of consideration in exchange for his testimony that has been remarkably consistent since July 3rd.
Okay. What do you say to
Is
that?
remarkably consistent?
Yes.
Okay. So I don't think that's really the issue right here.
No, it is, because the Commonwealth raises a good point. So even on
Take a
even
crack
on
at,
well,
the
even
other
on,
side of it.
no, even on my theory, and I'll just give me a moment. Even on my theory that arguably, let's say that each side, again, not the Essex DA's office or the prosecution team under Rule 14, but let's say the police department and Officer Noonan are trying to curry favor with one another. Ms. Moriarty does make a valid point that there still needs to be some showing that he's changed his story.
Sure. I know that's a familiar topic that we all use in this area. Oh, they didn't change their testimony. That's not this, and here's why. This is a reward. It's after the fact. They're giving him rewards for his cooperation to keep him happy, so he does well, so he's economically enriched, so he's treated nicely, and it's a reward. That's why that doesn't apply here, Judge. He is being rewarded for his continued cooperation. It's not the typical one that we often deal with.
No, but let me just push back on that. So he's cooperative, but does his testimony? But he gave I think this is what I heard, is he gave a recorded statement to the state police a few days after the shooting, right? So he's being rewarded for cooperation. What, for doing his legal duty, that is, show up when he's summoned to testify in open court?
I think the fact that there's a legal duty attached to someone testifying doesn't eliminate the fact that you can be rewarded for what you're doing. You can get special treatment outside the rules. And I think that goes to the heart of cross-examination, where if someone has a rule made up just for them, that they can be a cop on a detail, but they don't have to be on the schedule because they're out on leave because they can't perform their job. That's a remarkable, unprecedented, in my research and investigation, an unprecedented accommodation.
Well, is it unprecedented or is it a legally binding part of the CBA?
No, it's in violation of that.
Okay, so I don't, go ahead, Ms. Moriarty.
Judge, I'm frankly less concerned about this issue where you're the fact finder. I think it's the right thing to do is to keep this as any other, as we would treat any other witness, where it doesn't matter what employment decisions North Andover Police and Officer Noonan have, that's the employment decisions, just like IA files, are not part of the prosecution team, are not part of the 14. North Andover couldn't promise Officer Noonan something without the approval of the district attorney's office. So I think that, again, that interplay, if there is any interplay there, has nothing to do with Officer Noonan's testimony here today.
Okay, but Mr. Bradle says that this absence of drug testing was in contravention of the CBA.
I don't think he hasn't brought forward the CBA. He has no good faith basis to ask these questions.
Okay. All right. So, Mr. Bradle, let's move on to the second point. Your second point is that Mr. Noonan, Officer Noonan, allegedly missed a shift related to some medication. Let's leave. I don't need to know more. I mean, I know more because you've articulated that sidebar, but we don't need to rehash that. Okay. And you're saying, I think somewhere in your paperwork, that as a result of that missing the shift, I think you referred to it as AWOL, he received a written reprimand as opposed to some more significant action, adverse action. Correct? Is that generally what your theory is?
Generally, yes, Your Honor, with a little more elaboration, if I could.
Please.
So we've had a number of whistleblowers from the department approach us with information. And as a result of that, I will proffer to the court that I have a good faith basis to assert that.
Hold on a second. To assert generally what your sources, what I'm trying to do here is I'm trying to make sure that no witness's reputation is attacked and destroyed on a legal issue that I end up denying. All right. So I'm not saying that that's the case here, but let's just say, okay, let's skip you have a good faith basis to ask this. Okay. You say you have a whistleblower, et cetera. So you're saying that this again shows what? That he's receiving favorable treatment?
Rewards for his continued cooperation. That's correct. That doesn't have anything to do with changing his testimony or not changing his testimony. That he's being lavished with rewards. He is, and I won't say anything relative to any of his conduct, but that this reprimand letter was not going to be issued. And that at some point it was sort of after the fact thing, that it was in fact issued for appearance's sake. And that originally there was going to be no sanction whatsoever and no exploration into and I won't say it, but the reasons why he missed a shift.
Okay, so let's say there that the proposed question is, Officer Noonan, isn't it true that on such and such a date, you overslept because of some medication, you missed a shift, you were deemed AWOL, and you only received a written reprimand when policy called for you to be subject to the death penalty. And so that's the question.
Right.
And he says, yes, no, okay, then what? Let's say he says, no, that's not true.
Well, we have the letter, at a minimum,
Okay.
we have that.
All right. So All right, and then the last item is that he was put on administrative leave and allowed to work details in violation of policy.
Right.
And you're saying that that's an ongoing?
That's my information, Judge, is that he was working details and
What's the source of your information?
another whistleblower, Your Honor. And, you know, they come to me in good faith and, you know,
And have you vetted these whistleblowers?
Yes.
Okay. Listen, frankly, if this was a jury trial, and I realize I'm talking out of two sides of my mouth again, because I said yesterday we're going to treat this just like a jury trial. If this was a jury trial, this would be an easy decision. The decision would be not even close on your proffer, denied. The objection would be sustained. I'm going to allow one question each as to each of these areas. Mr. Brado, you'll accept whatever the testimony is under oath to that answer to that question. I'll just remind you, because I'm reminding you, I'm really saying this for our audience, not you personally, but I'll just remind counsel that questions of witnesses are not evidence. The evidence is their answers. So that's what will be used or could possibly be used in your closing argument. I'm going to allow one question each as to these areas, and you'll have to live with the answer that is provided under oath. Okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And do you need to speak with Officer Noonan about this before he returns Commonwealth? Okay. All right. So he may resume the stand, Officer Noonan. Thank you, Officer Noonan. Mr. Brado, you may continue your cross-examination.
Thank you. Sir, I want to ask you some questions about some of the treatment you've gotten by the North Andover Police Department since this incident.
Sure.
Okay. Now, after this incident, immediately after this incident, you were not drug tested by the town or the police department, correct?
No.
And you're aware that's a policy of the town?
That I don't know.
You don't know the town policy?
As far as the drug testing, no.
Now, you also are on critical incident leave right now, or words to that effect, right?
Yes.
And that means that you're not able to perform the duties of a police officer for the time being, so you get put on leave, right?
Yes.
And yet, at the same time, you're being permitted to work as a police officer on paid details. Isn't that true?
Yes, that was our union.
So it's just a yes or no question.
Yes.
And that is an accommodation that was made via a side, may I inquire, Your Honor, or?
We've already gone past one question.
Yeah, sustained. Next question.
That is something that is not ordinarily permitted, is it?
Sustained, no, you've gotten your answer. Okay, Mr. Brado, next question.
All right. Now, you also were absent without leave from a shift recently, correct?
Back in January, yep.
And with respect to that, there was a reprimand letter issued to you, correct?
That's correct.
And at first, that wasn't going to issue, was it?
Let me just hear the question. What I was really expecting was one long leading question each, but that's all right. You're breaking it up. Let me just hear the question. Officer Noonan, please don't answer it until I hear it.
So
Go ahead.
the question, Judge, is that reprimand letter that appeared in your file was originally not going to issue against you, was it?
All right. That's the question?
Yes.
Okay. And you're going to live with the answer?
Yes.
All right. Yes or no? If
I have
you're
no,
able-
I have no idea. I was just called in one day to sign it.
Okay.
So I have no idea if it was or it was not.
All right. So.
Okay, that's all I have then, Your Honor.
Okay. All right.
Thank you.
In that area, you're not done with cross? Right? I'm assuming that you're.
In that area, right,
All
in
thank you.
terms of rewards, Judge, yes, that's all I
Thank
have. Now, I want to circle back on a couple of things. You gave a recorded statement to the state police on July 3rd, correct?
Yes.
And we talked back and forth about your belief or your expressed intent to section her, and you said that wasn't the case, right?
Can you ask that again?
Yeah, you
Kinda-
said that,
kinda
that there was
confused.
discussion about sectioning her, but that wasn't your thought process, or you didn't know about it or whatever, right?
When we discussed it, behind the school, it was brought up that she may not take this well. She may have to get sectioned. She was sectioned prior. So
here you're saying that it was a speculative possibility. Is that fair to say?
it could have been a possibility depending on how she took the restraining order, respectfully.
Judge, if I may, I'd like to play a recording from the state police interview from July 3rd.
For impeachment purposes?
Yes.
All right, any objection? Okay, sure. We should probably, we need to mark it for ID at least, unless you're seeking to admit it, but let's take it a step.
I'm just I'd be playing a prior inconsistent statement, Judge, for.
Okay, so we're gonna have to mark it for ID. I don't, do you have a mechanism to be able to do that? Is it on a thumb drive or something that can be marked? If you're not able to do so today, tomorrow morning, just please bring in the recording that's being played and we'll mark it.
Certainly.
Okay. All right.
Fiancé had just taken out a restraining order and we were there to serve it, confiscate her firearms, and then we were going to section her.
So that's what you said on July 3rd, that we were going to section her, right?
Yes.
So at the time, you had it in your head that she was someone who needed to be sectioned, right?
If that's what I said in the statement, then yes.
In other words, somebody who was mentally ill and a danger to themselves or others, right?
Yes.
And that never panned out, right?
No, it didn't.
Because she was shot in the chest and went to the hospital for 53 days, right?
Because she tried to kill me.
Now, I asked you earlier about whether or not you talked to Ms. Fitzsimmons about PTSD type symptoms. You recall that?
No, I don't.
You recall me asking?
Oh, are you
this
asking?
today?
Yes.
And isn't it true that you went on a call with her in August of 2024? That was a extremely difficult call involving a murder-suicide where the murder was of a baby.
Yes,
right?
it was horrific.
And you and Kelsey went to that call, right?
With other officers, yes.
And you had shared some texting after that, right?
Yes, I was being a senior officer trying to help out a rookie go through a traumatic event.
And your phone number, I don't want to give out the phone number, but it's fair to say that you had Kelsey had your phone number.
Yes, I think we were all in a group text.
And it's a 978. I'll just leave it there.
That's correct.
Okay. And so in that text, you said to Kelsey, relating to your past career, I spiraled down a rabbit hole, a very dark place. This happened years later in my career. We can speak in person about that. I have a guy I've been going to for years, like 10. And when I feel like I'm off, I call him, and all I have to say is, I need a tune-up, and he does me in. Right?
I don't recall that, but if that came from my number, then I had that conversation with her. I don't remember that at all.
Okay. May I approach you?
Yeah.
I apologize. I have to do this on the cell phone. This just came up this morning. I can show that.
Okay.
May I approach you?
Yes.
So I'm going to show you some of these two screenshots. First of all, that's a contact, and that's your phone number, and it says Noonan, right?
That's correct.
Okay, so this is the text I want to show you.
Which one? This one right here.
Yeah. And you can scroll up and down if you want, but this is the black part is you, and the blue part is Kelsey, right? You can get some context.
Wait, I'm in blue?
Kelsey's in
Oh,
blue.
Kelsey's
and
in
you'd
blue.
be in black, yeah.
So can I just make an observation? So you asked the witness about this particular text, about essentially that perhaps he had therapy and needed a tune-up, et cetera.
Yes.
He said his answer was he basically is not contesting the
Yes.
authenticity of that. So what are we doing?
Well, it's tricky, Judge, from where I sit, it's tricky that when a witness says, well, if that's what it says, so I feel like I need to establish that's what it says, that's all.
Okay.
And so,
Fair enough.
and I think I can leave it there. Officer, is that what it says? What I suggested?
It does.
And so we agree that you communicated that to Kelsey?
Yes.
And we can agree that that's pretty personal stuff to share with somebody that you say that you didn't know very well, isn't it?
Again, senior officer, she's going through a lot. I was just trying to be there for her. And that was one horrific call.
And we agree that that's something that can create very profound bonding between officers when you have a common tragedy that you have to deal with.
Yes, but you move on. You go back to work.
I want to go back to the bedroom where Kelsey's on the floor and you stop holding the gun on her. You assist Lieutenant Daly with first aid.
Yes.
Okay. And you were asked by the ADA, what did she say when she was on the floor? Recall that?
I don't remember that.
Yes or no, just the context of being asked that.
Maybe.
Yeah. And see if this refreshes your memory. You said that she said, it hurts. She said, it hurts. I, meaning you, said, keep breathing. You have a baby to live for.
Yes.
Right? And that was your testimony about what she said and what you said, right?
Yes.
And that was the truth?
Yes.
And that was the whole truth?
Yes.
Now, when you were interviewed by Attorney Bennett, of the CIC investigation,
Yes.
you painted quite a different picture, didn't you?
No.
You had something to add that made you look good, didn't you?
No.
You said to Attorney Bennett, if I could have one moment, Joe, I just want to get this exactly right. Just need a moment. All right.
No problem, take your time.
Page 11, counsel. The 80-something page report, 90-page report. With respect to the CIC report, you did say the part that she was saying it hurt. I told her to just keep breathing. Do you recall that?
Sure.
You have a son, you know you want to be here for your kid. Does that ring a bell?
I didn't hear that last.
I'm sorry, you have a son, you know you want to be here for your kid.
Okay.
You said that to Mr. Bennett?
If it's there, yes.
Then you added something quite memorable that you didn't say here in court. Isn't that correct?
You tell me what's in it. I don't know.
You said that she reached up, she grabbed my hand, I held her hand, consoled her, and then I asked her, why? And she stopped talking and just literally just looked right through me, death stare.
If
That's
it's there,
what you
then
said.
yes. If it's there, that's what I said.
And you didn't say that here in court today, did you?
I didn't remember. I totally forgot about that.
You forgot about something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing further on.
I'm sorry, no more, you're done?
Yes.
Okay, redirect.
So I'm going to show you what's been previously marked as exhibit number 57. Is that a better picture of that
Yes.
area that you put the gun?
Yes.
That Officer Court took?
Yes.
You also stated just during cross-examination that you knew Ms. Fitzsimmons had been sectioned before, correct?
That's correct.
And did you know that before the call?
I did.
Okay. And did that factor into how you were assessing the situation in the house?
Yes.
Did that factor into the team, you, Houston, and Daly, about the fact that you were never going to take your eyes off her?
That's correct.
Counsel had asked you about the first time you making a statement about what happened was July 3rd, correct?
Yes.
Did you tell anybody what happened before that?
Before
I didn't
July?
hear that.
Oh, sure, I'll say it again. Counsel had asked you whether you had, the first time you made a statement about what happened in the room was July 3rd, correct?
Yes,
Okay. Did you tell Officer Core what happened?
I did.
Did you tell Lieutenant Daly what happened?
I did.
Did you tell Officer Houston what happened?
I did.
What did you say?
I said she tried to shoot me.
Thank you. Nothing else.
Objection, Judge, that's hearsay, and I have a motion to strike.
Okay, it's overruled. Do you have recross?
No, Your Honor.
I'm not, just to be clear, I'm not, Mr. Braille, I'm not, I did not allow that last statement in for the truth, just for state of mind.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And to rehabilitate as well. All right, no further questions for Officer Noonan from either side? I take the silence as a no. Thank you very much. You may step down, and Commonwealth, you can call your next witness.
Judge, I'm sorry, can we approach sidebar before the witness departs?
Before the witness departs, oh, you are almost out of here. You didn't move quick. You didn't move fast enough. All right, yeah, we can go to sidebar.
Could you raise your right hand? You solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in this cause now in hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God.
Yes, I did. Good afternoon. You can have a seat, or I guess good morning still.
Good morning, Your Honor.
If I may.
Yes, please.
Sir, in a loud, clear voice, can you please introduce yourself and spell your first name and your last name?
Good morning. My name is Officer Stephen Corr. Stephen spelled Steven. Last name is Corr, Corr.
And what do you do for a living, sir?
I'm a police officer with the town of North Andover.
And how long have you been doing that?
About 15 years.
Okay, what are your duties and responsibilities now?
I'm on patrol 4 to 12 shift. We respond to everything, 911 calls, domestics, motor vehicle accidents. If somebody calls the police, we answer.
Okay, I'm going to turn your attention back to June 30th of last year. You were working that day?
Correct.
Okay, at some point in the early evening, did you get a call to go somewhere? Or did you get a call that you decided to respond to?
There was a call. We had several officers involved in a document service.
Okay.
I was assisting another officer at a time with an arrest.
Okay, and the document service was a restraining order?
Correct.
Fair to say that was being served on Kelsey Fitzsimmons?
Yes.
Okay, did you know where she lived?
I did.
You did?
Yes.
I'm sorry, I was about to say I didn't hear your answer, but he repeated it, so you knew where she lived.
I do, yes,
Okay.
correct.
We're having trouble hearing the gentleman too. If you could
Well,
just
I'm
try to
sorry,
keep
excuse
your
me.
voice up. Thank you, sir.
Sir, you said you were on another call, correct?
Correct.
Whereabouts was that?
It was down the road on Waverly Road, up by the cemetery.
At some point, did you receive information that necessitated your presence at Ms. Fitzsimmons' residence?
After I had cleared that call with another officer, I had saw on the control board in my cruiser that they were getting out at that residence, and I started floating that way prior to receiving radio transmissions.
Okay. And before you got there, did you receive another transmission?
I did.
Okay, what was that?
I believe it was Lieutenant Daly had called off, and in the background, it was just a woman screaming and him saying shots fired.
Okay. And so did you head that way?
I did.
When you got there, was anybody else outside when you got there?
There was another person in a small red car that had pulled up next to me as I had gotten out. I spoke with her briefly about somebody running down the street with a child.
Okay. Had you seen that person running down the street yourself?
I did not, no.
So what did you do after you stopped?
After I stopped, I grabbed my med bag and I radioed up to Lieutenant Daly. I said, where are you, sir? And he answered me on the radio, said, upstairs. I think he said upstairs.
Had you ever been in that residence before?
I have not, no.
Okay. So where did you go?
I went in the porch on the left side, went in through the front door. I could hear a female screaming. I think I went inside and asked her, where are they? And she said, they're upstairs. I went upstairs. And there's a weird kind of layout of the house where you come in the front door and the stairs are right behind it.
Okay. Now, you said the woman screaming, was that the woman downstairs was screaming?
Woman downstairs, a living room, family room on the left, yes,
You went upstairs.
correct.
When you got upstairs, what did you see initially?
I got upstairs, there was a landing way with a left exit and a right exit. There was 2 doors. I could hear commotion on the right side, so I entered that doorway.
Okay, and who did you see when you entered that doorway?
I saw Lieutenant Daly, I saw Officer Noonan and Officer Houston.
What were they doing?
They were performing first aid, rendering aid to Ms. Fitzsimmons.
At some point, did Officer Noonan ask you to do something?
He did.
What was that?
He pointed right where his hand had been, and he said, "Secure that firearm." And I had looked down, there was a firearm sitting on I want to say a white-looking bookshelf.
Okay. Was that near the door?
Correct.
Picture right now. I'm going to show you what's been previously marked as exhibit number 57. Do you recognize that?
I do, yes.
And what is that?
That was where the firearm was located, on top of that white-looking bookshelf. I guess it's not a bookshelf, but
So this is the room you entered, correct?
correct,
And this is the door you went in?
correct.
And is this the area where the gun was?
That's where the gun I saw was, yes.
Okay. And so you didn't know anything about the gun at the time, whether it was loaded or not, right?
No, I did not.
Okay, so what did you do?
I had gloves on at the time. I picked up the firearm. There was a small black box on the bed. I saw that was an open box where I could store the firearm because I knew paramedics and fire department was going to be coming in that room. It's not a huge room, so I wanted to get it out of the way so it wouldn't be trampled, wouldn't be disrupted or anything. I took the firearm. I looked at the box. There was nothing in it. I kind of did one of these motions to make sure there was nothing in it, put it down. I dropped the magazine out of it.
And what does that mean, dropping the magazine?
I hit this release button on the side of the firearm. It takes out all the bullets that are in the magazine.
Okay. Bullets stay in the magazine.
The bullets are in the magazine, correct. And then after that, I racked the slide, had it sideways, and I emptied a round out of the chamber into that box.
Okay, so there were a magazine with a number of bullets in it.
Correct.
The one round or bullet was racked into the chamber itself, correct?
Correct.
And then did that go in the box?
That went inside the box.
And what did you do with the firearm itself?
The firearm, I put everything in the box.
Okay.
And then brought it outside of the room.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yeah.
I'm going to show you the picture and ask if you recognize what that is.
Hold on a sec. So this image
not
on.
agreed to, so it's a picture that.
Okay. All right. My question was, you just answered it by your movement, was whether you wanted me to look at what was on the screen.
No.
All right. So you've handed him a photo.
Do you recognize what that is?
I do.
What is it?
It's the box that I placed the firearm on the ammunition in.
Okay, can you see the firearm, magazine, and the round itself?
I can.
Where is the pic? What did you do with the box after you placed the items in it?
Like I said, it was a small room. The landing, it was at the top of the stairs. I backed up out of that and I put the box in the corner away where I kind of stood over it, made sure nobody messed with it as the fire department came up and down for medical aid.
Thank you. I draw right off of this picture is the next exhibit.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. It may be admitted.
Exhibit 80, so marked.
If I may publish it.
Please.
Is that in the position where you had placed the box itself on the landing?
Yes.
You said you stood guard over it. Until when?
As they were doing render and aid, Officer Noonan backed out of the room along with Officer Houston and I believe Lieutenant Daly. As she was being removed from the room downstairs, there started to be some issues. I asked Lieutenant Daly, who was standing next to me, I said, do you want me to go down and make sure the fire department's all set, putting her in the ambulance, make sure nobody interferes with that? And he said, yep, I'll take watch over the firearm. And he basically stood over it and made sure nobody, after I had left.
Okay. When you initially went into the room and you saw Miss Fitzsimmons on the ground, I'm assuming?
She was blocked my view. I could see feet. Okay. I assumed that was her. Once everybody kind of moved out of the way and I walked in, I said, what do you guys need for help? They already had a med bag up there, but she was on the back side of the bed.
Okay. Where was Officer Noonan after the fire department left?
Standing next to me in the hallway, the landing area, I want to call it.
Did you do anything with regards to him? Did you make any observations?
I asked him if he was good. It's basically me making sure he's okay. Adrenaline's rushing. As I came up the top of the stairs, there was a little glass door on the left, and it looked like there was like a pinhole through it. I thought he might have been shot at, so I asked him, hey, did she get a round off on you? And he basically, I don't know.
Overruled only because it's been admitted and it's of marginal relevance. Just to explain the scene. Sure. Cross? Mr. Brito, cross? Thank you, Yes, take your time.
Officer Core, good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Now, I'm sure that you memorialized all these important facts you testified to in a police report somewhere.
No, we didn't generate a police report at that time, no.
Well, I'm not asking if we did, I'm asking if you did.
I did not know, sir.
Excuse me one moment. Do you mind going to the?
Oh, sorry.
Only because, make sure that the audio gets picked up.
Everything you testified to was not memorialized by you in a police report, correct?
No, I did not read a police report, no.
Now, also, you weren't interviewed until 30 days after this incident, correct?
Interviewed by who?
By the state police.
I don't remember the exact time frame.
Isn't it true that you were interviewed on July 30th?
I don't know the exact date. If that's what you say it is, then I assume you're giving me correct information.
I appreciate that. You were also working with Officer Noonan, correct?
I work with him as a coworker.
Did you work with him in that time interval?
From when the incident happened to July 30th?
July.
He's on a different shift, but yeah, I do work with him.
And did you speak with him about the case?
I don't recall if we did. I'm sure we had talked at some point about if he was okay.
Did you speak to him about what happened at the scene? Just yes or no?
At the scene we did, absolutely. We were on the same scene.
Okay. And did you speak with him in the days following?
I couldn't tell you. I'm sure we at some point talked.
And what about prior to your state police interview?
I'm sure we talked at some point.
So you spoke with him at the scene, spoke with him probably shortly after, and spoke with him prior to the interview as the interview approached. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Nothing further.
Anything you do that? Okay. All right. Thank you, officer. You may step down.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Come with you. Call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Michael Bonasaro, please.
solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in this cause now and hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God? I do. Thank you.
You may have a seat. Just pull yourself up to that mic. Thank you.
May I?
Yes, please.
Good afternoon, sir.
Afternoon.
In a nice loud voice, if you could please state your name and spell your first and last name for the record.
Sure. My name is Detective Lieutenant Michael Bonasoro. Last is spelled Bonasoro.
How are you employed?
I work for the Mass State Police.
And what is your current assignment?
I work for the Firearms Identification Section.
How long have you worked for the Massachusetts State Police generally?
Almost 20 years.
If you could give us a brief recitation of your assignments within the state police?
All assignments are what I'm doing now.
Start from when you graduated from the academy, briefly.
All right. So I graduated the academy in 2006. From there, was on the road for a few years, transferred into the Firearms Identification Section, stayed there for approximately 12 years, transferred out of there, went to the Narcotics Inspection Unit for a year and a half, went to the duty office for a few months, back to the Narcotics Inspection Unit, and then to Firearms Identification Section again to work as the executive officer and now the unit commander.
And so how long has your current assignment with the Firearms Identification Unit been?
Since I've been back a little over 3 years.
What does the Firearms Identification Unit do?
So we have many responsibilities. So we respond to crime scenes, preserve the evidence, document the scene. We do microscopic comparisons of fired bullets as well as discharged casings. We attend autopsies, we destroy weapons, and we do functionality of weapon certifications.
How many troopers are assigned to your unit statewide?
There's a total of 18 of us assigned statewide.
And what are your responsibilities as the detective lieutenant in charge?
So I look at training, make sure we're up to accreditation standards for lab protocols, making sure all of our protocols are in line with the current definitions of Mass General laws. I look at different aspects of how we respond to scenes, how we collect evidence, how we interpret evidence, looking at the definitions of firearms, pistols, rifles, shotguns, assault weapons, different stuff like that. It's more of a managerial role, looking at making sure everybody has the training that is required amongst them and authorizing them to do the casework when they have achieved all of their training.
And fair to say that you still, from time to time, respond to scenes yourself?
Yes. So as of right now, we're down a few supervisors. So I took on the role of going to these more high-profile scenes to observe my other ballisticians, collect evidence, as well as do some of the hands-on work myself.
Can you briefly summarize some of the specialized training you've received over the years with respect to firearms?
Sure. So when you go into the firearms identification, it's a 2-year apprenticeship program. You work with other senior ballisticians. You're looking at casework, seeing how to do the casework, making sure it aligns with the protocols that we have documented. You're doing test fires of weapons, numerous weapons, analyzing ammunition, magazines. You go into armorers courses, you go into different conferences to look at the field of tool marks and seeing how these tools are making these markings and how they're transferring over to these discharge casings and projectiles. So it's an ongoing process of different trainings. It's training from other examiners, see what they've discovered in the field and making sure you're up to date with all the standards.
And the armorers courses that you've gone to, have you gone to numerous with respect to the common gun manufacturers in the United States?
Yes, I've gone to several rifle, shotgun, firearm armorers courses.
Can you estimate how many weapons you've examined over the course of your career?
Hundreds.
And how many weapons have you test fired?
Over hundreds of them as well.
And do you also have the opportunity to examine ammunition as part of your work in the Firearms Identification Unit?
Yes, looking at the components of ammunition, yes.
And one of the components of ammunition is projectiles?
Correct.
And you've examined estimate how many projectiles over the course of your career?
Thousands.
And how many scenes have you responded to?
Hundreds of scenes.
And have those been both fatal and non-fatal shooting scenes?
Yes.
Have you conducted and participated in the microscopic examination of ballistic evidence?
Yes, several.
Approximately how many times?
I would say over 100 cases.
And have you had the opportunity to testify in the courts of the Commonwealth?
Yes, several courts.
And if you could name a few of those courts.
Middlesex Superior District, Suffolk Superior District, Worcester Superior District.
And today you're in Essex.
Yes.
Before I ask you specific questions about the case, I just want to ask you some general questions about how firearms work and how ammunition works. Can you explain the components of a live round?
So you have several components. So you have the casing that encompasses everything. You have the powder that's inside of it, and then you have the projectile, and you also have the primer. So you need all these components to make ammunition. So all these components combined will make one combustible material. You'll have what's called a firing pin. It'll strike the primer. Primer will ignite the powder inside of the casing, which holds everything together. Once the gas is built up from the burning of the powder, the projectile will leave that casing.
So the projectile is what's commonly known as the bullet,
Yes.
and the casing is what is often recovered at crime scenes.
It's also referred to as a discharge cartridge casing. So it's been extracted from that firearm.
Is there a way for you to determine whether a round has been discharged from a working firearm?
There is. So you're looking at the tool marks of what's left over on that discharge casing or that projectile. So originally you look at the class characteristics. Does it have the same design features as that firearm? Is in regards to a projectile, is the twist going to the left or the right based on that design feature of that firearm? If it twists to the left, it would sometimes be 6, 5, 4 right twists. So you look at these characteristics, make sure they're in line, and then move forward into what's called individual markings. As firearms are produced, they're produced by tools. As tools are making these firearms, the tools are wearing away. You also have little pieces of metal that get in front of the tools, which will create unique marks. There isn't one firearm that is the same due to the fact that you'll have material that's in front of these cutting edges.
And is it fair to say that when a cartridge is new or from the box, it does not have these particular tool marks you're looking for?
It shouldn't have any of the tool marks. It may have some type of markings, what's called bunter marks on a discharge casing. This is from stamping that live cartridge to indicate what caliber and manufacturer of that live cartridge.
Did you say what marks?
A bunter mark? A bunter mark?
Can you spell that for the court?
It's BUNTER.
And that's the stamp that reflects the caliber of ammunition?
The caliber as well as the manufacturer.
Thank you.
When a casing comes apart from a projectile, does it come out with velocity?
It does.
And are you able to determine anything about where a particular gun was fired based on where a casing or casings are recovered?
You can't really determine the exact location. It should land in the general vicinity of the shooter, but you also have variables if that casing was kicked or manipulated in some way, or if it deflected off another object.
And I think we just talked about this, but what does caliber refer to?
Caliber is the diameter or length of that casing.
I'd like to talk about a semi-automatic firearm. Are you familiar with those?
Yes.
And how does a semi-automatic firearm work?
So it requires a trigger pull per firing of that weapon. So you pull the trigger, it will cause either a hammer or a firing pin to move forward. We'll strike the primer. After it strikes the primer, it will cause an explosion. Explosion is going to cause that slide to go backwards. The extractor is going to extract that casing, which is attached to that slide. It's going to hit what's called an ejector. The ejector is going to extract that discharge casing out of the ejection port, and it's going to continue the cycle. This slide is going to move forward now because it's under spring tension. It's going to pick up the other live cartridge that's in the magazine well and load the next live cartridge.
But does the user have to do something first before they are able to pull the trigger and have a projectile fire?
So they would have to load either manually or with a magazine. So a live cartridge has to be inserted into the chamber.
And does the slide, or does the slide have to be pulled back?
The slide has to be racked to the rear, yes.
Okay. And so the slide has to be racked to the rear just one time before the shots are fired?
Yeah, so you have to essentially cock the firearm. So you have to put some external force on that firing pin or that striker to hold it in place. When you pull the trigger, you're going to have that transfer bar or that trigger bar, whatever you want to call it, will actually drop. We'll engage that trigger bar or that striker to move forward and move past the aperture, which is the circular portion, and right in front of the primer that sits in front of the chamber. So all these things have to happen, but initially you have to have a cocked firearm for it to happen. So you have to load that live cartridge and put some external force on that slide to cock it.
And is cartridge synonymous with magazine?
Cartridge versus magazine. So a cartridge would seat in any magazine.
So the cartridge holds the projectiles or casings in the magazine?
Yes.
And what part of the gun is the magazine?
So it's an external piece that's inserted into a magazine well.
So a user would take the magazine, enter a cartridge which contains the bullets, and then seat it in the handle of a semi-automatic weapon.
So the person would load the ammunition inside of the magazine. The magazine will have a spring tension as well as a follower on top. That spring tension pushes that live cartridge to the top of that magazine at all times. That live cartridge is stripped by the slide or manipulated by putting that live cartridge in the chamber manually, but ultimately you do have to cock that weapon to fire it.
I'd like to direct your attention to June 30th of last year. On that date, in the evening hours, did you get called to go somewhere?
I did.
Where did you get called to go?
To a residence in North Andover.
What information did you have when you arrived?
Information I had was there was a police-involved shooting, which required a supervisor to attend the scene.
And that's why you went?
Yes.
What time did you arrive?
I don't recall exactly what time. It was in the evening hours.
Did anyone else from your unit respond?
Yes, I had a trooper, Chris Pierce, as well as trooper Andrew Valeri.
And the three of you responded from the firearms identification unit?
Yes.
And what was your purpose on scene?
We wanted to document the scene. We wanted to inventory all personnel that were involved in the shooting, whether they fired or not, to inventory their weapons, to account for all live cartridges.
And again, is that standard procedure for an officer involved shooting?
Yes.
When you responded, who was on scene?
There was several detectives from the Essex County Detective Unit, as well as Andover police personnel.
North Andover police personnel?
North Andover, yes, Mike, sorry.
Were you directed to a particular part of the house?
I was. There was a particular part in the top of the stairs where there was a firearm located in a safe, as well as a bedroom where we recovered a 2 discharge casing as well as a projectile.
And did you or someone from your unit or someone from the state police take photographs that evening?
Yes, we had crime scene services photograph the scene.
And what is crime scene services?
So they're a unit in Massachusetts State Police. So they document, they photograph the scene, they videotape the scene to preserve the scene, as well as do prints on firearms casings and so on, as well as footwear impression markings.
May I approach?
Yes.
Sir, I'm showing you 9 photographs. I just asked that you take a look at those and let me know when you're done.
While you're doing that, counsel, Mr. Brady, will the defense be objecting to any of these?
I don't know what counsel has up there.
Okay, thanks. Perhaps,
I thought there was an objection.
okay, perhaps when,
Are these-
hold on a second. Perhaps when you're done, when the witness is done, if you can show them to Mr. Bradle, and if, to the extent that you were able to mark a few and you can object to a few or all of them. Take your time, Mr. Brado.
I understand there's no objection.
No objection. Okay, let's have Mr. Rain mark those individually. You said there were 9?
Exhibit 81, Somar. Exhibit 82, Somar. Exhibit 83, Somar. Exhibit 84, Somar. Exhibit 85, Somar. 86, Somar. 87, Somar. 88, Somar. 89, Somar.
Thank you.
May I publish it, Your Honor?
Yes, please.
Sir, I'm showing you first what's been marked as 81. Do you recognize that picture?
The picture dictates plaque number 3. I believe there was a discharge casing around that vicinity of plaque number 3.
Sir, what number was that again?
81.
81, thank you.
Is Exhibit 82 a different angle of that same, you were trying to photograph that same discharge cartridge casing?
It is.
Showing you Exhibit 83. What does picture 83 show?
Discharge cartridge casing with the closer-up appearance.
Has it been moved?
I believe it has been moved.
And why would it have been moved?
Where it was located, it was kind of in a confined space in the corner of the room.
Showing you Exhibit 84. Do you recognize Exhibit 84?
Yes, it's where a sprint projectile was recovered right above the air conditioning unit inside the curtains.
Exhibit 86.
I'm sorry, can you just give me one moment to just catch up?
Do you need the picture?
Do you mind putting that back on? Thank you.
What does picture 80, Exhibit 86 show?
It's a close-up picture of placard number 4 of that sprint projectile that was recovered in the curtains.
And showing you Exhibit 87. What does Exhibit 87 show?
The projectile from placard number 4 that was moved for a close-up photograph.
So it's taken from the air conditioning unit and moved for this photograph?
Taken from the curtain and moved on, I believe, the bed, taken a photo of it.
Showing you Exhibit 89. What does Exhibit 89 show?
It's where a projectile possibly struck. We looked at the air conditioner inside and to the rear of it. They had a hole consistent with a strike on the outside of that air conditioner. Can't determine exactly, but it appeared to be a projectile strike, and there was another hole on the exterior or the back end of that air conditioner as well.
And is that what Exhibit 88 shows?
Yes,
And did you ever find a projectile associated with this air conditioner, the one that struck the air conditioner?
I did not.
That last photo, that one there, is that 85?
88.
I'm sorry, 88? Thank you.
Detective Lieutenant next showing you Exhibit 76. Do you recognize what's depicted in Exhibit 76?
It appears to be another discharged car's casing by placard number 1.
And is Exhibit 77 a close-up of that discharge cartridge casing?
It is.
And what did you do with the discharge cartridge casings and the spent projectile that you recovered from the scene that night?
So all pieces of evidence were documented, where they were located by placard number, the time of location, who recovered that evidence, and any particular features of that discharge casings, the head stamps or bunter marks.
So you collected the evidence and documented it, fair to say?
Yes,
And is it, in summary, fair to say that you recovered 2 discharge cartridge casing and 1 spent projectile?
correct.
Sorry, I was distracted. Can you ask that question again?
Sure. In summary, is it fair to say that you recovered 2 discharged cartridge casings and 1 spent projectile that night?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Did you continue your search of that bedroom?
I did.
And what else did you recover from that bedroom?
I don't believe there was anything else from the bedroom other than the 2 discharge casings and the projectile.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes. Oh. Let's, we'll take a 5-minute recess.
All right. Let's do a 5-minute recess.
We're back on record on the Kelsey Fitzsimmons matter. All counsel and the defendant are present.
Okay, you may continue, counsel.
Thank you. Detective Lieutenant, is it true that you took possession of a number of firearms the night of June 30th, 2025?
I did.
And whose firearms did you collect?
There's 2 North Andover police officers' firearms and another firearm that was recovered at the top of the stairs at the residence.
And the 2 North Andover police officers, was that Tim Houston and Patrick Noonan?
Yes,
And did you also inspect Lieutenant Daly's firearm on scene?
I did.
And what did you determine with respect to Lieutenant Daly's firearm?
He had,
Well, I'm sorry. This almost only happens in Lawrence. But the window's open over here, and which is what we need for, because of our HVAC, but I'm having trouble hearing. Do you mind closing that? Sorry, and you're gonna have to repeat those last question and answer. I didn't. Thank you. Can you repeat that?
I think so. Sir, what was your finding with respect to Lieutenant Daly's firearm?
he had 1 magazine, so he was fully loaded. There wasn't any unaccounted for rounds of ammunition.
Okay.
Wait, I'm confused because I thought you took Officer Houston and Officer Noonan is what I wrote down, but is that?
Fair to say you took Officer Houston's firearm and Officer Noonan's firearm.
Correct.
And did you take Lieutenant Daly's firearm?
I did not.
Did you just examine the number of bullets in his magazine?
Yes, I.
Well, she's leading because the judge was distracted by the outside noise, so, and I'll allow you to do so as well, Mr. Brady. So overruled, all right, so now I understand. Thank you.
And sir, I'm next going to ask you if you recognize what's shown in Exhibit 10.
Yes, that is the firearm at the top of the stairs, as well as a magazine with numerous live cartridges in it, as well as one loose live cartridge.
Is this the loose live cartridge here?
It is.
I'd like to ask you about your major findings in this case. Based on your training and experience, did you conduct microscopic analysis with respect to the projectile and cartridge casings that were recovered from the bedroom of Phillipsbrook Road?
I did. So I test fired all three weapons and conducted a microscopic examination of the class characters as well as the individual markings that were left behind from the firing process. I was able to conclude that the weapon that was fired by Officer Noonan created the discharge casings that were recovered in the bedroom, as well as the spent projectile that was recovered above the air conditioner.
And were you able to exclude any weapons?
I was able to exclude the other firearms.
I'd like to change gears a little and talk about the weapon that was recovered from the black safe at the top of the stairs. Did you do anything with respect to that gun?
I test fired that weapon with 2 live cartridges from submitted ammunition.
And what was your conclusion?
That weapon did not fire the discharge casings as well as the projectile that was recovered.
So the gun from the black safe was also excluded from the discharge casings and the projectile that were recovered from the bedroom?
Correct.
But did the gun operate?
It did operate, yes.
Was there any problems with its operation?
There was no malfunctions.
Did you bring with you today a box?
I did.
And what is contained within that box?
I believe it was the that Glock firearm that was in question that was recovered at the top of the stairs.
Is that box packaged in the standard way that the ballistic unit packages firearms?
It is.
If you could open the box and explain what is in the content, what's contained within.
May I assume that someone's made sure that this is safe to begin with?
I'll do it again, Your Honor.
Okay.
All right, we have a trigger lock that was provided later. We have the firearm in question. It's safe and empty. There's nothing in the chamber. The slide is locked back to the rear. There's nothing in the magazine wall. The weapon is safe and empty. Also, contents of this is you have the 2 magazines that were recovered from the vest. They were downstairs on the first floor of the residence. You have the magazine that was recovered in the safe. It was originally loaded with 16 live cartridges. And you have 2 test fires that are conducted using that live ammunition from that magazine, as well as the single loose live cartridge that was recovered in the safe.
Are you going to ask more questions about that? Because I couldn't keep up. Or should I have them repeated?
No, I will ask a question.
Okay, thank you.
But in the meantime, may the box and the contents be marked for as an exhibit?
Yeah, let's. We're gonna have to do them individually. I don't want the ammunition to be with the firearm. So let's do that, Mr. Ruane. And also, any objection if he puts, Mr. Brado, if he puts the trigger lock on there?
No, Judge.
I don't know, are you able to even?
Object to the meeting either for this. I don't object to any meeting for this kind of stuff.
I would ask that you just wait to
Sure.
put the trigger lock on, certainly before it's submitted.
Sure. Thank you.
How about we do the front in the box and then the rest we can tag individually?
Sure.
Exhibit 90 would be the firearm, Your Honor, in a box.
Yeah.
91 is a magazine, Your Honor. And 92 is also a magazine, Your Honor.
Is it with the ammunition?
Yes.
Okay.
93 is in magazine.
93 is a magazine with ammunition.
Live round.
94 ammunition, 1 round.
Test fire.
95 test fired ammunition. 96 test fired ammunition.
The magazine that you recovered from the gun in the black safe, what was the total capacity of that magazine?
17 live cartridges.
And is that how many live cartridges that weapon can hold?
That's how many cartridges the magazine can hold. So what's called a top-off method. So you load the magazine with the 7 live cartridges, you chamber around, you take the magazine out of the magazine well, and then insert another live cartridge. So essentially the magazine will be fully loaded with 7, and then there will be 1 live cartridge in the chamber.
So you said 7, not 17.
My apologies.
No, I'm asking, that's a question. You mean 7, right? Not 17?
7. The magazine is 17 live cartridges capacity.
17
17.
is the capacity. Okay.
17 is the capacity for the magazine that was recovered from the black box.
Correct.
And so when you add an extra round, what's the capacity for the weapon itself?
So we'd call it 17 plus 1. So essentially 18 live cartridges.
Getting back to that, in that black box, in this, I'm showing you exhibit 80. Exhibit 80 is the gun, the magazine, and the single live projectile that is contained within the box in front of you. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And when you examined this firearm, how many bullets were in the magazine?
There were 16 live cartridges in the magazine.
And how many live projectiles were in the safe?
There was 1 loose round live cartridge in the safe.
And that was reflected in the 1 loose round cartridge. That's in Exhibit 94, is that correct?
Correct.
Are you familiar with the term dry fire?
I am.
What's that mean?
So you are cycling the weapon without a live cartridge in the chamber. So all the same steps are going to happen. You're going to cock that weapon. It's going to have that trigger bar or that striker be sent to the rear. It's going to be held in tension by that trigger bar. When you depress the trigger, it's going to create that trigger bar to drop. The firing pin is going to move forward through the aperture and potentially strike any live cartridge that's in the chamber.
And what happens if there's not a live cartridge in the chamber?
So you'll hear an audible click.
With the court's permission, may Detective Lieutenant demonstrate?
Any objection?
No.
Demonstrate with.
A dry fire with no projectile in the weapon at all, no projectile particularly in the chamber.
Yes.
So if you could stand up and demonstrate.
Okay. Again, there's nothing in the magazine well, nothing in the chamber currently. So the weapon currently is cocked. You'd move the slide forward, still in the cocked position. You still have that trigger bar, it's moved backwards. And then when you pull the trigger, you'll hear an audible click because it's releasing that striker. That striker is going to move forward and hit where the aperture where the firing pin would protrude. So you'll hear the click. And then in order to reset it, so right now you have a dead trigger, it's not going to do anything. Again, pull the trigger, audible click. And that's what you'll hear. If you have nothing, if it's halfway, you'll have a click as well. So if it's not all the way chambered, it'll click as well. So what we call it is out of battery. So the weapon is locked to the rear. You'll have the slide forward. Now the weapon is battery. So you have an enclosed live cartridge. There's nowhere for that live cartridge to go when it's fired, but out the barrel.
And I'm sorry, the term that you used, batteried?
Yeah, it's out of, so once the live cartridge is loaded, that weapon is now in battery. So you have the breech that is right behind that live cartridge. So when you fire that weapon, an explosion is going to happen. So you're going to have the firing pin is going to hit that primer. Primer is going to ignite the powder. Powder is going to build up gases. Projectiles are going to go down simultaneously. You're going to have an explosion, which is going to cause that slide to go backwards. The extractor is in contact with that live cartridge. It's going to rip that discharge casing out. It's going to hit an ejector, which is pretty much a metal rod, and it's going to eject out this ejection port, which is right here. There's an ejector right in there. An extractor is like a little claw that's attached to that rim of that live cartridge or that discharge cartridge after firing and pulling it right out. All in one function, and then that slide is going to go forward and load the next live cartridge.
Thank you.
So based on your training and experience, would you hear that click if there was a loaded magazine in the weapon, but no bullet in the chamber?
Yes.
And based on your training and experience, what would happen if the gun was cocked and there was bullets in the magazine and you pulled the trigger?
If there wasn't any live cartridges in the chamber, nothing would go off. You'd hear a click, but nothing would go off.
And then how would you get a bullet to go into the chamber?
You'd have to physically, manually load that bullet or push that slide forward to load that live cartridge from the magazine.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes, take your time.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you, Mark.
Hello, sir.
Afternoon.
Lieutenant Detective Bonasaro, do I have that right?
Detective Lieutenant Bonasoro.
Bonasaro, nice to meet you. We have never spoken before, correct?
Correct.
So what's a head stamp on a cartridge?
It's the indicator that tells you the caliber and the manufacturer.
Was that something that you took note of for all the cartridges in this case?
Yes.
And and you can look at any of your reports if you like, or anything you need to look at, you can just let me know. Or you can just go right ahead and do it. Do you have your reports with you?
I don't have them with me now.
Okay. And let me know when I can show you. In this case, relative to the spent projectiles that you recovered and the loose round you recovered, did you check the head stamps of those?
All head stamps were recorded on all evidence, yes.
And they're on your ballistics worksheets, right?
Yes.
And if you need to look, just let me know. All the head stamps for all these cartridges were the same, right?
I believe so.
It was Hornady 9mm.
Yes.
And so, just out of an abundance of caution, I don't want you to believe so. I want you to look and just tell me. Is that all right?
Yes, that's
I'm pretty sure I'm giving you everything. And if I don't, just let me know. And I have 3 ballistics worksheets here. May I approach you?
Yeah.
I'm going to show you those. Take a look. Take all the time.
And then, just so I'm clear, Mr. Brado, the question is whether all the ammunition recovered had the same head stamp?
Yes.
Okay.
Correct,
Thank
Your
you.
Honor. So with respect to, actually, I should qualify that a little more, Your Honor.
Sure.
The question was, the 2 spent projectiles and the loose round, do they all have the same head stamp?
The 2 discharge casing as well as the loose live cartridges all have the same Hornady head stamp.
And I apologize, and you just corrected me. I said spent projectiles. That's wrong, isn't it?
Correct.
So I should rephrase that, Your Honor. The 1 live round, live cartridge, and the 2 shell casings all had the same head stamp.
Correct.
Thank you. And I said that right that time, right?
Yes.
All right. I'm just going to retrieve those from you.
Sure.
As a state police detective, you go to various towns and you investigate ballistics evidence, ballistics issues at various calls, right?
Yes.
And oftentimes you get there kind of well after the fact of the incident, right?
Correct.
And in this case, I know you don't exactly remember the times, but let's break it down a little bit. How long did it take you to get to the scene, if you recall?
Probably over an hour to get there. I was traveling from Maynard.
Okay, so Maynard to North Andover. And it's, was it dark out when you got there, if you can recall?
I don't recall exactly what time I got there.
Okay. It's fair to say that the scene was secured and there was there were no civilians around. It was a crime scene that was in the possession of police.
Safe to say there was a secure scene, yes.
Okay. And you saw colleagues from the state police that are assigned to the state Essex detective unit, right?
Correct.
And you also saw some North Andover police officers as well, correct?
Yes.
And it's fair to say that the North Andover police officers were having free reign over that scene when you were there?
I wouldn't call it free reign.
Well, nobody was keeping them out of there, right?
I believe they had a log of who was going in and out, but it's not my responsibility to keep track of who's in the scene.
Certainly not. And you oftentimes don't have personal knowledge of what goes with what cartridges from what gun, things like that.
Correct.
And you often have to rely on what people at the scene tell you.
Yes.
And then you can also, however, apply your science and figure out to a reasonable degree of ballistic certainty what the relationships of certain projectiles, cartridges, and firearms are, right?
Yes.
Okay. And in this case, you don't have any personal knowledge of the chain of custody of these various firearms, do you?
What was recorded in my notes of who I recovered these firearms from is all I can.
Well, we can start there and we'll go through it. So you wrote a report, and again, if you want to look at this, just let me know. You wrote a report that involved 3 Glock firearms, right?
Yes.
Okay. And actually, it might be quicker, Judge, if I give him one of these, so I don't have to keep going back and forth with that.
That's fine.
Let me ask, Mr. Brady, do you think that now's a good time to break for lunch? Do you think?
Sure,
And then,
that's fine, Judge, and I'll have the paperwork for him, and we can just go without having to go back.
Yeah, maybe let's do that. So,
Thank you.
we'll stand at recess and let's start back up at 5 of 2.
Should we have?
All right.
The gun lock on?
And lunch recess.
Should you put the gun lock on?
Yeah, do.
Okay.
All right, the Kelsey Fitzsimmons trial, they are going to lunch. We do have the Judy Church. They are back from their break. We are going to go ahead and run that trial. Going to get that started and shared for you guys. And we are back in court.
We're back on the record with Keystone Trial.
Oh, thank you.
You're welcome.
And Judge, one other thing.
Yes.
So it's just myself and Ms. Morrissey here right now. You're aware of that?
Yes.
Mr. Norkunis had to step out, so
Yes, he told me that he would have to do that.
yeah, he'll be back. I don't think we have to say anything in front of the jury on that.
On the fact that we're just going to interrupt the video?
No, and the fact that Mr. Norkunis is.
Oh, no,
present.
I don't think so either. If you wish me to, I'll simply say, that's why we have 2 attorneys. Sometimes one's attending to prepping another witness or whatever it may be. But if you don't wish me to, I won't.
I think we just leave it.
That's fine.
I was kind of thinking on my feet.
That's a dangerous thing, Mr. Scully.
For me, Judge, and I'm good.
All right.
Yeah.
Sounding like me, Ms. Strasnick.
No, I think that maybe I got too close.
I certainly hope that.
I'm gonna make Mr. Asnick sit on that side of the table.
I think it's fine.
I mean, if you get me sick, you have to do the closing, so.
I suggest try to avoid sidebars in the next little while since I left my mask in my lobby. Maybe when you get a chance. All right.
All right, I'm good.
seated.
Sirs, we're going to suspend the playing of the video in the interest of efficiency. We will play the rest of the video at some point, but we want to get to the examination or the continuing examination, cross-examination of Trooper Williams. He has a training tomorrow that he cannot miss, so we are doing our very best to make sure we can complete his testimony today. And so there's no reason for him to sit passively listening to the video when we can just go right to the questioning. And we'll get back to the video when we have an opportunity.
Great. Thank you, Your Honor. So Trooper, we're just going to turn to a couple of other issues and then we'll, just so a few more questions. Now, did you ever find?
I'm sorry, it's Sergeant Williams.
Sergeant.
Oh, that's, yep.
Yes, and I do the same thing. I
Yeah.
apologize.
Me too.
Did you ever find any Percocets or evidence of Percocet use by Mr. Fowler on November 10th or 11th?
No.
Now, one of the things that the jury will hear when they listen to the rest of the interview was that Miss Church told you that morning or that late that night, Mr. Fowler had been drinking a Fanta at the house.
Yes.
After the interview, did you go back to the house and grab that Fanta?
Yes.
And that was the item that you weren't in here for yesterday, item 2-4, that was poured into a specimen jar so that it wouldn't leak out of the Fanta can because it was already open.
Yes.
Okay. And that was the Fanta that was on the side of the room closest to the bed, correct?
Yes.
Now, at any time you spoke to Miss Church, the first interview at her house, the second interview at the police station, or any of the review of the things that she said to the medical professionals at Anna Jake's, Mount Auburn, or Beth Israel, at any time did Miss Church mention to you or any of those other people in the medical records that she had videotaped Mr. Fowler on the morning of November 11th, which has been previously marked as one of the exhibits in this case?
No.
Now, during the course of the investigation, you and other troopers that you were working with personally collected DNA samples from Barbara Randall and Judy Church, correct?
Yes.
All right. And blood from the autopsy was saved from Mr. Fowler so that could also be submitted to the crime lab for DNA testing, correct?
Yes.
All right. With respect to exhibits 20, which is the Powerade bottle, and 22, which is the de-icer, and the Fanta can, those were all submitted for fingerprints, correct?
Yes.
And there was no fingerprints, no usable fingerprints located on any of those three items, correct?
That's correct.
All right. In connection with this investigation as well, you and the other troopers that you were working with downloaded and searched Barbara Randall's phone, correct?
Yes.
Tammy Carbone's phone?
Yes.
Miss Church's phone in a manner consistent with the search warrants that you had for her phone, correct?
Yes.
And then you attempted to download and review Mr. Fowler's phone, but you were never able to do so, correct?
That's correct. It wasn't supported.
All right. Now, last two areas. In the course of reviewing the photos that were on Miss Church's phone, you saw a number of screenshots of text messages. Is that correct?
Yes.
And who did those text messages appear to be between?
So they appeared to be photos of Mr. Fowler's phone, like unlocked, texting. The contact said Barbie, which was another name for Barbara. So it was his conversations with Barbara on his device, but it was like Judy's phone took a picture of his phone. So she had his phone unlocked and was monitoring their messages and documenting their messages with her phone.
Okay. And then finally, sir, And so I'm just going to hand you a single page, ask if you recognize that page.
Yes.
And what do you recognize that to be, sir? Is that a Google search history that was that you found located on Ms. Church's phone?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I offer this as the next exhibit.
Mr. Scully,
No objection, Your Honor.
next exhibit.
Thank you. I'm just going to hand to you, sir, back now. It's been marked as exhibit 49. What was the date that that Google search was performed, sir?
July 27th, 2021.
And what were the search terms that were searched for?
That I searched for, or that are within
the-
the URL?
Okay,
in the
the
URL.
hash, the items that were put into the search engine.
Okay, yeah. So it's for online doctors' help. There's obviously a bunch of letters and numbers like any typical website. That then it says early signs of kidney problem, symptoms of kidney disease, kidney problem diagnosis, end stage renal disease, symptoms of kidney problems, kidney problem, and then domain name,
Okay.
and then kidney failure signs.
Thank you. Just that 1 second, Your Honor.
Yes, you may.
Oh, sure. Just one last thing, sir. So the Powerade Exhibit 20, the de-icer 22, the Fanta can, those were all submitted to the lab either in the form that they were as they appear here, though the Powerade had some liquid in it, correct?
Yes.
All right. The de-icer looked about the same.
Yes.
All right. And the Fanta can you had poured into the specimen cup, those were all submitted, and you had requested ethylene glycol testing on those items?
Yes.
All right. And then later on, you purchased 2 items just from a store, right?
Mhm.
Another bottle, an unopened bottle of the Rain X de-icer, correct?
Yes.
And then a bottle of AntiFreeze, correct?
Yes.
And you also submitted those for ethylene glycol testing.
Yes.
Thank you, Judge. Nothing further.
Thank you. Mr. Scully.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
How are you, sir?
I'm holding in my hands 2 photographs of the Powerade bottle that was taken from Judy Church's home during the search warrant. Do you recognize those?
Yes.
Okay. Judge, I'd offer these as the next 2 exhibits.
So these are just blow-ups of 2 of the photographs that are in evidence?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any objection?
Yeah.
They may be marked.
51, so marked.
And may I publish these kind of the old-fashioned way to the jury?
Sure.
Okay. So, sir, exhibits 50 and 51, which I'm now holding in my hand in the council table. Let's start with exhibit 50, the vertical picture of the Powerade drink, which you can see on the bottle says fruit punch, right?
Yes.
Which would be red in color, right?
Yes.
And so what's depicted in there is a bright orange color.
Yes.
And it's fair to say that one of the issues that presents itself here is how would Leroy Fowler?
Objection.
Let me see counsel at sidebar, just because I have a feeling that this is going to be a recurring issue. So let's see if I can deal with it right now.
All right, we are gonna vroom right past this. See if we can't get this up. Here we go, we are back.
So back to this exhibit number 50, the clear plastic bottle, Powerade, fruit punch, orange liquid, right? One of the issues presented in the case for you as an investigator to look at is how could Leroy Fowler, or anyone, but Leroy Fowler in this case, have drank this orange liquid out of this particular container and not noticed, right?
No. Do you want me to elaborate?
You don't think that's an issue?
No, so we know like his favorite drink is orange soda. So we know he drinks orange drinks all the time. I know, and I've done it in my own life where I've put open containers into other containers because there's a lid on it. So, it could be possible that he was drinking orange soda out of an old Powerade bottle. Again, we don't know the state of the bottle prior to him drinking it because it's in his stomach. So I don't know exactly what it looked like when he drank it because, if it was full, about 95% of the sample's gone. And then also when he drank it, it was about 4:30, 6:30 in the morning in November, which it's dark out and he's in a dark house and he might not have even seen the color when he either got the bottle or it was handed to him. So I don't know what Leroy Fowler knew, but orange soda is his favorite drink. So him drinking an orange liquid is very common.
So you seem to be suggesting that he poured his orange soda into this Powerade bottle at 4:30 in the morning and then intentionally drank it. Is that your suggestion?
No, I'm suggesting that orange soda could have been in the Powerade bottle. I'm not saying he put it in the Powerade bottle.
Well, the hypothetical you just gave was that it was his drink. He could have poured it in at 4:30 and not noticed because it was dark. That's what you just said, right?
No. So he would know if he was pouring an orange soda in, even if it was dark, he would know it's orange because it's a cold can that he's getting that's orange soda. He would know that. I'm saying if someone else gave him a drink in the morning when it's dark, and he may have in the past drank orange soda out of any container, really. It doesn't have to be, in the past a Powerade. It could be a water bottle. It could be a bottle like I have. So that might not have been out of the realm of possibilities of how he was drinking his liquids.
There's a lot of possibilities, right? Let me ask you a question. This orange liquid, let's assume for a second that it's not red Powerade that has been turned yellow by mixing it, turned orange by mixing it with some overwhelming yellow substance, right?
Yes.
That it's something different, something orange by nature, right?
Yes.
Okay, so what was the date and time it was put in there?
Well, that's like I said earlier. The sample's like essentially the most of it's gone. What he drank. So I don't know when the drink was created. I don't know the ratios of the mixture. Only the person who made the drink would know that. So I don't have that luxury of
Where
knowing that.
was that done?
My assumption would be in the house.
Okay, it's an assumption,
Mhm.
right? But you don't have any factual basis of it, right? Like a videotape or a
No.
text message or a phone call.
Yeah, I agree with you. Yeah, I don't know if it was in the bedroom, the living room, the kitchen, bathroom.
Somewhere else.
Yeah, I don't know where the liquids got in the container.
This was found in Judy Church's trash or recycle bill, bin, right, under her, in her kitchen under the island.
Yes.
Okay. You don't know when it was put there.
No.
Right. And it was underneath a whole bunch of other items as well, right?
Yes.
So it could be an item from this incident, right? November 10th or 11th.
I would say so, yes.
Right. Or maybe not. Maybe it was there from before, right?
Yeah, if somebody giving him ethylene glycol before and like his prior complaints, yeah, then maybe it was one from before.
And you just have no idea.
It's not like a cell phone where I have metadata. Like, so I'm testifying under oath. I can't tell you that it's a Powerade bottle in a trash can with ethylene glycol in it, and he died of ethylene glycol poisoning. If this was cell phone data, I would be confident to give you a date, time, sometimes location. I don't want to speculate what it.
We're looking at specific evidence to this issue when you searched her phone and when you interviewed witnesses, conducted your investigation, right?
Yes, that was some of the evidence we were looking for. Correct.
Okay. So let me ask you that. Based on this orange liquid here, one of the items that was seized was this Rain-X de-icer, right?
Yes,
And Rain-X de-icer is windshield washer fluid. Is that correct?
that's correct.
You pour it in your windshield and clean the glass, and the de-icer means you can get it done in the winter, right?
That's correct.
It doesn't taste like Powerade, does it?
I have never tasted it, but I would assume that you're correct.
Okay, what's in it? Soap and water?
I believe there's ingredients on the side. I really don't know everything that's in it. I know there is some ethylene glycol in it. We did testing on it, but I don't know. Like,
Smell it?
do you want me to smell it?
Did you smell it as part of your investigation?
So our chemists typically smell when they complete their forms odor. Same thing with the Powerade bottle. She noted a like fruity type of odor when she smelled it. She said she didn't notice anything like chemical, nothing like that.
Okay.
So that's more like the chemists, what they do.
Okay. Now, one of the fine prints on the label is that this product contains a bittering agent, right?
Yes, if you just read it, yes. Yep.
And what is the bittering agent in this product, if you know?
I think the store name is Bitrix. The scientific name, I'm not positive.
Anatonium benzoate?
That sounds right.
And are you aware that there is in fact a Massachusetts general law that requires that to be put into AntiFreeze and similar products
Yes.
as a deterrent, right?
Yes.
Judge, I have a printed copy of Mass General Law 94, Section 303N. I'd ask that that be moved into the next exhibit.
Any objection?
No.
It may be.
Exhibit 52, so moved.
Now, as you were conducting your investigation, you kept referring to AntiFreeze. as a potential substance that contained ethylene glycol that could have caused Leroy Fowler's death, right?
Yes.
All right. And you just testified that you were aware of Chapter 94, Section 303N, right?
Yes, I'm aware of it.
Okay. And a copy of that has just been marked as Exhibit 52. May I put the witness on?
Yes, you may.
Thank you, Ron. And this law says that notwithstanding any other law, right, engine coolant or antifreeze containing more than 10% of ethylene glycol manufactured after January 1st, 2011 may not be sold in the Commonwealth unless said engine coolant and antifreeze shall include denatonium benzoate at a minimum of 30 parts per million and a maximum of 50 parts per million as a bittering agent within the product so as to render it unpalatable, right? And
yes,
that's the law, unpalatable.
Yes.
What does that word mean?
I would say it's something like you don't want in your mouth.
Tastes bad, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. And may I publish this to the jury on the screen, Judge?
Yes, you may.
And there's more to this law, a couple of more pages, which is still attached to the exhibit, which has to do with companies, as long as they do this, they're not liable. Somebody consumes it, right?
Yes.
Give me a moment here, Judge. I don't know why. Something. Okay. Well, I'm not going to delay us too long here because that's coming out very light and not too legible.
I think people could read it. I think everyone had a chance to read it. You can proceed.
All right. So this product here, the de-icer, windshield washer fluid, is not specifically engine coolant or antifreeze, right?
That's correct.
But it does say that it has a bittering agent in it.
Yes.
Right? Okay. And was this, to your knowledge, did you have this tested for a bittering agent?
No.
Okay. Does it contain a bittering agent?
You just said that it does.
Yeah, the ingredients do, but does the liquid actually contain it?
I just said we didn't have it tested for a bittering agent.
You didn't have it tested.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Now, another item that was taken from Judy Church's house was this Powerade sports drink, right? And originally this had the orange substance in it, right?
Yes.
Okay. And that was brought back to the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab, right?
Yes.
Where a number of things were done to it, right? Sample was removed and sent to a laboratory out of state called NMS, right?
That's correct.
And also, this bottle was printed for fingerprints to see if there was evidence of who had handled it, right?
Yes.
And there was no fingerprints, no legible prints that were lifted off of that.
Yeah, I believe it. Yes, I believe it was no like legible.
It doesn't mean it wasn't handled by someone, it just means there was no fingerprint on it.
I agree.
Same with this de-icer, right?
Yes.
It was checked for fingerprints, but no usable prints were really found, right?
That's correct.
Doesn't mean someone didn't handle it, just no prints on it.
That's correct.
Okay. And so this item here, substance gets removed, it got sent for fingerprints, we just talked about that, and it also got sent for DNA testing, right?
That's correct.
And now you can see that and this is Exhibit 20 for the record, the Powerade sports
Mhm.
Drink bottle, that it's a little cloudy now compared to in the picture I just showed you, right?
Yes.
And is that likely from the fuming that gets done when it gets searched for prints?
Yes, that's my assumption. They usually use like a little like powder.
So there's an issue that you're exploring as you're involved in having materials sent to NMS laboratory out of state, which is in Pennsylvania, to test for ethylene glycol.
Yes.
Because at the time, that test was not done in-house at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab, right?
Yes, I believe they weren't like accredited for ethylene glycol, so that's why we sent it out to another lab.
So you send it to NMS. Now, were you aware at the time that you were sending that sample out of 94 section 303N?
I don't believe at that time, no.
Okay. So at that time, as you're sending it out, you don't know that it may contain a bittering agent as well.
Yeah, at that time, because I believe that was probably like the day after the search, right? That the we got the bottles and all that. Yep.
You suspect it contains antifreeze.
I suspect it contains ethylene glycol.
Yeah, which we're describing as antifreeze, right?
Well, ethylene glycol is just like an ingredient in antifreeze, so like it can be in like the windshield washer fluid, and then I think the other one was it brake fluid was the other one that was in the law. So that ingredient can be in multiple
engine coolant
or engine cool. Okay, sorry, engine coolant, but ethylene glycol isn't antifreeze. Ethylene glycol is an ingredient within antifreeze, which is also an ingredient within other things
And
as well.
in fact, we haven't seen all of the video yet, but it's going to be replayed soon, later,
Yes.
as soon as we can. And you question Judy Church about antifreeze,
Yes.
right? That's the term you use. Did you have antifreeze? Are your fingerprints on it? That kind of thing, right?
Yes.
Okay. So you brought that up with her because that was an area of focus on your mind at that time.
Yes, that was actually the term that the doctors kept using was antifreeze over the phone. So antifreeze was definitely in my head at that time.
Antifreeze came from the doctors, came to you, was in your head, and you were questioning Judy Church about antifreeze, right?
Yes, I was questioning her about antifreeze.
Are there antifreeze manufacturers, to your knowledge, that are the color orange?
Yes.
Okay, who's that?
I literally, last week I went to an AutoZone and saw an orange brand. It's like 50/50. It was on the shelf. I don't know the name of the brand, but orange is a pretty, so apparently antifreeze, they like color code the liquids and it helps people like identify which one does which. I don't know how it all works, but orange definitely is a very, I would say, a very common color.
And is it fair to say, as a matter of common sense, that antifreeze doesn't taste like Powerade?
No.
Right. So if someone, in this case potentially Leroy Fowler, poured it into his drink, or someone else poured it into his drink and he drank it, it's unreasonable to think that he would think he's drinking, or anyone would think they were drinking Powerade, right?
No.
Yeah. Meaning you agree with me.
No, I don't agree with you.
You think that Leroy or someone else could have drank antifreeze and orange antifreeze and thought it was red Powerade?
Yes. So if you let me explain, we know that the ethylene glycol levels, it was cut. So I believe in the testing, the ethylene glycol levels from straight antifreeze was like 120,000 milligrams per deciliter. And in that bottle was 2,400. So like less than 2%. So clearly the antifreeze was cut with something, presumably an orange soda. There are no scientific studies of humans like drinking antifreeze because you would kill the people that are doing the test. So really all we had to go off of research is like prior criminal cases where people have mixed antifreeze into people's beverages.
Let me stop you there because I don't want you to go too far into prior criminal cases. I think that'll be confusing.
I was just giving my logic.
Fair enough.
Okay.
Let me see if I can finish the question.
No, I think that he was going beyond the scope of the question posed. He may ultimately be able to express these things, but not right now. Go ahead, Mr. Scully.
I apologize.
So
no need. Sorry.
You did testify
I think in a fair partial response, at least to what I had asked about this orange liquid antifreeze, and it was discovered that it was cut with something, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you said presumably orange soda, right?
Yes.
Was that ever scientifically determined to your knowledge?
That it's orange soda inside of it.
Orange soda in here.
Yes. Yeah. I'm not aware of any accredited labs that test for like Fanta orange soda or red Powerade. That's nothing I'm aware of that any of these labs perform testing to test orange soda.
Okay, so that's just a presumption on your part to help with your investigation, right?
Yes, I don't have a scientific test saying that.
All right. Now, you weren't aware at that time that it was sent to NMS, that this sample was sent to NMS, of the law that required the bittering agent. Right?
So I'm realizing that.
Now you are aware of it. Is that true?
Yes, I'm aware of it. Yes, I'm aware of it now.
You weren't then, but you are now.
Yes.
Okay. So it gets sent to NMS, and there's a request to test for ethylene glycol. But there's no request to test for a bittering agent, right?
No.
And there was a sample from a Fanta orange can that you collected, right?
Yes.
And that was also sent to NMS with a request to test for ethylene glycol, right?
That's correct.
And is it fair to say that that test came back with some interference, so inconclusive, so there was never a positive or negative finding?
Yeah, that's correct. I can't explain why, I don't have the background. But
Ethylene glycol was found in this, in the sample from Exhibit 50.
that's correct.
Okay. But neither were tested for the bittering agent then, right?
That's correct.
And these were sent out to the lab, December of 2022, January 2023, somewhere in there?
Sounds about right.
Yeah, pretty early in the case, right? You've since learned about the bittering agent. When did you learn about the bittering agent?
Oh God. When? I don't know if I can put a date on it, to be honest. We've had many discussions about this case, and I just don't know if I know the exact date.
Okay, so do you know what the year?
Probably, I don't know. Is it like 2023, 2024 in that range? I really don't know like the date.
So on the outside, you were unaware of a bittering agent, and a law requiring it in antifreeze for maybe 2024. So,
probably 2023 is my best guess. I'm trying to like encompass any, again, I don't know for sure, but if I had to give you a year, I'd say 2023.
Wasn't the label a clue though? The Rain-X label, like a clue? We should be looking at that.
So we had conversations about the Bittrex, and I don't want my answer to go where I wasn't supposed to go because what I said earlier.
I'm just asking, wasn't it a clue? When did you notice, if you did, that the bittering agent was in the Rain-X?
I don't have it documented the time. I mean, like I read the ingredients. I'm sure the moment I read it, I saw Bittrex on it.
It wasn't something that you knew when you sent it to NMS, right?
Yes, I would say that's correct.
Sometime after that.
Yes.
So now focusing back on Exhibit 50, okay? So you've learned at some point that this Mass General law requires bittering agents to be present in antifreeze and similar substances, right? At any point, do you have a laboratory, ask a laboratory to test for the bittering agent?
No.
Right. Even after you know it could be in here.
Well, it says it's in it.
No. This is the
Oh, sorry. I apologize. The Powerade bottle. Okay.
Powerade bottle, right? This is the bottle that Leroy might have drank that definitely had ethylene glycol, right? That was tested positive at the lab. We'll stipulate to that, right? And now you know that there could be a bittering agent.
Yes, and again,
which would be a factor
yes
to consider, right?
it's 2023, it's 2024, you
Mm-hmm.
don't have it tested.
Yes, we had discussions and we have our reasons why we didn't.
And then 2024 rolls into 2025 and it's still not tested, right?
Yes.
What you learn though is the defense team makes a request and says, hey,
Mhm.
we want to test it,
Yes.
right? And as far as you know, we took a portion that was a leftover sample of this item that was not sent to NMS, right?
Yes, and I was there when your investigator poured it. He just poured everything that was left into like a container.
Right. Well, wasn't there a sample? You guys kept a sample at the lab that for in case we needed one later, didn't you?
They had a sample.
There
Yes.
should be one there now, right?
No, I don't believe there is.
Oh, you think you gave our investigator the whole sample?
I gave him everything that was in, like a comparison, everything that was left. Yep.
Okay. And did the prosecutor, was he involved in that particular decision, do you know?
To give the liquid?
Give it all.
Yeah.
All
Yeah.
to the defense.
Yeah. We just let him pour the whole thing out. Yep.
Okay.
He took it all.
So now, and you knew the purpose of that was the defense
Mhm.
wanted to do its own testing, right?
That's correct.
See if there was a bittering agent in this sample that could have been a factor to
Yes.
consider, right?
Yes.
And you learned later in 2025, in September about, that we had completed our testing, that a laboratory that worked for us completed, in fact, located the bittering agent. It was present in this sample, right?
Yes.
Now it's 2025, around September, and then we fast forward to today, 2026, we're in March, right? And still the prosecutor, the government, your law enforcement never did their own testing to check for themselves. Is there a bittering agent in here?
Again, we had conversations about it and determined why we didn't, but we also,
But I know there are reasons, but the
Yeah.
first question is, you did not do it still to this day, right? And that's kind of a yes or no. You didn't test it for the bittering agent.
but it's listed in the ingredients. Like it's definitely
Not
there.
listed in the ingredient of this orange stuff. You don't even know what this orange stuff is for sure. This orange stuff could be orange soda or maybe not, right?
Mhm.
It could have pure ethylene glycol in it or maybe not.
I
right?
have no problem saying that we did not test for Bitrix. You guys did.
It could be antifreeze or maybe not, right?
I think it is antifreeze, but yeah.
One thing you learned through the science of the laboratory, though, is that it wasn't the Rain-X that was
Yes.
in here.
Yes.
That was learned by your laboratory, communicated to you.
Yes.
It was fair to say initially a suspicion
Mhm.
that this orange Rain-X contains some ethylene glycol. Maybe this is what's in here, right?
Yes.
But what you learned from NMS when they communicated back to you is not statistically possible because there's a very small amount of ethylene glycol in the Rain-X and a larger concentration that was in the Powerade bottle sample, right?
That's correct.
So you can't take something that has a little, put it in, and then it grows magically and becomes more. So
Yes, it would only be cut, right? It wouldn't be.
it would only get less.
Yes. Yep. That's correct.
Okay. So, so now the sample is down at NMS at the laboratory, right? And you're in communication with them as the case officer agent who's in charge of this investigation. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, I had some. I believe I emailed them about like sending them the labs and stuff like that.
And did you become aware at some point that they said, hey, we've got these samples, okay? And at that point they had 3, but let's focus on this Powerade.
Just Powerade. Okay.
Focus on this.
Yes.
Right? That they're going to keep it for a year. And then unless other arrangements are made, they're going to destroy that sample.
Yes, I believe I would have to see the report, but I believe it said like biologics are destroyed. I believe. So I think perhaps that could have been some confusion there.
And so the sample actually did get destroyed.
By NMS after they tested it, yes.
So for a whole year, the sample sat there. The sample that was sent there for testing, right, sat at NMS.
Yeah, it was tested and then the remaining sat there. That's correct. But like they tested it when they didn't wait a year to test it and destroy it. Like,
Right. They
yeah,
promptly tested
yeah,
it,
they tested it.
reported their findings, but
Yes.
also reported an advisement. We have it now. Basically, you need to tell us what to do or come get it, or we're going to destroy it in a year.
Yes, because we were not expecting them to destroy it, to be honest. When that came to us, we were actually surprised.
So this that sample got destroyed, got lost forever.
Yes.
In other words, if the defense wants to test the actual sample, right, that would have been taken at the time at the crime lab with a cap screwed on it, preserved, transferred, tested for ethylene glycol. Now, if the defense wants to test that sample for the bittering agent, they can't. It's gone after a year.
So I believe they took, and again, I don't work at NMS, but I believe that liquid we gave them, they took a portion of that and they tested that. To my understanding, I don't believe you can test the liquid they tested, but whatever liquid was remaining, in theory, you would have been able to test had that not been destroyed. However, they tested it and it is documented what it was and they're an accredited lab. So we have a report of what it was.
Right.
In theory, though, the remaining liquid that wasn't tested, that piece is gone. And then we gave you the rest that was still in the bottle from the original sample.
So all that's available to the defense now is not what was sent to NMS and retained, not the retained portion, but all that's available is whatever was left over in this bottle.
Essentially, yeah, the original source where we got our sample from is where you got your sample from.
It was stored in the bottle. It was still in the bottle, right?
Yes.
And it was stored in which facility of yours?
So the State Police Detective Unit, Essex County, is located at 10 Federal Street, and we have our evidence. It's like a large evidence room. It's all stored over there.
And so in that evidence room, it was in a brown paper bag?
Typically, yeah. So that would probably be in a brown bag. I believe that was in a brown bag, which is then in a box,
Right.
and then put on a shelf.
Is it refrigerated or any special?
No, so we have refrigeration, but that's it's actually a really small fridge, but it's for all our blood samples from the medical examiner. When we have decedents, we get their blood as evidence, and that has to be refrigerated. That bottle was not refrigerated, no.
So it's left to whatever environmental issues happen over the next couple of years until the defense gets a sample and tests it, right?
Yeah, it was just left in the Powerade bottle.
Now, during your direct examination, one of the things you testified about were a series of notes that were on an app in the phone of Judy Church that you searched, right?
That's correct.
And those were introduced as exhibits 43 through 45. And then again, there was a solo one, exhibit 46, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you read some excerpts from the witness stand, and they contain some vile language, right?
Yes, those were whole, the ones I read, the two I read were whole notes. They weren't like
Right.
portion of a larger note. They were two whole notes.
And these notes, though, these aren't text messages sent out to Leroy Fowler or Barbara Randall or anyone else, right?
No, they're like notes. It's a note application within the phone where it's the same thing as like writing down on a piece of paper, like your notes for you. You're not sending it
Right.
to somebody.
And it's clearly a place that Judy Church was privately venting her feelings in a pretty unfiltered way, right?
I would agree with that.
Right. And not in a way that was being communicated directly to one person or another.
I would agree with that.
Okay.
Mr. Scully, I think we're going to stop here
Okay.
because I want to try to resume just about exactly at 2:00. So I want to give the jury and all court personnel a full hour lunch, but I do want to get back to this so that we make the most use of the afternoon and can complete this testimony. So we will take the 1 hour lunch break right now.
All rise.
We'll be in recess for an hour.
Court, all rise.
What do I do with that?
All right. Well, good news and bad news. We will not be in recess for an hour because we are following so many trials. However, we have room, and we are going to room right past their lunch recess and get us back into court. Let me get it pulled up for you guys. Let me go back just a little bit.
On trial, jurors are lining up.
Here we go.
Why don't we have Sergeant Williams come back in?
You can come on in.
Good to go, Bill. Come right in.
You have to look right now. I'm just curious.
All rise for the judge. Be seated.
Mr. Scully, you may resume.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Good afternoon again, sir.
Good afternoon.
More questions. I just want to circle back to the Fanta can that you had talked about earlier in your testimony. And you, if I recall correctly, the search warrant was being executed at Judy Church's home, right?
Yes.
She was there and brought back to the station for questioning, right? For an interview.
Yes.
And that was the interview that we saw the beginning of on your direct examination.
Yes.
And then did you testify that you yourself went back to the residence and in part to retrieve an orange soda can of some type?
I don't think I testified to that.
Okay. Did you do that?
Yes. I don't think I testified to it, but yes.
Okay. So you, at some point, when Judy's interview was over, you left, went back to 108 Central Ave, right?
That's correct.
All right. The orange can of soda that you retrieved, where did you get that?
There was a cup holder like right above Leroy's bed, and it had an open orange soda can in it.
Okay, was there one or two?
Over his bed, there's one.
Was there a second one in the room?
I believe there was one. I guess so. If you're like, you walk in the door and you're looking at his bed, then there's also one here.
Okay, so the one on the
Like,
left?
yeah, left and right's over the bed, left is not over the bed.
Could we pull up, please, Exhibit 29? Okay, we've pulled up Exhibit 29, which includes one of the photographs of the front room where Leroy Fowler occupied things, right?
Yes.
And is it fair to say that in the foreground, in the right, you can see a orange can?
Yes.
That's Fanta?
I'd say so. Yeah.
Is that the one you took?
Yes.
Okay, and then you can see on the left an orange can. Is that also Fanta?
Yes.
Did you take that one?
No, I took the one on the right.
What happened to the one on the left?
That one was left to the residence.
It was left there. Okay. Now, were there any other Fanta cans that you remember coming across during your search of that house?
For me personally?
Yeah.
No. So I went in and took that one can.
Can we fast forward a few screens to the Fanta and the recycle? So we're scrolling through Exhibit 29 for the record. Okay.
Oh, yes.
So there's a recycle bin now, which is one of the photographs in that series from Exhibit 29, which was taken when the search warrant was being executed. Do you see that?
Yes.
Is that inside the house or outside? Do you know?
That looks inside.
Okay, and there's a Fanta can right there, right?
Yes.
Was that taken? Do you know?
No.
Was there anything in that?
I didn't search that trash can.
Okay. All right, and so the Fanta that you took came back to made its back way to the evidence collection area, made its way to the crime lab, made its way to sample being taken out of it and sent to NMS for testing, right?
That's correct.
And we talked a little bit earlier how there was, and there'll be probably an NMS witness eventually, but some interference or the like. The test was inconclusive on some level, right?
Yes.
Test for ethylene glycol. Okay. Now, you testified on direct examination, and through your testimony, Exhibit 38, which was a photograph of a cup on a wall, came in. Remember that?
Yeah, the orange cup. That's correct. Yep.
Orange, right? Do I need assistance here to make this go?
Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize, Mr. Scully. I didn't know you were moving to the document camera.
No,
again. Thank
no
you.
worries. Thank you.
Mhm.
Okay, so on the document camera, there's a cup in a cup holder, right?
Yes.
That's red, though.
No, that is not red. That is 100% orange.
That's 100% orange.
Yes.
Judge, may I publish this off the screen and hand to the jury alongside Exhibit 51?
You want to hand the document that was just on the camera to the jury to see
I
it?
just want to show it to them. I just want to hold it the
Oh.
old-fashioned way and publish it.
You may.
Well, first I'll just ask the witness if I may approach.
Go ahead.
So I've got Exhibit 51, which is one of the pictures of the Powerade.
Mhm.
That's orange in there, right?
Yes.
Okay, and then I've got exhibit 38, which is the cup you were just talking about. That's red in there, right?
No, that's, let me see, it's orange. Yeah, can I hold it?
Yeah.
Okay, all right, sweet. Yeah, that's orange.
Okay, can I just publish this?
You may.
Judge.
Yes, sir.
Let's get clarification on what exhibit it is that we're looking at there. Is that photograph that-
Well, we can ask the witness to clarify. If you would just clarify, Mr. Scully.
Fair to say that the photograph of the cup is exhibit 38, which was a photo taken off of Judy Church's phone when you searched it.
Yes.
And the other was a photograph of the Powerade bottle that was taken by your crime scene folks.
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. Also introduced through your testimony on direct exam was exhibit number 39 and 40, 41, and 42, which were photographs basically of pictures taken off of Judy Church's cell phone that were also pictures of Barbara and Leroy in some fashion together, right?
Yes.
Well, exhibit 39, that photograph was taken in August of 2020. Is that correct?
Yes.
Let me just show you so you don't have to guess. Exhibit 39 was taken in 2020, right?
Yes, that's correct.
And exhibit 41, which is another one of those photographs, and they were shown on direct examination. When was that taken?
August 8th, 2020.
2020.
Mhm.
And then 42 was also taken, a smiling picture of Barbara and Leroy, right? That was also taken in August of 2020, right?
Yep, August 4th, 2020.
Okay, so those are over 2 years before the incident in this case that you were investigating, right?
Yes.
You also testified about some notes apps, including reading directly a couple. And my recollection is one of the ones you read out loud was marked Exhibit 43. And this one says, I never want to see your C scratched, C gouged, C sliced, C bashed, etc. face, right? Remember that one?
Yes.
And you read it full on, right?
Yes.
Okay, well, this is from the notes section, right?
Yes.
And obviously, it says it was modified May 4th of 2021.
Okay.
Right?
Yes.
Do you recall it that way? Or do you want me to come up?
I take your word at it. That's, yep.
Okay. May 4th, 2021. So well over a year before the incident you were investigating.
Yes.
And that's when it was modified, not necessarily when it was written in its entirety, right?
Yes.
Okay. And then Exhibit 44, I don't think you read anything from. It's another long notes section. It doesn't have any date or time on it, right?
Yes.
So we don't know when that was written, right?
Yes.
Exhibit 45 There was another notes section from Judy's phone. She was typing into it. And that was modified May 21st, 2019.
Yes.
Exhibit 46 that you read again, and it referenced Florida, has no date on it at all.
Yes.
And they made multiple trips to Florida. Is that right?
Yes.
Exhibit 47 was the text message from Judy to her friend Malachi Barry, right?
Yes.
And that started out, I'm going to put this on the screen. That started out with a LOL, right? Laugh
Sorry,
out loud.
I might be missing it. Where's the LOL? Oh,
Says
you're talking about the virgin's overrated law?
Right.
Got it. Yes, I see the law.
It says virgins overrated, LOL. And then Judy says something about, I wish I could actually sting and poison someone to death. Got one picked out if that's the case, right?
Yes.
Okay. And prior to that, so it's talking about stinging. And prior to that, she had referenced being a Scorpio, right? Scorpio to the world, right? And then asked, you're a Virgo, right?
Yes.
Okay. And Judy's sign was Scorpio, right?
I don't know the signs, but I'll take your word for it.
Well, does it sound right that her birth date is November 18th, 1958?
Sounds right.
Yeah, that's correct. Correct?
Yep.
All right. So knowing that refreshing your memory that her birthday is then, does that sound like the sign of Scorpio to your knowledge?
I'm going to be honest. I don't know the signs. I don't even know what mine is. So
We can rely on jurors' general life experiences. Some will know, some won't. I
Okay.
only know if it's my own sign.
All right. And you know she had a rival in this whole triangle that was Barbara, right?
Yes.
And she threw a lot of shade talk in Barbara's direction, right?
Yes.
Called her vile words, said a lot of things, right? But actually, they barely ever interacted.
Based on what I know, I would agree with that.
Yeah. Okay. And that person she could sting, we don't know who that is, right?
No, she doesn't give us a name.
Okay. You also introduced your direct examination exhibit 49. And this was the Google search, right? And the Google search was for online doctors help.com, right?
Yes.
That's what popped up. And then when you pull up a website, there's a URL behind it, correct?
Yes.
And so you don't necessarily see or choose the URL that you're looking at.
No.
Right. You look at the website, this is the information. And in this case, it's online doctor US help, right?
Yes.
.com. Okay. And this was dated, this search was dated July 27th, 2021.
Yes.
So again, well over a year before any of the specific incident you were investigating in November of 2022.
Yes.
And there's no evidence that she even saw this lengthy URL behind it, or much less typed it out, other than it popped up on her phone as part of this website.
Yes.
You're also aware that Leroy Fowler had a number, an extensive actually, set of medical problems. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Did you ever look at his medical records?
Yes.
Okay. So did you become aware that as far back as 2015, he was suffering from depression?
I'm not sure if we had, I think, 3 hospitals worth of medical records. With all those, it was clear to us that comparing this bottle to him drinking straight out of a bottle of antifreeze, and he would have tasted the bitterness and been alerted right away, they're not comparable.
Thank you. During the course of your investigation, did any witness that you spoke to ever suggest that Leroy Fowler was suicidal?
No.
Did you find anything at the home of Mr. Fowler and Ms. Church that suggested to you that suicide was at play here?
No.
During the course of the search conducted first by the team that you were working with, and then when you went back to the home, was antifreeze itself outside of the power bottle ever found, like a bottle of antifreeze itself?
No.
I think you made this clear on cross, but just so it is clear, when you gave the remaining liquid that was in the Powerade bottle to the defense investigator when required to do so, fair?
Yes.
Oh, yeah. Now, well, finally, sir, you were asked a couple of questions about exhibit. I think it was 38. Mr. Scully might still, it's still back here, I think. Yeah, exhibit 38, this is the cup that was on the side of the bed that was photograph taken off of Miss Church's phone from August 26, 2022. Remember those questions?
Yes.
Okay. And obviously, sometimes when pictures get printed out, that affects them. You had the opportunity to actually look at that picture directly on Miss Church's phone, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And when you looked at it on the phone, any question in your mind that was orange?
Zero question. It's orange.
Okay. And then we do have a digital copy of that photograph that we could try to display for the jury and put it up on the monitors. And again, looking at that, sir, any question in your mind that is orange?
It's orange.
Thank you. I guess have 1 second, Judge.
Yes, you may.
Thank you, Judge. Nothing further.
Mr. Scully,
Just a few questions, if I may, Judge.
you may.
So just a few more questions. So you mentioned on redirect, that you considered some factors as to why not to test for the bittering agent, right?
Yes.
But you didn't know that there was a bittering agent or could be a bittering agent until either 2023 or even 2024 in this case, right?
Well, again, like I said,
Well, wait, that should be a yes or no. Like you didn't know.
I did clarify my answer though, when you said 2023 or 2024, and I said, I just said both years because I couldn't remember the exact time, and I'm under oath, and I just want to make sure I have it right. But then I said, you know, it was relatively early in the investigation, so 2023.
It was 2023? When?
Like I said, I've been consistent. I don't know the date of when in 2023.
How did you find out?
I didn't find out the date. I'm not saying I know the date.
How did you find out about the bidding agent? Like what alerted you?
Oh, sorry. We had talked to like the OCME, all of our research. We've read the ingredients. Again, I didn't like write a report that like I discovered there's bidding agent on this day. It just came up.
So it came up, but
yes,
it wasn't significant enough for you to write a report.
No, we had discussed, like I just stated, we had discussions about why we didn't test for it. I gave the reasons.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm now asking you, when you learned about it,
Mhm.
did you write a report?
About Bittrex? No, I'm not a chemist, a scientist. I
Well,
can't.
You're
tell you
now
what
claiming
Bittrex
in
is.
2023, you were aware that there may be a bittering agent in the sample that was being sent to NMS laboratory, right?
Well, I'm not now claiming. I've said that since the beginning.
Okay. Did you alert NMS?
Did I alert NMS to the ingredients of what
You
they
say
were
there
testing?
there might be a bittering agent. Can you check for that?
No, I just said that we determined we weren't going to test for it, so we didn't request them to test for it.
Okay. Did you have an email exchange with the prosecutor about that?
No,
Was it a verbal?
verbal.
Yeah, okay. And you also testified that cocaine in the system can affect somebody's taste, right?
Yes.
And that you testified that there were studies from poison control that were suggesting that even though the bittering agent has been introduced over the last 10 years or so, there are still a high number of accidental ingestions, right?
Yes.
Okay. So what the Massachusetts law calls for when it comes to antifreeze is that there's a sufficient amount to make it unpalatable, right?
That's the verbiage in the
Right.
law. That's correct.
And they come to an amount, 30 parts per million to 50 parts per million, in order to get to make it unpalatable, right?
Yes, that's what they
All
say.
right, so unpalatable. That doesn't mean that someone couldn't sweeten it up and chug it down if they wanted to, right?
That it's unpalatable doesn't mean someone couldn't sweeten it up.
And chug it down.
Could a person, a person can drink whatever they want.
Right. They can get through it if they wanted, right? Now, you also testified, now we showed that, we'll strike that. You also testified that you had reviewed previous cases where sweet drinks were used to mask AntiFreeze, right?
Yes.
Okay, what were the name of those cases?
I don't know the like Commonwealth verse. I don't know all the case names. We had talked
Name
about.
one.
There's one in 2023. I forget what state. It was like a woman using sweet tea. If you Google it, she used antifreeze.
Okay, there's one. What about the other one? Any others?
I didn't write down other cases. I don't know them off the top of my head.
You're saying that you're in part here, that this is a basis for the decisions you're making are these previous cases. And you've got some case that you Googled up in 2023, you think, you don't know what state, some woman, you don't know what her name is, right?
If you Google antifreeze poisoning cases, there's cases.
Yeah, but I'm asking you, if you used it as a decision-making factor in your mind, what are they? What are the cases?
I don't know the case numbers off the top of my head, but again, if you Google it, you will see it's.
Yeah, but the problem is every case is different, right? Those cases didn't involve Judy Church, right? They didn't involve Leroy Fowler, right?
No.
We don't know if they didn't involve Rain-X, right?
No, we looked up antifreeze cases.
Antifreeze cases, but you can't name the case or the person's name or the jurisdiction, right?
That doesn't mean they didn't happen.
I'm not saying it didn't happen. I'm just saying that they're totally different situations compared to this unique case you have.
Honestly, antifreeze and a sweet drink, it kind of sounds identical to me.
It does, right? But she deserved a better investigation. No further questions.
All right, well, that's stricken because that's not a question, but that concludes the examination. Oh, I'm sorry. You have do we have one more?
What?
Yeah, do you have anything else?
Oh, no, Judge, thank you.
Very good.
I think
All right.
it's-
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Step down. I'm just going to check in with counsel before I let you go for the day, just to see where things stand.
All right, we are caught up in this trial. We are going to switch back over to
Angela, before we do the switch, hang on, okay? I'm going to share something here.
They just nailed it. It helps you keep the muscle while you
If I figure out how to do it.
Okay.
It really made a world. So, hello everybody. This is Jude. I've been doing a couple things today, and finally able to sit down and watch the show instead of listening to the show. But we had something that came down that we are actually trying to follow on. So give me a moment to get it up.
On Amazon, when your home needs work, where do you go? Angie. That's where Angie came in. With Angie, find top-rated pros in your area, plus compare quotes and pricing to help you get all your jobs done well.
Trust,
Doctors recommend turmeric more than any other supplement
Okay.
for joint health. I trust Cunol.
Give me just a moment. I'm trying to get my screen to adjust it.
Tested to support joint health and to help the inflammation
Okay.
response. Cunol, the brand I trust.
Close this. All right, so hopefully I will have this up soon. Share. Okay. Okay. And then
As an opioid, it may cause serious life-threatening breathing problems. Ask about naloxone for opioid overdose. Get emergency help right away if you're fainting.
Breaking news.
Okay, this is an update to the crash and some of the beginning of the investigation for the NTSB plane accident that happened in LaGuardia airport yesterday morning. So it's about 5 minutes long. Well, it's a little longer, but we're not going to play the whole thing. But here we go.
We're following breaking news on talks to end the war in Iran. Just moments ago, Vance and Secretary of State Marco Rubio and others are leading.
June. We have no sound.
Did I forget to do that one little thing? Okay, hang on just a second.
They said one of the top 10. I said, well, number 1, 2, and 3 is they can't.
Share screen. Window. Boom. Boom.
I don't want to say in advance, but they've agreed they will never have it.
Okay, let me know if we have sound now, please.
Groups and walk through what we needed to accomplish today. Fortunately, the entire NTSB team has arrived. Like I said, yesterday we had significant delays with investigators getting here due to backups of TSA lines. And in fact, I understand that this press conference had to move because the lines were actually wrapping around the building. But I do have a lot of investigative information to share today. First, as I mentioned yesterday, we were able to take possession of the cockpit voice recorder and the flight data recorder. That was at 9:57 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Our investigator, our local investigator, had immediately began a trip down to our headquarters in Washington, D.C. to take the CVR and FDR to our labs for downloading and for analysis. We do have some preliminary information to share from the final 3 minutes of from the cockpit voice recorder. And again, I just want to say it's preliminary and is subject to change. And for that, I'm going to turn that piece over to Doug Brazy.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. The airplane was equipped with an Akron Aviation Model Survivor 25 cockpit voice recorder and an Akron Aviation Model FA2100 flight data recorder. The cockpit voice recorder contained more than 25 hours of good quality audio across 4 separate channels. The flight data recorder contained approximately 80 hours of data and recorded more than 400 parameters. The NTSB will convene a cockpit voice recorder group scheduled for tomorrow at the NTSB headquarters in Washington, D.C. to review the accident flight recording and produce a written transcript. The following is a summary of events captured on the cockpit voice recorder during the final 3 minutes of the recording. All times are referenced to the end of the CVR recording. 3 minutes and 7 seconds prior to the end of the recording, the approach controller instructed the airplane to contact LaGuardia Tower. At 2 minutes and 45 seconds, the flight crew lowered the landing gear. At 2 minutes and 22 seconds, the flight crew checked in with the LaGuardia Tower. At 2 minutes and 17 seconds, the LaGuardia Tower cleared the airplane to land on runway 4 and advised that they were number 2 for landing. At time 1 minute and 52 seconds, the flight crew set the flaps to 30 degrees. At 1 minute and 33 seconds, the flight crew set the flaps to 45 degrees. At 1 minute and 26 seconds, an electronic 1,000 call out occurred from the enhanced ground proximity warning system, indicating that the airplane was 1,000 feet above the ground. At 1 minute and 12 seconds, the flight crew confirmed that the landing checklist was complete. At 1 minute and 3 seconds, an airport vehicle made a radio transmission to the tower, but that transmission was stepped on by another radio transmission, and the source of who made that transmission has yet to be identified. At 54 seconds, the flight crew acknowledged that the airplane was 500 feet above the ground and on a stable approach. At 40 seconds, the LaGuardia Tower asked which vehicle needed to cross a runway. At 28 seconds, Truck 1 made a radio transmission to the tower. At 26 seconds, the tower acknowledged that radio transmission. At 25 seconds, Truck 1 requested to cross runway 4 at taxiway Delta. At 20 seconds, the tower cleared Truck 1 and company to cross runway 4 at taxiway Delta. At 19 seconds, an electronic 100 enhanced ground proximity warning system callout occurred. At 17 seconds, Truck 1 read back the runway crossing clearance. At 14 seconds, an electronic 50 callout, an electronic 30 callout, and at that same time, the tower instructed a Frontier Airlines flight to hold position. At 11 seconds, an electronic 8:20 call out occurred. And at 10 seconds, an electronic 10 call out occurred. At 9 seconds, the tower instructed truck 1 to stop. At 8 seconds, there was a sound consistent with the airplane's landing gear touching down on the runway. At 6 seconds, there was a pilot transfer of controls from one pilot to the other. And at 4 seconds, the tower again instructed truck 1 to stop. At 0 seconds, the recording ended. Thank you, Madam Chairwoman.
Mr. Brazy had mentioned that 6 seconds before the end of the recording, the pilot transferred controls. We do know that the first officer was flying and transferred control to the captain. With respect to aircraft rescue and firefighting operations, we will be developing a timeline of events. We do know that they were responding to a United Airlines flight 2384 at the gate, which had 2 aborted takeoffs, and the ARF, or the Aircraft Rescue and Firefighters, had received information that there were fumes or a smoke or some sort of smell in the cabin, so they were en route to address that. Truck 1, which Mr. Brazy had mentioned, had collided with the aircraft. We do know that there were other vehicles behind Truck 1, which did not begin to cross the runway. We have seen varying information about how many vehicles, so we need to verify that information, and we'll provide it at a later time. Truck 1, however, did not have a transponder. With respect to air traffic control, we have seen different information about how many certified professional controllers were in the facility. And we need to verify that starting with interviews this afternoon. We'll begin to interview the local controller at 4 o'clock this afternoon. We do have logs, but there's also conflicting information, including dates and times on the logs. So now we have to go through that and rectify some of those inconsistencies. We do, however, know that there were 2 people in the cab, 2 people in the tower cab at the time of collision.
Okay, that's about all I really wanted to bring out was, what happened kind of, it sounds like it's both human error and equipment error in lines of they didn't have something in the truck and their transmission was stepped on. So we'll keep following this, and as more information comes out about the crash, we will be more than happy to bring it to you. So now we're going to go into the Fitzsimmons case. Thank you very much for your time.
Kelsey Fitzsimmons matter, docket 2025-77 CR 311. All counsel and defendant are present.
Okay, and I think we left off during cross.
Yes.
Rest. I guess you could rest because it is the defense's motion for the view. So technically you could rest. If the Commonwealth rests in the morning, you'll be ready to proceed with your case.
Yes, Your Honor. 2 or 3 witnesses.
All right, excellent. And then we won't obviously get to closings until after the view. So if we're on target and the evidence tomorrow, overruled.
Okay, I'm not exactly sure what happened. Court TV decided that they were going to jump in and had a little glitch. So we are going to head back in for his questioning. Just getting it pulled up for us. I apologize. Court TV just kind of whooped us to the very end.
CR 311, all counsel and the defendant are present.
Okay, I think we left off during cross.
Yes. May I resume, Your Honor?
Yes, please.
Thank you. Lieutenant Detective Bonasar, you have a copy of your report, right?
I do.
Okay. And there's other documents too. You have worksheets and other items, correct?
Correct.
So if you need anything, just let me know and we can share anything you need, okay?
Okay.
What is meant by chain of custody of an item?
Who has actual custody of that particular piece of evidence? It's moved from one location to another or one person to another.
So as a piece of evidence kind of goes through the investigative process, sometimes it can be important to make sure you know who had it, where did it go, as it goes through, right?
Correct.
And in this case, it's fair to say that you don't have personal knowledge of a lot of the chain of custody here.
I have personal knowledge of who I received the firearms from.
Right, okay. And we'll go through that. And I'm not questioning, in terms of chain of custody, you and the state police going forward from when you left the crime scene. I want to ask you some questions about chain of custody at the scene, okay? Who did you get, and again, you can refer to your report here. Item 1-1 is a Glock 47, and we'll just use the last three numbers of the serial number, 269. Who did you get that from?
What was the item number again?
1-1, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Yep. And the last three digits of the serial number are 269.
Thank you.
And so that gun, and again, you can look on your papers, anything you want. Do you know who you got that from?
If I could see my notes, the worksheet
Sure.
notes
Yep.
from the crime scene.
Sure.
Yeah.
See if I got this right. These would be the notes, right? And this is just another copy of that report.
Yes.
So 1-1, take all the time you need. Who did you get that from?
It was received from Detective Lieutenant Michael Davis.
Okay, and who's he?
He works for North Andover.
All right. And do you know whose gun that is identified to from the incident?
Based on the serial number, I was told it was Officer Noonan's weapon.
Okay. And are there some notes in that packet you have there from you that indicate that Chief Gray had that gun for a while?
Yes.
And what are the indications that, how did Chief Gray come to get Noonan's gun?
I was told that he had custody of the weapon and he unloaded the weapon at some point, and he put the live cartridge that was in the chamber back into the magazine.
Okay, so Chief Gray is manipulating Noonan's firearm, and I mean the word manipulating in the physical sense.
Yes, this is what I was told.
And then it goes to who? Lieutenant Reardon, was it?
Detective Lieutenant Michael Davis.
Davis, sorry. And then Davis gives it to you?
Yes.
And that's just what you have documented, right? You don't have any knowledge of any other people having it, right?
Correct.
Presumably Noonan had it since it was his firearm at some point.
Presumably.
And all right, so that's 1-1. And item 1-2 is a box magazine from item 1-1, correct?
Yes.
And it's got 16 cartridges in it, and the capacity is 17, right?
Yes.
And so you say right in your report, from item 1-1, so it's the magazine from Noonan's gun, right?
Yes.
Okay. Then 1-3 is a little different, isn't it?
Yes.
You write there, one removable box magazine from, but then you didn't fill in who it's from, right?
Yes, that was an error on the administrative portion of the report.
Okay. And just so we're clear, this is your report.
Correct. Yes.
Okay. So it was never noted where the 1-3 is from, correct? In terms of the gun.
It was noted that it was received from Officer Michael Logan, 1-3.
So he's the chain of custody guy, but unlike 1-1 and 1-2, where you match them up, that the magazine is from 1-1, here, it doesn't say where that magazine is from, right?
Well, these were recovered at a later time. I was initially given the firearm with the magazine, and then later on, these additional magazines that were recovered from, I believe, the either the duty belt or vest carrier, whatever the officer had.
And you know, I'm just asking you about what it says. I'm not trying to suggest there's fault. And I just want to go through it with you in terms of what's identified and what's known to be from somewhere and what's not. Okay? So I'm not trying to find fault. I just want to factually have us go through the report. So we don't know where 1-3, the box magazine, is from, what device it's from, right?
I was told it was from either the vest carrier or the duty belt of Officer Noonan.
Okay, but that's not in the report, is it?
It is not.
And then same with 1-4, one removable box style magazine from, and then from is not identified, right?
Correct.
Okay, and that's the same thing. You got a magazine, and that's from Officer Logan as well. The chain of custody references from Logan, right?
Yes.
Okay. And again, it's not identified in the document where it comes from. Yes?
Correct. Correct.
Then 1-5 is another Glock 47. So it's just to cut to the chase. All three guns you have are Glock 47s, right?
Yes.
And that's a semi-automatic firearm that was, to your understanding, issued to the North Andover Police.
Yes.
And each one obviously has its own serial number,
Correct.
but otherwise they look the same.
Yes.
Going to 1-7, you have two removable box style magazines that you received, and the chain of custody guy is Michael Logan, but it doesn't say what firearm they were in the vicinity of or near, correct?
So as I entered the evidence, it was associated with the firearm. So as I went to the next firearm, whatever is below that firearm is associated with that firearm. So all evidence below it will be associated with the firearm until I mention another firearm.
Okay, so that's your procedure, right?
Yes.
Well, it's fair to say, though, that sometimes you do say what it's from and sometimes you omit it, right?
Yes.
And that's by mistake, right?
Yes.
And then you have 1-9, which is another Glock 47. Last three serial number is 315, right?
Correct.
And that is associated with who?
Is Officer Kelsey?
Miss Officer Fitzsimmons?
Fitzsimmons, yes.
And then you have a box magazine, 1-10, right?
Correct.
And you do write from that item, in this particular instance, from
Correct.
1-9, from Ms. Fitzsimmons' firearm, right?
Yes.
And then you do 2 removable box style magazines from a vest carrier on the first floor.
Yes.
And it's fair to say that after item 1.8 from Michael Logan, that's the last reference to the chain of custody person you received items from, right?
Correct.
So from 1-9 to 115, you don't reference who you got the items from, right?
Well, I physically recovered that evidence.
Okay, so you had it
Yes.
from the scene, like from the floor or the bed or wherever?
Correct.
Okay. So these are things that you recovered?
Yes.
Okay. Then we get to some discharge cartridges and a live cartridge, 1-12, 13, and 14, right?
Correct.
And they're all, as we went over, they're all head stamped the same, right?
Yes.
And then you have 115, the last item, is a spent projectile. So like a bullet, a spent bullet from above the air conditioner.
Correct.
And you recovered that yourself.
Yes.
Okay. Now, with respect to the live cartridge, the discharge cartridge at 113 and the discharge cartridge at 114, it's fair to say that you applied science. I'm going to just keep it vague for a second. That you applied some science to the 2 discharge cartridge casings, right?
I was looking for agreement of individual markings. Yes.
Right. So you used some science.
Yes.
Just to start real basic here. And you were able to identify those 2 discharge casings to item 1-1, right?
Correct.
And 1-1, you know to be Noonan's Glock, right?
Yes.
Now, it's fair to say that with respect to the live round recovered from the hallway safe, it's fair to say that you didn't apply any science to that item, correct?
Correct.
So there's no science, unlike the other 2, unlike the discharge casing in 114, the discharge casing in 113. Unlike those, the live cartridge, there's no scientific basis for you to say what gun that came from, right?
Correct.
And it's fair to say that there were, and again, I'm not trying to find fault. Nobody asked you to apply any science to that item, right?
Correct.
So there were some various scientific methods that you could use to determine where that came from, right?
There would be some markings if it was actually cycles with that weapon.
Right. One step ahead of me. That was my next question. If that was cycled through a weapon, you would have what? Breech face markings?
No, you would have what's called extractor markings, possibly ejector markings, as well as you may have magazine marks.
Okay. And just to kind of bottom line it, that means that if someone had, if that cartridge was in the chamber of Ms. Fitzsimmons' weapon, and it was made safe by cycling it out, right?
Correct.
Breech face markings or ejector markings or extractor markings would be deposited on that cartridge, right?
Possibly, but not breech face. Breech face markings is part of the firing process.
Okay, so what processes were available to figure that out?
So you could have the extractor mark, which is holding that live cartridge in place. You'd have a magazine mark that came from the magazine, if it was loaded in the magazine, and you'd have possibly an ejector mark. But a lot of times these cycling marks don't show up due to the fact that there isn't an explosion that happened. So it's not a exact way of looking at these markings. So you're looking at a piece of ammunition that could have been cycled, but there's no definitive amount of markings there to determine that unless there was some type of defect or whatnot.
And to figure that out, you got to look at it.
Correct.
And that didn't happen here, right?
Correct.
Nothing further.
Okay. Read you back? Okay. All right, you may step down. Thank you. And come up and call your next witness.
Timothy Houston.
You solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in this cause now hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Watch your step right there. If you could try to speak up nice and loud right directly into this microphone so the judge can hear you.
Yeah. Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Sir, in a loud, clear voice, can you please introduce yourself? Spell your first name and your last name.
Officer Timothy Houston, TIMOTHYHOUSTON.
And sir, what do you do for a living?
Patrol officer with North Andover Police Department.
How long have you been doing that?
A little over 5 years. Okay.
Sir, where'd you grow up?
I grew up in North Andover.
Did you go through the North Andover school system?
Up until high school.
And where'd you go?
I went to Central Catholic.
After Central Catholic, what did you do?
I went to Norwich University and got a bachelor's in criminal justice.
After you graduated there, what did you do?
I went to the Army. I was in the Army for 4.5 years, reached the rank of sergeant, and then came home, joined the North Andover Police Department.
And so when was that you joined the PD?
I started the academy in November 2020.
And your rank now, you're patrol officer?
Patrol officer.
Can you tell us a little bit about your duties as a patrol officer?
I worked a 4 to 12 shift. I started on midnights. I've been on 4 to 12. I think it's my 3rd year. It's basically if you're not answering calls, you're on the road, watching traffic, things of that nature.
I'm going to jump back for a second and just talk about your military service. You were in the Army, you said?
That's correct.
Okay. And what did you do there?
I was a cavalry scout.
And what did that entail?
I mean, I had different positions. The job itself, you mainly focused on reconnaissance. While I was there, I started as a dismount. Then I moved up to a gunner, and then I was a dismount team leader, and then I was a gunner for the lieutenants in the platoon. That's pretty much it.
Where were you stationed?
I was at Fort Lewis, Washington.
Now we're gonna jump back to the PD, okay? Do you know a person by the name of Kelsey Fitzsimmons?
I do.
How do you know her?
We worked together briefly. I mean, she was in the academy. I can't remember how long she was out of the academy, but she was FTOing for a while, and she was FTOing on my shift. And then she finished FTO, and she worked on our shift for a brief period of time.
FTO, what do you mean by that?
So she was under a field training officer. So she was riding around with somebody while she got used to the job, learned.
Did she ever ride around with you?
No, she did not.
Did you know her socially at all?
Yeah. I was invited to her wedding. We kept in touch when she went on leave. Tried to keep her in the loop. Spoke with her, kind of, trying to get everybody together before her wedding. Her wedding was a decent amount of time away, and while she was out of work, we obviously didn't see her as much. So we had been working on planning something with some of the guys from work, people bringing their spouses, their dogs, and trying to figure out something, but it never happened.
Okay. Did you know her fiance?
I met him at the engagement party. Other than that, I'd see him, on calls if we had the FD, but I don't know him that well.
Okay. So I'm going to turn your attention to June 30th of last year. We are working that day.
Yes.
Okay. And at some point, did you get in touch by Lieutenant Daly?
Yes.
Okay. And what was the nature of that communication?
He called me and said, Justin filed an RO against Kelsey. He wanted me and Officer Noonan to go to the house and serve the RO, which required Justin picking up their baby and confiscating our firearms.
Okay. How did he get in touch with you? Do you remember?
By cell phone.
Okay. Did he ask you to do anything in particular about Officer Noonan?
Initially, he told me to drive past Kelsey's house and see if she was home.
Okay. Did you do that?
I did.
And you knew where she lived?
Yes.
Did she park in a particular place usually?
So normally, yes, she would park in front of her house if she was home. I found her car 50 to 100 yards down the road, kind of in the school lot, kind of tucked away.
Okay. Did you relay that information to Lieutenant Daly at that point?
I did.
Okay. And at the point that you saw her car, had you already talked to Officer Noonan?
After I called Lieutenant Daly and told him about her car being out of, and it parked in a strange way, I called Officer Noonan.
Okay. And what did you tell him?
I said, hey, what's going on? He hadn't talked to Lieutenant Daly yet, so he had no idea what was going on. So I told him to meet me in the parking lot, and I'd go over it with him.
And did he do that?
He did.
Did he get there before Lieutenant Daly did, if you remember?
Yes, he did.
Did you inform him of what was going on?
I did.
At some point, did Lieutenant Daly also meet up with you in that particular spot?
Yes.
Okay. Did you talk about a plan as to how you were going to handle serving the order?
My only memory is what I updated Officer Noonan with, just the circumstances why we're going there and concerns that we had, but I don't remember what the exact plan was. I think it was assumed that Lieutenant Daly would do most of the talking.
Okay. And you said your concerns. What were your concerns?
We were aware that she had been sectioned before. So, obviously it's a tough position for her, finding out, there's an order in place. We're taking her firearms. We had to take the baby, give him to Justin. So we thought with her past being sectioned, she might not take that news very well. And, we weren't sure what was going to happen.
Okay. Had you served restraining orders yourself before?
Yes.
Now, at some point, did you go over to 125 Phillips Brook Road?
Yes, we did.
And the three of you?
Yes.
Did you go in together?
Yes.
All right. Can you tell us what happened as you approached the house? And take us from there.
So we parked off to the side of the house, out of view of the house itself. We walked around, knocked on the front door or the side porch door, whatever.
Had you ever been in that home before?
I don't think I'd ever been in the home, no.
When you knocked or rang, I'm sorry, I forget what you said.
I don't remember.
Okay. Did someone answer?
Yes, Kelsey answered.
Okay. Did she have the baby with her?
She did.
Okay. So what happened then?
She wasn't sure why we were there. Lieutenant Daly kind of had the paperwork in his hand. She invited us in, and Lieutenant Daly just started explaining why we were there and what was going on.
Okay. Where in the house did you go?
So we went into the living room.
Did you remain standing? Was she seated? What happened with the baby? Can you describe what happened there?
So Lieutenant Daly asked her to take a seat on one of the couches. Had her put the baby in like a rocker on the floor, and I stood kind of away from them by another couch.
Okay. Could you hear what they were saying?
Yeah, I couldn't remember exactly what was said, but
What was the gist?
Justin filed this order. She was shocked by it. Lieutenant Daly was doing his best to, mediate and tell her, this is what has to happen now, but you're going to have your day in court. Like nothing's, we're going to figure this out.
Did you look around the living room at all?
Yes, I did.
And did you notice something?
Yes. So on the couch I was near, there was clothes everywhere, and I could see a handgun case sticking out. And before that, Lieutenant Daly had asked Kelsey where her firearms were, and she said they're in the basement. And while they were having that discussion, I saw the handgun case, picked it up, opened it, it was empty, and Kelsey reassured me that they were in the basement.
Okay. So that was the second time she said they were in the basement.
Yes.
How soon after you got in there was that question asked about where the guns were, if you remember?
Almost immediately.
Okay. That was one of the first questions?
Yes.
Okay. What happened next?
We told her that, or Lieutenant Daly told her that Justin's going to come and pick up the baby. So she said, how long is he going to have him? I need to pack for him. So me and Lieutenant Daly began following Kelsey as she packed for the baby.
Okay. And did she do anything with the baby when you guys were following her around, if you remember?
I believe at that time, Officer Noonan was holding the baby.
Now, you said you were following her around the house?
That's correct.
Was it? Why was that?
It was still, we were still a little bit on edge. She had to go to the kitchen. I remember when me and Lieutenant Daly followed her in the kitchen, I was concerned because there was butcher knives all along the kitchen. That was just something that stood out to me.
Okay. Was it your intention for you or another officer to be with her the entire time?
That's correct.
Is that standard practice when you're have similar concerns?
Correct.
After you went into the kitchen, do you remember where you went?
I believe we went upstairs. Me, Kelsey, Lieutenant Daly, briefly came back downstairs, and then we went into the other side room. I think it's like an exercise room.
At any point, if you remember, did the defendant make a call?
Yes, at some point she called her mother.
So after you came downstairs, at some point, did you take possession of the baby?
That's correct.
What happened while you were holding the baby? Anything?
Yeah, so I took the baby from Officer Noonan, which Kelsey asked me to do, which I did. Kelsey told me, why don't you take him for a walk? He likes to look at the cars. I told her, I said I'd take the baby, but I wasn't going to leave. So I took the baby out on the porch, and the baby was crying, so I was doing my best with the baby. And at that point, her mom showed up.
through that same door you guys had come in?
Correct.
And so what did you do when she came?
I peeked in, I told Lieutenant Daly, like, the mom's here, why don't we give her the baby? And we invited the mom in.
After the mom came in and you handed the baby to her, did you stay in the immediate area or did you go somewhere?
So once the mom came in, she was pretty upset with us, but Lieutenant Daly explained the situation to her. So at that point, me and Officer Noonan followed Kelsey upstairs so she could pack more things.
Describe upstairs, if you would.
There's a landing. It's a T hallway.
Hold on a second.
Yeah.
Okay.
You go up the stairs, there's a landing, and there's a room off to the left and a room off to the right.
And could you describe the room off to the left?
It's got I believe it's the baby's room, has a crib in it.
And how about the room to the right?
That would be Kelsey's bedroom.
Now, you said you followed her up there. Did she go in any one particular room?
She moved between both the rooms.
While you were up there?
Correct.
And what was she doing?
She was packing. At some point, she mentioned that Justin doesn't have a car seat. So she handed me a car seat. I was holding it, started putting more and more stuff in there. And at some point I put it down.
Why'd you put it down?
I didn't want to have my hands tied up.
And did that continue for some bit?
Briefly, at some point, she heard a female's voice downstairs and she made a comment to me. She said, "Who's downstairs, my baby?" I said, "I believe it's your mom. I mean, we were just there." And she said, "That's not my mom's voice." And I got the sense that she wanted me to go downstairs and check, but I just kind of dismissed it at the time.
And so you stayed up there.
I stayed up
Do you
there.
remember which room that was in when you were having that conversation?
That was right at the landing. So she had moved, I think she had moved back to her bedroom, and as she was coming across, she had mentioned it. And at some point up there, I'd found another handgun case.
Okay. And where was that?
I honestly couldn't tell you which room it was in.
Okay. And did you look into it?
I opened it and she saw me open it and she said, "I already told you they're in the basement."
Was there anything in it?
There was nothing in it.
At some point, was your attention drawn downstairs again?
Correct.
Okay. Can you tell us about that?
Yeah. So at some point, Justin came. Kelsey heard his voice and she said, "I don't want him in the house." And at that point, I thought the only thing that was going to escalate the situation is them two in the house together at the same point. So I wanted to help Kelsey out. So I told her I'd go tell Justin to leave.
Okay. Where were you when this conversation happened?
Between me and Kelsey, we were still upstairs.
Okay. And was Officer Noonan also with you?
Yeah.
So did you go downstairs?
I did.
Okay. Officer Noonan stay up with Kelsey?
Correct.
Where is she at this point, if you remember?
She was either in her room or at the landing, but I couldn't be certain. But when we had that conversation, we were at the landing.
You went downstairs?
Correct.
And what did you do when you went downstairs?
So when I went downstairs, I only saw Lieutenant Daly, the mom, and I told him, Kelsey doesn't want Justin in the house. And he said, "All right, Justin's," I don't know if he said he's in the basement or he's coming up from the basement. He said, "Just go to the basement and tell him just to wait outside."
Okay. So where'd you go?
I walked past Lieutenant Daly and Kelsey's mom through the kitchen where the basement, the top of the stairs is, and I opened that door.
Could you see down?
So the lights are off. I flicked the light to turn the lights on. Lights didn't turn on. So
could you hear anything downstairs?
I couldn't hear anything. And I remember after I flicked the lights on, they didn't go on. And I'm looking at a pitch black basement. I thought there was a chance I misheard Lieutenant Daly. And I just kind of stood there. I was like, I really don't want to walk down there if he's not down there, but I don't know how I was just kind of having like a moment where I wasn't sure whether or not to check with Lieutenant Daly.
Okay. Did something happen at that point?
Yeah, so at that point, I heard Officer Noonan yell, Kelsey, and then I heard 2 gunshots.
What did you do?
I ran back the way I came. At that point, it was only Kelsey's mom. She was still in the living room. Lieutenant Daly was gone. He'd already gone upstairs, and I started making my way upstairs.
Okay. When you were making your way upstairs, could you see anybody at the top of the landing?
I could see Officer Noonan.
And what happened as you went up?
So, I mean, I knew it was gunshots. I came over the air and I said, start medics. I don't know if that got caught or someone else was calling at the same time, but I had my pistol out and I was going up the stairs. I saw Noonan and I said, like, do you get up there? What was that? And I can't remember exactly what he said at that point.
Can you give us the gist of what he said?
At that point, he said, yeah, he looked like he was still in shock. He said, yeah. So I kept moving up towards him. And as I got closer to him, I was like, what just happened? He said, she pulled a gun on me. And we talked about it later, but at that point, that's what he said.
That's fine right there, actually. Okay. Just didn't want anything further. Okay. Thank you.
Do you remember the exact words he used?
So the exact words he used would be after the FD and we had gone into the other room and spoken. But at that exact moment, that I don't even.
What's the basis?
So I'm not, I guess he said it's a vague question because I don't know what he's referring to in terms of what conversation, how long is it after the incident, what's the demeanor, what's the purpose of it being offered for. There's a lot to unpack here.
All right, well, what the answer was didn't include hearsay. It just was that I think it was something to the effect that later on they went in the kitchen, maybe he and Noonan and had a discussion, something to that effect. But the objection is overruled.
So the fact of the discussion, I don't object to, but just any further, I'm trying to stop it from coming out. Okay. Thank you.
Would the exact words that he used when you first ran up the stairs, would it help you to remember if you looked at a report?
I know he did say she pointed the gun at me, pulled the trigger, and racked the slide. Whether it was right when I was moving up the stairs or once everything got situated, it was in that time frame, but I can't remember if it was exactly when I got to the top of the stairs or.
Okay. Would looking at a report help you remember that?
Hold on a second. There's an objection. You strike what?
Non-responsive. It's, I don't know what conversation he's talking about. It's hearsay and it's frankly news to the defense.
Okay, so first things first, on the hearsay issue, Mr. Hermatosi.
I'm trying to establish that it happened seconds after the event.
So for the truth of the matter or state of mind?
Both.
Okay. And so to the extent that you're seeking to offer for the truth of the matter, it's hearsay. And I think, didn't we already litigate the spontaneous utterance?
No, that was a different time frame.
Oh, that was a different, all right. So are you arguing that this should be admitted as a spontaneous utterance?
Yes.
Okay. And then the rest of your objections that is within there, let's just take them a step at a time. Let's get through the spontaneous utterance. So, Mr. Brado, what do you say on the spontaneous utterance?
So I think there's certainly a lack of foundation, Judge, where there's been two different overlapping statements that are referenced here. I don't know where they're going back to here. It needs to be clarified foundationally what happened before the statement, how long after the shots it was, what were the circumstances of that particular first statement they want to try to reuse. So I asked for.
I agree with Mr. Brado that it's the foundation right now, and it's not the witnesses, it's no, it's fault. The foundation right now, to me, is confusing because he's having trouble remembering which
And
conversation.
I do understand that. That's why I'm looking to approach with the report,
Okay.
to refresh his memory, yes.
All right, well, why don't you do that and we'll take it a step at a time.
Just gonna ask you to look.
Just so you know, for right now, I'm not going to strike the testimony because it can come in for state of mind. The issue is whether it comes in for the truth.
Thank you.
Does that help you remember the timing of that statement?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, when did that statement happen?
So that statement happened when I got to the top of the stairs.
I don't know what statement it is because he's
Sure, I'll ask him.
He's recited two different statements. Again, I'm not casting aspersions, but it was she pulled a gun on me or she pointed a gun, rack trigger, etc. So you can have him clarify.
Sure. What statement did you hear when you ran up the stairs the first time?
So she pointed a gun at me. I'm speaking from Officer Noonan's perspective. Pointed the gun.
I can't hear you.
She pointed the gun at Officer Noonan, pulled the trigger, and then racked the slide.
All right, and there's an objection to that coming in for truth of the matter?
I can just have one more here.
Sure, take your time.
Judge, there's still a lack of foundation here, Your Honor. Now he's saying something different than what he said 2 answers ago about what the statement was. So this is, in terms of any sort of a reliability preliminary finding of any of this, it's all over the place. He just said something completely different than what he said before.
He's now clarified it, so we're beyond that. And so he's now has identified the statement, identified where it was made, when it was made. There was some mention before about the declarant state of mind. So I guess what I'm politely saying is you need to move beyond that. So now the issue for me is, does that statement come in for the truth of the matter? And
Judge, I think that I'll reiterate my arguments from the earlier discussion about the other excited utterance statement, Your Honor, that this isn't like a domestic violence situation where someone is, you know, a battered woman or something where the time frame is much more flexible. And in this situation, you have an officer-involved shooting that happens. Another fellow investigating officer comes right up there, and there's a huge motive to fabricate immediately, Your Honor, that something happened that covers the officer, covers the shooting officer, versus being under the influence of the event so that you're not fabricating. There's an immediate impulse here that this officer has to cover his future. He has to cover his conduct right away. There doesn't need to be much time to realize that from an officer who jumps the gun, from an officer who panics and shoots someone in the wrong circumstances. That's something that would immediately happen. And particularly where there's no surrounding corroboration, where there's no attempt by the government or no testimony from Noonan that this happened. This is something completely different, that the statement happened, I mean, that this interaction with Houston happened. There's extremely unreliable circumstances. If that really happened, Noonan would have testified to it. If that really happened, the government would have given me discovery on it. If that really happened, it would have been corroborated. So
All right, so the discovery, the lack of discovery or argument is a different matter. Anything else on, again, on just the Commonwealth's assertion that it qualifies as a spontaneous utterance?
no, Your Honor, just the notion that it's not a domestic violence situation. It's a situation where the motive to fabricate immediately arises. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Gubitosi, anything further on that?
This is exactly what the exception is for. It couldn't have been more immediate unless Officer Houston was standing next to Officer Noonan when it happened. He immediately heard the shots, immediately heard the yell, and ran up the flight of stairs that you've seen pictures of, and asked what happened, and got that response. So that's my answer to that. And as far as, I think I have to, since we're on the record, talk about a discovery violation.
We're not there yet. We're not there yet.
Okay.
Okay, let's just take it a step at a time. All right, anything else?
No, thank you.
All right, so I'm gonna sustain the objection, but for reasons different than Mr. Bradle articulated, and essentially for the same reasons that I stated yesterday to Attorney Moriarty, and that is that when I weigh the factors under Baldwin, I come out that it militates towards excluding it for the truth of the matter. It will come in for state of mind. We don't need to get to alleged discovery violations or any other reasons because I've sustained the objection. Unless you want to.
I'd just like to put on the record, it was part of his recorded interview that they've had since the beginning. So.
All right.
Now, sir, after you heard Officer Noonan tell you that she pulled out a pistol, pulled the trigger, and racked around, where did you go?
At that point, I was at the landing. I looked in and I saw Kelsey on the ground and I saw Lieutenant Daly over her.
What was he doing? Anything?
It looked like he was kind of evaluating her. I moved towards them. I asked either Noonan or Lieutenant, I said, where's the gun? I believe I asked Noonan, and he motioned away from Kelsey, so that stopped being my concern. I moved close to Lieutenant Daly just to see what level of consciousness Kelsey was. I could see she was breathing, she was alert. So I told Lieutenant Daly I was going to go get a med bag.
Was she saying anything?
She kept saying, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry.
And so where did you go?
I ran down to get the medical bag out of my cruiser.
Did you get it?
I did.
Did you come back?
I did.
And what did you do when you came back?
I threw the medical bag on the bed, and I started taking stuff out. I took out the AED. I took out gauze, wraps, stuff like that. Handed it to Lieutenant Daly.
Okay. Excuse me one moment.
Sure. Pointing to the ground?
Yes.
Do you see Kelsey Fitzsimmons in the courtroom here today?
I do.
Can you point to her and describe an article of clothing she's wearing?
She's wearing like a beige sweater.
May the record reflect she's identified the defendant?
It may.
Thank you. I have nothing else.
Okay. Cross-examination?
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
You said that Ms. Fitzsimmons initially exhibited a lack of certainty, or that she was unsure why you were there, correct?
Correct.
And how was that manifested?
She just looked surprised. Her eyes were wide. She didn't, I mean, I guess it's the best way I could describe it.
Now, you were with her for a good amount of time during this interaction, right?
Correct.
And it's true that she tried to kind of get you away from her a couple of times?
That's what I believe, yes.
She gave you the baby and said maybe go out on the porch and or take him for a walk?
Correct.
And then she also put some, tried to put some things in your hands and asked you to take him downstairs?
She didn't ask me to take him downstairs. She just put them in my hand
And where did that occur?
on the landing
Upstairs?
upstairs.
And you said that you heard Officer Noonan yell Kelsey,
Correct.
and that's all?
That's all.
One time?
One time.
And how about after after you said Kelsey, how long of a time elapsed until the gunshots?
I couldn't put an exact time. It wasn't instant, but it was relatively quick.
Relatively quick. How about the gunshots themselves? There was 2 gunshots, right?
2 gunshots.
Were they in quick succession?
Relative, yeah, pretty quick.
And you said that Ms. Fitzsimmons said, "I'm sorry, I'm sorry."
Correct.
Did she say, "I'm sorry, I tried to kill myself"?
She did not say that.
Just, "I'm sorry"?
I'm sorry. 3 times.
Now, was there a plan before this to section Kelsey?
No.
You mentioned that you had known that she was sectioned before, right?
Correct.
And that was several months prior, wasn't it?
I don't know exactly when it was.
Okay, so it's fair to say that you don't really have any grasp of the details of that incident, do you?
I do not.
And you don't know whether it had anything to do with the police or not, do you?
I know there was police there, but I don't know the circumstances of what happened.
Okay, so you don't know how long it was?
No.
And you don't even know whether she was in fact accepted as a Section 12 commitment, do you?
No idea.
And so do you know the difference between having forms filled out to be looked at under Section 12 versus being accepted and committed under Section 12?
Yeah, so I didn't want to, like I said, I was invited to her wedding. I was friends with Kelsey.
That's not my question.
Okay.
I asked you some stuff about Section 12.
I know if you get sectioned, you're going to be there for probably 72 hours and you can't leave.
And do you have any idea whether that happened in March?
I have no idea.
So it's fair to say that other than kind of the notion floating around in your department that she was sectioned, you really have no information whatsoever about it. Isn't that right?
No, I didn't want to know.
And then you said something about the knives in Ms. Fitzsimmons' kitchen.
Correct.
What's the status of the knives in Ms. Fitzsimmons' kitchen?
Just at that point, I wasn't sure what was going to happen. So I didn't want her to reach for a knife. It's nothing against her. It's just, it's a lot of information to take in. I didn't know how she was going to react.
Okay, so was there something strange about the knives that were in her kitchen?
No, it's just a weapon in the kitchen.
So when you're serving one of these things, anything can be a weapon, right? Any normal household product item can be a weapon, right?
I wouldn't say anything.
A lot of things. How about that?
Yeah, let's go with that.
And in this case, there were knives in her kitchen. Is there anything more to it than that?
No, that's it.
One moment, please, Your Honor.
Yes.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Okay. And any redirect?
Yeah, just briefly. A
Okay.
lot of things could be weapons, correct?
Correct.
So that's why you don't leave someone alone, right? That's why you keep eyes on them the whole time.
Correct.
That's why you use a term in their pocket while they're walking around, correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
Any recross?
Nothing further.
Okay, all right, you may step down. And Commonwealth, can you call your next witness?
Could you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in this cause now in hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you.
Step up right here. Try to keep your voice up nice and loud. Speak directly into this thing. You can pull your chair out. The judge can hear you.
How are you?
Good afternoon. How are you?
Good, thank you.
Hi, ma'am. Could you please state your name, spell your first name and your last name?
Yes. My name is Michelle Mitchell. Michelle is Michelle. Last name Mitchell, Mitchell.
And what town do you live in?
I live in Ipswich, Massachusetts.
What do you do for a living?
I'm a correctional officer.
Um,
didn't hear that.
I'm a correctional officer.
Oh, correction.
and how long have you been doing that?
8 years.
In Middleton?
Yes,
Do you know Kelsey Fitzsimmons?
I do.
How do you know her?
We were coworkers and we eventually became friends.
Now I'm going to jump ahead in your relationship. Well, when did you meet her? Do you remember?
The end of 2021.
At some point, you knew she was getting married.
Yes.
Were you going to be part of that?
Yes, I was a bridesmaid in their wedding.
I'm going to turn your attention to June 30th of 2025. Do you recall that day?
I do.
At some point, did you have a conversation with her?
I did.
And was that over the phone?
Yes.
And can you tell us about that?
Yes. We talked on the phone and she was driving around North Andover and she was crying and I heard her baby crying in the back seat.
Did she tell you why she was crying?
She said that she needed Justin.
Any more than that, or was that the gist of it?
That was the gist of the conversation. And then she said she had to pull over to feed the baby.
Now, where were you when you had that conversation? Do you remember?
I was in North Andover driving around trying to meet up with her.
Did you ever meet up with her that day?
I did not until I saw her later in the hospital.
Where did you go? Did you stay in North Andover?
I did up until I went to the hospital after she was shot.
Okay. Where did you go in North Andover? Anybody's house in particular?
I went to Hunter's house.
Okay. And who is Hunter?
He is a friend of Justin's.
And Justin Alain?
Yes.
And who do you know him to be with regards to Kelsey?
He is a coworker of Justin's and also a friend of his.
Oh, I'm sorry, Hunter. I meant of the defendant. Who is Justin in relation to the defendant?
Oh,
sorry if that was unclear.
That's okay. Justin was Kelsey's fiance.
Was anybody else over Hunter's house?
Yes.
Who is that?
It would be me, Justin, Katrina, myself, and Justin's sister, Courtney.
And who is Katrina?
A friend of Kelsey Fitzsimmons.
Was she also in the wedding, if you know?
Yes.
Without getting into the conversation that was being had between the half dozen of you or so, do you know if Justin made a decision to do something?
Yes.
What was that?
He was going to go to the Lawrence courthouse to file a restraining order 209A and also get temporary custody of the child.
Okay. And at any point, did you see the defendant in the area of Hunter's house?
Yes.
Can you tell us about that?
Yes. I witnessed her drive by Hunter's house.
Thank you. I have nothing else.
Good afternoon, Ms. Mitchell.
Good afternoon.
Just a couple questions. You said that you spoke with Kelsey on 6/30/25,
That is correct.
and she told you that she was driving around. She said that she was meeting Justin, right?
No, she was not meeting Justin.
Did you say needing Justin?
I thought you said meeting.
I did. Wasn't she going to meet Justin?
That was what I understood from Justin, but she didn't tell me that on the phone.
Okay, she said that she needed Justin?
Meeting or needing? You need to clarify that for me.
I think I said needed. She said she needed Justin?
Needed Justin. That is correct.
Okay, so just let's put that over here. And she had also told you that day that she was meeting Justin, right?
Yes, thank you for clarifying.
So she couldn't meet with you because she was meeting Justin, right?
That is what she said.
And you said there was some sort of gathering at Hunter's house,
Yes,
and that was a social gathering with swimming and drinking, right?
that is incorrect.
Was there swimming?
No, Mr. Bradle.
Was there drinking?
Also no.
And it was you, Katrina, and Justin and his sister and Hunter, right?
Correct.
Now, you said that you saw her drive by the house,
Yes,
and so it's fair to say that she would have been able to recognize some or all of the vehicles, right?
yes,
And going by the house is a route that would take her to the North Andover Common, right?
yes, it's near there, correct.
Nothing further.
Nothing. Okay. All right, you may step down.
Thank you.
May we approach? Yes. Just give me one moment. Well, you can start walking over.
Quiet, please. We are still on the record.
Fact finder, and we have moved.
Discuss, just to continue in open court, Mr. Brado, we were discussing, why don't you give me an update on the potential for a view?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. We did get some kind assent from the folks that live there, and it's something that we can do. And I would say that, you know, in a bench trial situation, we're speaking directly to the fact finder, and we have moved for the view. In the final analysis, I rely on the court's discretion and Your Honor's discretion as to whether a view in the final kind of look at things is helpful to the fact finder. So that's our position on that, and we think that judge will be in a position to end the defense case probably by the end of the day tomorrow, or in the afternoon tomorrow.
Okay. All right, and as for, so would the view occur tomorrow?
I think so, Your Honor, that if that's the case, we could do it tomorrow, or we could do it after the defense case.
Okay, and Commonwealth, what do you say?
Take no position.
Well, here's the thing, you take no position, but as I kidded with you earlier, we're gonna need your resources.
Sure, yes, take no
Okay.
position. I leave it up to you whether you think you need one. We would absolutely assist in any way we can.
Okay, so here's the thing. I'm not going to take a position on whether I need one or not. What I'm going to do is allow the motion, you've requested it, and go there with an open mind, and
thank you.
We'll treat it like a view with the jury. You folks can point out things to me that you'd like me to you'd like me to remember. It will become part of the evidence like it is in a jury trial, you know, my observations. And the issue, I just need, I'd like to take a short break to just meet with the court staff, Mr. Wayne, and our court officers just on the procedure that, procedures that we'll use. As I told you at sidebar, I've never done a view in a bench trial. It's not something that we typically do, but I'm all for it. I just need to, I want to talk with my staff for a few, not my staff, the staff, for a few moments, so that we can, I can come back and we can perhaps get some planning done as well. Okay, so let's just take a, even a 5-minute break, and Mr. Wayne and our chief and our assistant chief, if I can talk with you for a moment. Okay, all right, so formally the motion for review is allowed, and I've met with our court officers and Mr. Wayne, so let me just specify who's going to be present. I'm going to assume that the three groups, the Commonwealth, the defense, and the court staff will go there in separate vehicles. So we need to just work out a time, and also, frankly, we have to work out. So let me back up. As for who goes inside the house to do the view, I'm sorry, all the folks in the back row, but perhaps it can be the four of you folks that Ms. Fitzsimmons, counsel, the trial counsel that have been here, Attorney Coakley, Attorney Bradle, and your paralegal. And I'm sorry, he said your, Mr. Bradle has told me your name 6 times, and I just keep forgetting. But I don't mean any disrespect to the other attorneys, but I can already tell from the photographs it's a small house. And then on the court side, it will be myself, Mr. Wayne, our court monitor, if you'll be available, and some court officers. We'll take our own vehicle. I would ask that there be some kind of police escort for us so that we can do this quickly. And I'll also tell the media and our audience that this is not something that you folks will be, this is not going, you will not, no one else will be inside that house or really within some yardage or footage of the house. I need to figure out what that would be, other than the folks that I've mentioned. Defense counsel, Ms. Fitzsimmons, the court staff, and the prosecutors. So I'd ask that the North Andover police, I'll give you some kind of a distance. I need to think about it, but that the North Andover police do what is you, or the state police do what they usually do during a view, which is typically shutting down the street or area to make sure that we can accommodate quick movement through there. All right, so that's where we're at. So I would just ask you folks to just work out a time, let our either chief court officer, assistant chief court officer, Mr. Wayne know what, the time that you want to go. And then what we'll do is, if we're in the middle of a witness's testimony, we'll just break, go on the view and come back. And again, the expectations at the view will be just like we do during a jury trial. The attorneys it will be on the record in the sense of it will be recorded. Is that not live, but recorded? What? It's a handout, right? So it won't be live, but it will be recorded, so there's a record of it. And the attorneys, like in a jury view, will just point out um, locations inside the home that you'd like me to, and even outside the home that you'd like me to make note of, all right? And we will go from there. Anything else?
We spoke, we anticipate Thursday morning. Just to give you a heads up, we need a little time to.
Oh, okay, all right, that makes sense. You anticipate Thursday morning, okay, that's fine. Just let her, okay, all right. And does that work for you folks? Okay, all right, okay, that makes sense. So tomorrow, the Commonwealth may or may not have a witness. The defense, if the Commonwealth rests, I guess you could rest because it is the defense's motion for the view, so technically you could rest. If the Commonwealth rests in the morning, you'll be ready to proceed with your case?
Yes, Your Honor, two or three
Okay.
witnesses.
All right, excellent. And then we won't obviously get to closings until after the view, so if we're on target and the evidence tomorrow, we can, that can happen on Thursday. All right, and one other thing. I've only done this once, this trial. I always have these false alarms when I'm ready to leave. And that is that, as I said, I'd like to get some agreement on the law that you want me to apply. All right, so, or at least maybe not agreement, consensus. All right. So you can do that in the way of proposed jury instructions, just a memo, whatever you want to do is fine. Okay. All right. Thank you. We'll stand in recess.
All right. Court stands in recess. Please remember when you exit the courtroom, there is another session that's up and running. Thank you.
All right. The Kelsey Fitzsimmons trial has ended for the day. We do have just a few minutes left in the day for Judy Church. I did see the judge come back to the bench. I believe he's going to release them for the day. But let me get you guys over there and let's see what happens.
All right, jurors, the way things look, we'll have a number of witnesses tomorrow. There is the Commonwealth's last witness is the medical examiner.
Hey guys, are you there? Can you hear me?
All of their other witnesses.
Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
I'm going to teleport me. Give me a minute and I'll teleport you over there.
Hey, Ada, we're finishing up
Let me
the,
teleport you. Give me a minute. We're teleporting to which one?
Ada, hold on, we're finishing up the last couple of minutes of the church trial.
Okay, where are we going to?
We're going to the Hawaii trial. After the judge finishes whatever he's talking about in the church trial.
Okay.
So this should be a few minutes.
All right, I'll teleport over there.
Okay, thank you.
No problem. I'm just setting it up. When you start the live first, start the other live, then end this live.
Okay.
Commonwealth's last witness is the medical examiner who's not available till Thursday, but they will probably get through all of their other witnesses tomorrow. If we end up
Teleport
ending
set up.
early,
You're good to go.
we did end earlier today than we did, but if we end up ending early, that's because we're just one witness shy of the Commonwealth completing its case, and its last witness, the medical examiners, you might imagine, are fairly busy, and they're going to lots of different courts in between doing their actual work as medical examiners. So the medical examiner is not available till Thursday morning. Commonwealth expects that we'll rest at that point, and that's when the defense case will begin. So we're moving right along. We're in good shape in terms of completing this case, getting the evidence all done over the next several days. So I want to thank you all for your time and attention today, even when you were struggling with your attention. As I told you, there's absolutely no shame in that. It's completely understandable. You know the drill. Until we see each other again tomorrow, do not discuss the substance of this case with anyone, including among yourselves, and please don't allow yourselves to see, read, hear, or overhear anything from any outside source about any aspect of this. Thank you so much for your time and attention, and excuse me until tomorrow morning at 9.
All right.
Great. Okay.
Thank you. Oh, great. Thank you. Oh, great. Thank you.
All right, there's nothing I need or want to discuss for that matter. Had enough of all of you. But if any, does anybody need to discuss anything before we recess for the day?
No, thank you.
Very good. I'm joking, of course. Oh yes, you may take this. Okay. There you go. And you take. I am going to watch the USB drive.
Judge, I do have one like really quick thing.
Okay.
If the court is willing. Mr. Scully and I, and Mr. Narcos have spoken. I have a witness, Heather Harris, who, if she testifies, she asked if she could do it via Zoom. She had some travel difficulties, and then she has to be somewhere else on Monday of next week. So I did bring the issue up with Mr. Scully. I understand that the defense has a witness who has some health issues that might also be served by a Zoom. And when I say Zoom, I just mean any thing on the TV that could be any form of whatever we use. If just wanted to put that on the court's radar, I don't want to obviously don't want to delay anything more than absolutely necessary. I don't love Zoom for witnesses, but I do think with professional witnesses like experts like that, it's a little bit different, and I do think that it would keep the trial moving along and not delay us into Monday or Tuesday of next week with potential rebuttal witnesses or defense witnesses. So I just wanted to put on the court's radar to see if the parties are in agreement, then the court would allow it.
If the parties are in agreement, I will allow it. And because it's running to witnesses on both sides, perhaps it's something that you'll both agree to, given the nature of who the witnesses are. I generally would not allow Zoom over the objection of a party. I make a rare exception if I feel the defendant's due process rights would be deprived if a truly unavailable witness, except remotely, were not being permitted to testify because they couldn't be in person. But generally speaking, I like both sides to agree. And if they stand on their right to have the person in court, I'll generally honor that. But if you both agree, that's fine.
Okay.
Well, I'll accommodate that.
We'll discuss.
We do have an agreement on that point, Judge.
Then you can both count on being able to do that, but you got to work with our courtroom expert on such matters, Ms. Draper.
I've already given them instructions on what they need to do or how to direct their witnesses to dial into the system, Your Honor, so we should be all set.
Okay, then that's fine. All right, very good. We'll be in recess until tomorrow morning.
Court, all rise.
I gotta go. Can I give it to you tomorrow? I printed it for you.
I
gave
just
you
don't
each
know
a
what I
copy.
did with it. I know you did, and I just don't know what I did with it. And,
Okay.
Hello, everybody. Thank you guys for joining us. I greatly appreciate y'all being here. Yes, I hope you can hear my voice. Please let me know if you can. Hey guys, thank you so much for joining us today. I am in the process of moving, but we are court hopping. We are now coming into the Hawaii versus Koenig, and we are going to start right now. Thank you guys for being here. I'm moving and I gotta go. Thanks for watching. Please comment, like, share, and most importantly, subscribe. I hope you have an awesome day. Till next time, take care.